This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. It's nice to be back. Whew. Golden Boy smells that fresh Riot air. Oh, it's gonna be a good day. I'm so excited. You know, actually, you mind holding this for me? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My mama got that for me. Okay. Hey, what's up, buddy?
You're back.
Yeah, hey, I've been gone for a little while, but tell me, what's the latest? What's going on with G2?
I mean, come on, you already know. They're the best in the league.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of info for them being so good. Okay.
Big strap up.
Yeah, apparently Josh RT's been going to work. What about 2G?
2G?
Yeah.
Well, they're competitive.
Oh my God.
And also, I'm Bren now.
What? You know what? Here, do you mind holding this for me? I gotta get to the bottom of this. What a day today. Oh, what's up, Dan? Good to see you.
Hey, Jimmy, welcome back.
Oh my God, what the? Why does everyone keep giving me binders? Also, why are you so tall?
You know, don't ask any questions. But I will tell you what.
What?
Crew is going on a run.
No. We
Yes?
can't. We gotta stop doing
They're going
this.
on a run.
Crew's going on a run. Unbelievable. Oh, hey, what's up, Mitch? Well,
Hey.
it's good to be back. How's Loud doing?
Yeah, not good. Also, Luke Show is outperforming DJZine.
What? Who's Luke Show?
Oh, you haven't seen challenges?
No.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, baby.
Oh, okay. I guess I gotta check that out. How's the playoff picture looking then?
Wide open. Also,
Really?
Ben Silly got a beard.
What?
What's up, Unk?
Hunter's Fury 2,
No,
so
you're
we
just out of
can't cancel
time.
Ultis huge. Now the clock
They're
is
using
gone.
the cove against him by hiding inside it.
Não, galera, não, galera.
Oh, meu Deus.
Nos últimos segundos.
Oh my.
He's the same age as Derek, yeah.
Narrate's gonna need to find something.
Flash. Nossa.
Kidding me!
Oh my God.
Crunch, Ye's on
Oh my God.
and dealt with the stack instead of pivoting away from it. What does...
It's a red
Put them all down, I guess.
Ace.
This guy, how do I avoid this guy? Snappy for the eye by Power Ace. That's hashtag unlock your ace as well on socials as well. From NIB, see if they can
Boa!
most of this side here, continue.
This kid's going crazy.
Puta que pariu!
Puta que pariu!
Nossa!
Caralho, mano! Fazer a diferença. Nossa, Fúria! Segura isso, pelo amor de Deus!
Meu Deus!
The Red Bull clutch from
velho! VCT, de tantas formas que esse mapa podia terminar.
Meu Deus!
All right, I think I'm all caught up. Wouldn't you say so? Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, of course, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena right here in Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm the current bald man yelling at you. I'm Golden Boy. You got Wyatt, and I'm used to Wyatt being over here, and Uber, actually.
I've never stood over
We're doing a
there
desk together.
We did it last year one time.
One time.
Fever dream. I'm back. I think they got me to keep this guy under control. I've now been designated your handler.
No, they actually got
Yeah.
me here with you so I can educate you on the finer nuances of the game.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's okay. That's okay.
We're glad you're here, Brent.
All right, bro.
For sure.
Learn me something.
All right, well, look, guys. Look, while we have Wyatt and Uber here this weekend, and we're going to be talking about all the good stuff. Let's go ahead. Yeah, where are the notes? Let's go ahead and take a moment, talk about challengers, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about here. Some big news coming out with M80, and we also got some familiar faces back, you know, like a Chet or Victor.
Okay, so obviously, yeah, the Chet Victor duo is coming back. Now, I do want to remind you that the end of their era in franchising was not particularly auspicious, and, well, they picked up where they left off in this match. Ambrosia was the team that narrowly avoided relegation in Stage 1 and Challenges. Me and Wyatt covered this game, and by the end of it, I couldn't even see straight. I don't know what happened. I think they need a little bit of extra time, Wyatt, to cook.
All good. Early days for the M80 team, who did finish in second place for the playoffs in Stage 1. And now that we're in Stage 2, it's not just them. It's also the other day, Shopify Rebellion Black, the winners of Stage 1. They just got upset by a team called Core that are in the middle of the pack. It is a crazy, crazy beginning to Stage 2 of this Challengers season. Must-watch TV, some are saying. But
Must-watch TV.
It's not just because of our dulcet tones either.
No. But I mean, without a doubt, like this is the future of the game, right? Like no matter how you slice it.
Oh, this guy's the future of the game for real. Paint is insane. He dropped like 30, at some point in the game in Challengers the other day, he was 30 kills and 2 deaths. In a half.
Like one half.
In a half.
Yeah. Wow.
Which is crazy, man.
Some could say very good at the game.
Yep.
maybe. Oh,
painted
man.
the town red.
And also Cubert Academy as well is another team that we're looking out for as well. So there really is just a lot to look out for here. What is it about this particular team that has been getting everyone so excited
So I'm really excited about this team because, first of all, Scuba and Redux were players that really shone last year on that Oxygen Esports team in Challenges that they kind of faltered before playoffs. They were a shoe-in, honestly, for Ascension. They kind of fell away. Nismo comes on in. Of course, you got an old head here. Knights as well was initially on that Rankers team, and he's an unbelievably cracked youngster. And T-Dog has honestly spent a lot of time going through the pipeline and Challenges. Really outspoken guy. Big stint on Core Gaming last year. This team is really awesome. It's a beautiful fusion of kind of veteran and young talent.
Yeah. It makes you think, like, I mean, I'm just waiting for the day that I get to talk about Nismo on this stage, you know? Like, I feel like his
brothers in bold.
Yeah, exactly. Holding it down for the Follicly Challenge. In any case, though, let's go ahead and shift our focus back to what we have in store for you all here today, because there are only 2 weeks left in this stage. Now, you're going to see a giant green bar there. The reason why is because G2 has locked in their spot in the playoffs. We expect that from the runner-up coming out of our last Masters event in Bangkok.
C9 too, bro.
Yeah,
C9.
could have been, but it ain't. So it's going to be G2 locking in that spot. But at this point, though, every match is critical for determining which teams are to be making playoffs. And today, we got some good ones for you. You got 100 Thieves taking on 2G, and then later on, G2, flip the numbers around, are going to take on Leviathan. But this game is actually, this 100 Thieves 2G game is going to be pretty big, Wyatt.
100%. We saw Asna, he tweeted earlier something about, let's play Valorant today that makes us proud. We're playing for our playoff spot right now.
Yeah.
And they are the big favorites coming in against 2G, who obviously they have been on the upswing, but you gotta favor 100 Thieves. You gotta favor their chances of making it into the playoffs. Try and recreate the magic that they had in Stage 1 last year.
Well, we'll go ahead and cover all of that and shift our focus there in a little bit. But covering our second game, though, over on our YouTube channel, you can actually check out this awesome in-depth profile of Leviathan's new IGL. Here's Rossi, and here's a clip.
I think naturally I'm a very decisive person. I am a very confident person.
Yeah.
But being a leader is, I've always been like the leader type, but being a good leader and actually being a leader is different. I think before, I was so immature. Like, I would just like talk to people, like rage at people when I was younger and just didn't understand like, okay, I'm getting the point across. What I'm saying is right, but you can't just be, it's not about being right all the time. It's about how you're gonna get this point across to the person,
exactly,
right?
Yeah.
You know, so you understanding your audience, understanding your teammate of what they need in the current moment, and that's what I really learned, and that's how I can help them.
Do you feel like you had a lot to prove to like all the NA teams that didn't really give you a chance or a tryout or anything, like in that showing specifically? You're like, yo, okay, I'm playing against G2, like now I get to show NA what I got and like what they missed out on.
It's even now it's here, I'm Leviathan now, I'm still have that chip on my shoulder because I know once I lose that, that's when I'm gonna lose my skills and my great performance.
Your X factor, yeah, what makes you you.
That's what makes me me. It's like always been in my blood to prove myself to others.
What specifically do you think that you need to do to continue improving on Leviathan? Like, you know, what do you think you're doing a good job with right now?
Our out-of-game stuff is great. Our chemistry, our vibe, you can see it on the stage. We are always having fun time. We're very close in it together. I would say currently right now, it's just, we're very behind when it comes to the in-game stuff.
You mentioned to me that there's a little bit of panic going on sometimes. Are you like kind of taking a step up to be more active and trying to prevent that from happening and just making sure everything's okay?
Of course, I mean, that's more panic out like after the game, you know what I mean? After you lose, because truthfully, it's
You're under like a microscope, dude, a ginormous.
Of course, and it's like, for me, it's different for these guys because honestly, I still feel like I still have a lot to prove, but I have to consider what it is for these 4 other guys. King and Tex last year were top 3 champs. Demon 1 was the former best player in the world. Calm and Demon 1, world champions, right?
Yeah.
So we're doing all these things. We're doing all the right things on paper. We're working hard, we're talking together, and we're not there. And why is that? And you go through all these solutions, and we've been running through all these solutions, and it's like, hey, nothing's working. And that's where the panic starts hitting. And it's like, honestly, after that happened is where I said, guys, just listen to me. I said, just trust me, I know what to do. And I will take full responsibility from now on about how we play and how we will do things. Will be fully up to me and the coaching staff. And if you see us do bad, and if you see us do great, just remember this. Everything that's happening from now on will be on my accord and what I believe in.
Yeah.
And this is similar things
so you're gonna take all the fall.
Yeah, that's who I am. I'm the person when the pressure is the highest, that's where I perform best.
You, the new guy, you know, the new guy on the block, the guy that played in APAC for a year, he came back, is the one that's stepping up and being like, I got us, don't worry, I'm gonna get us out of this. I'm gonna pull through for us. How do you have the confidence to be able to do that on a team with world champions and players that got 3rd?
The thing is, one thing I really learned from you, honestly, Andre, is having that mental. You've always had a strong mental when it comes to confidence. You've always believed, even when you should not have any reason to be confident, to have 0 reason to be confident, you truly believe, you kind of make yourself a little delusional where it's like, I have to be this.
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't look like scrim's going bad, all these things like that, you need to believe it, because if you don't believe it, then who else will?
Exactly.
You know, and that's what I really took away and learned from all these things.
That's amazing, man. Yeah, dude, damn. Yo, that makes me feel really good.
But I'm only fully able to do it if they trust me.
Yeah.
And these guys see it. They work with me every day. They know the caliber of player I am, and they put their full faith and trust in me. And I appreciate that, because without them, I can't do it. And even though there's no result right now, I know for a fact, we will win.
Dude, I do have to say, it's been a real pleasure kind of watching you develop and grow.
Listen, it might sound cliche, but if I didn't meet you and have this experience with you, then I wouldn't even be here today.
It's a bit of a kickstart, huh?
Literally a kickstart. Starting of the kicking.
This is how you know I'm becoming old, bro. I'm doing dad jokes now, bro. No. Oh, no.
Hey, you look good, you look good, you look good.
I don't need my name in this sentence when you know I'm business. Only God in my winners. Thinking it's a game, tell you win it. You don't really want this prime tab out, boy, you finish. Yeah, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Why you worry about me?
An excellent piece. Seriously, check out VALORANT_Americas on YouTube. Find the video, watch it, give it a like. I promise you will not be disappointed. Some really awesome things to take away from there as well. I was really impressed with Rossi's just flat out delivery. And one of the things that he said, which I actually do live by, is, you know, yes, you want to tell people you're right, but it's about how you communicate. And that's a thing that a lot of people do not understand.
Yeah, I'm watching Rossi learn the hard lessons about leadership in real time. I went for an officer position in the Air Force one point, and I got knocked back because I didn't understand a lot of these hard lessons, like, you know, being in charge. Leadership is not about being in charge. It's not about being right. It's not about telling people what to do. So it's really cool to see him, in real time, explain, his journey through this. And Baby Bay obviously was his captain, right?
Yeah.
They played together on that FaZe team, and honestly, the backstory is that Baby Bay actually cut him in the end.
Yeah.
You know, and things didn't quite work out, but it's great to see them come back together and, share some insights with each other.
Yeah, an incredible journey, without a doubt.
Pretty cool. Also, in that video, if you check out the full thing later, he actually spoke about playing at an international event, with T1 against G2, who's playing against today. Yeah. And in that video was talking about how he got confidence in that game, just reminding himself that he's the best mechanical player in that server, that he could just run at them, win duels, and he was in that game. We'll see if he can do it again today.
Yeah, no, the confidence definitely made me a fan, without a doubt. Looking forward to seeing him when Leviat takes the stage later on today. But let's go ahead, though, and get into today's first matchup and talk about 100 Thieves. Now, look, this team, they got a little bit of a scare from Loud's new roster, but look better. They managed to patch things up and also put things together as time moved on. But this 100 Thieves team, Wyatt, continues to be an interesting storyline in VCT Americas, purely because you see the talent. You expect these high-tier results from them.
They gave us, in this game against Loud, everything that you expect 100 Thieves to give you.
Exactly.
Very low lows, very high highs, and all the while stringing you along, making you think that they're going to be one of the top contending teams for a long time to come. But they just never seem to quite get there. It is an endless tease from this team, man.
He's invested.
But when they turned up against Loud, They were phenomenal. They have the pieces. We all know it. We see the big images of the players behind me. We know that they're all good. They've got everything they need. But can they just make it work? Finally. Finally.
The reason why this team got to Shanghai last year was Cryo was coming alive, and it feels like it always takes them a little while to heat up at the start of the stage. I've got to put it out there as well, we'll talk about later. Boosty was someone in the server last year having greater impact. Want to see that from him a little bit more. I'm sure we can jump into it, but his performances haven't really numerically been when they need to be.
Yeah, well, they're going to need those numeric performances today. Well, I mean, look, this is a big game, but they're not like completely out of the running if they lose this, but this is a big matchup regardless, because if they win this, they will lock in playoffs. So I think you can say, right, just having that ability to just guarantee yourself into playoffs, that makes it a pretty big deal.
100%. And I will say for them, sucks to be playing 2G right now. Would have loved to have played them earlier in the season, like week 1 maybe. But now you're playing against this team where they've actually got a roster that shouldn't, on paper, be working just by virtue of them not being around as a team for particularly long. But they are doing really well. This is a must-win for them.
It's a trap game, potentially.
Yeah, it is. But then you got Crew week 5. That's miserable. So
you gotta win this game. Just win this game.
You gotta win the game. You don't want to get hit with the trap card. That's the worst thing that could happen. Trust me, lost a tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh! That way. It really sucked. In any case, though, folks, let's go ahead and hear from the rookie Xander, who had an opportunity to catch up with Dryad earlier on to get his thoughts ahead of this matchup.
Tut, Yu-Gi boy.
I'm here with Xander ahead of their match against 2G. And Xander, last time that you played 2G, it was in the Grand Finals for Ascension. You were playing for M80, and it's 2G who actually got that win. So what is he going to take this time to win, and also for 100 Thieves to make playoffs?
I feel like we don't have to do anything crazy. I think we just play our game, play with confidence and awareness, and as long as we don't get caught off guard, I think we'll be just fine.
Good luck today.
All right, now look, a win today would be nice. Some revenge for Xander, who last faced 2G at the Ascension Grand Final. So there's an opportunity here for Xander to, get some revenge here. But yeah, let's, Mitch, why don't you run the fans through what happened here?
It was that Ascension Finals was a flattener. That went the distance, honestly. These guys, it looked really good. I mean, M80 was supposed to be that team, but. Yeah. Oh, God, it was heartbreaking, really. And Xander's actually talked about, now on this 100 Thieves team, GB, that he's really been a role player. He's been getting the short end of the stick in a lot of situations. He's been put in positions where he's got to be the low econ player.
Yeah.
And, his nickname, affectionately, is the Pink Ward, right? He gets vision, and then he's kind of cleared. But on their Icebox, right, I thought they looked really good last week, and that was where we loved Xander on that M80 team. That was a comp that never played any duelists, so Xander was stepped up and often was playing like the Viper in the middle of the map. He's a guy I'm looking at here, who I don't think he's even close to what we saw from him in challenges yet.
Yeah, I agree. He's been good, but if you watch him for a while, you know he's better than what he's been showing so far. Maybe there's a bit of an adjustment period, whatever. That's speculative, but what I know for a fact is that he still has more to show than what he's been able to display so far.
Yeah, well, it does make things a little bit challenging, though, when you're on a team with Cryo, who is, one of the more impactful duelists that we have seen, but also a guy that could just play practically anything, right? He is a jack of all trades for this team, and, Mitch, he gives them the utility knife that they so desperately need, I think, in some of these situations.
Not every team has a flex player that can pick up that second duelist role and look so incredible. He's the primary jet player on this team, right? And on Icebox, he popped off. But that wasn't even the biggest map I think he had last week. Sage on Split. He went, I think, 24 for 12 against that Loud team with over 314 ACS. The guy, it doesn't matter what position he's put in, he just pops off.
You're seeing right now the comparison for 100 Thieves. Back in 2024 Stage 1, Cryo was leading the way for this team. That's when he was playing Brim on Bind, all types of different stuff. He was hard carrying the team at times, and he's putting up even better numbers right now.
Crazy.
That must give credence to the idea that this 100 Thieves team should be making it to playoffs. They should be capable of going on a run.
Why? What's going on?
I mean, the league has gotten better. So his performance is better this year, but it is not as doesn't rank as highly.
It's not scaling with inflation.
There is inflation. And there's a lot of young rookies coming out on their debuts and just smacking people around. So we still need to see this heat up from Cryo. I think he's where he needs to be, though, right now. And asking him for any more is going to have him burn out way before Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long season, right? We're not even halfway through this son of a gun. There's still so much more left to play for here. But for now, though, let's actually shift things over to 2G and get a read on the competition with them. We have Askia standing by.
Hey guys, I'm here with Askia ahead of their match against 100 Thieves. And Askia, you're facing two very well-known veterans and duelists in Asuna and Cryo. How do you think you're going to face against them?
Olha, eu acho que realmente são dois bons jogadores, mas eu acredito que eles não são monstros do time. Eu acredito que só o Cryo seja um ótimo jogador. Mas a gente veio se preparando da melhor maneira possível, assim como todos os outros times a gente tem jogado. Então acho que a gente veio bem preparado e jogar o nosso jogo só, fazer a nossa partida.
Yeah, I believe they're really good players, both of them, but I don't think they're monsters. Maybe Cryo is like a little bit of a monster, but you know, we've been working, we are prepared to face those guys today.
All right, thank you so much.
Well, 2G have been putting in some work, and they've been feeding off of that momentum after getting their first Americas win. They pick up a map on Crew Visa, and then they lost 12 in a row in Pro. But hey, let's ignore that last one.
This is Ascent game, though.
Yeah, the Ascent game, dude. Brazilian players popping off on Ascent turn up.
It's a thing, man. But like again, we had like two pretty one-sided maps because Icebox was like a 6-13.
Yeah.
But I still believed. I thought like 2G, we need to see a depth in their map pool. Their Ascent gameplay was awesome, so they have that one down pat here. When we got towards the end of the series, I was really worried. I couldn't get Askia in the game and get value at this Yoru operator position, and honestly, Kesset was causing them a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, we are still talking about a very young team. They have not had optimal amount of time to flesh out their map pool. You're going to a Pearl, who knows how much they played it, they floated it, and then you have to go against a team starting on defense with the double Sentinel. That is a nightmare situation to find yourselves in. I don't want to write that off completely, but frankly, I don't want to give it too much importance going into this, but you have to acknowledge that the map pool could still be quite shallow.
They've got to get together so quick. They only have two of the players that they ascended with left on this active roster.
Yeah.
Two.
That's good context right there, as a matter of fact. Because I was going to talk about this Ascension squad, well, this Ascension duo, plus the three new guys that they brought into the fold here. You know, they're looking to give themselves an opportunity here to fight for a playoff spot. But fellas, similar to 100 Thieves, they're not like completely, but this one, if they lose this, I mean, they're basically cooked at this point, right? So this is must-win, Mitch, for 2G.
Yeah, and I want to see like what the depth of their map pool is looking like. This is the kind of series I think there's, you know, we really need to see them just look dominant against 100 Thieves that's known to be really streaky, right? Catch them on a bit of a downswing.
Yeah.
I don't think this team can rely on LZ going crazy, right? That is unprecedented stuff. We saw it with remarkable consistency over their last series, but they need more than just that.
Yeah, they definitely do. Man, it is going to be very, very interesting when this all unfolds in just a little bit here. But a couple weeks ago, we actually saw LZ, unfortunately, make a little bit of a boo-boo in Garage that cost 2G a win against EG. That'll cost you. But the mistake seems to have awakened something in the beast, because it seems like we're getting, like you had mentioned, right? LZ was really carrying a lot of that weight when they last played. Yeah. But really, is that something we should be expecting all the time?
Look at this, man.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's just playing.
He sees the trip.
Playing with
he sees the tripwire, right? What's the TP? He TP's past it and walks into the trap.
Yeah, I mean that
he was playing with his food, and then his food played with him.
A tragic lowlight, but it did actually activate him.
Yeah.
Immediately the next series starts IGLing for the team and starts going crazy, man. Especially on the pistol rounds, even against Crew in that loss. The majority of the pistol rounds in the series were won by 2G, and LZ far and away had the most kills in the pistol rounds, just one taps with the Ghost over and over and over. He's crazy in those important rounds. So you have to be looking to him to continue to be at that level of play. Hard to imagine they can beat 100 Thieves without it. So far, no reason to doubt him.
Apparently he's like Goku. The harder he gets hit, the stronger he gets. That was might have been Ultra Instinct, so I don't know what other levels we've got available to us.
We'll see. Actually, LZ did have an opportunity to catch up with Game Arena to get his thoughts on everything that has transpired here, and he had basically said that felt like he was having a bad day. Nothing that he could do was going right, which we have heard players talk about that before. And he said that even though he wasn't in the IGL position, it was just a bad day. Went to IGL to kind of change things up and give them a little bit of a boost of adrenaline, and it seems like that has paid off.
It's somewhat. Fine. We like to editorialize a little bit. When we see like a moment like that, we kind of turn it into something that's really big. And I don't blame LZ for saying ordinarily, like I'm at this level. The truth is though, the team hadn't been at that level, right?
That's
so
true.
He is really leading the way, and I'm happy for him to consider that just an off day, because if this performance is going to be his everyday, then this team could have a real shot at playoffs.
Yeah, and this would be scary too if LZ Wyatt is hitting like this. But the thing is, though, is that was this a matter of him finding great openings, good timings, good opportunities, and out aiming people? Or was it really just, you know, kind of like luck of the draw? Hey, this fight worked out. These ones worked out in his favor. What did you extract from that?
To some extent, a little bit of both. I think that after that last roster move that had been made, where they bring in PXS, the very next game, you could see, a change in their demeanor where they were playing far more loose. They were taking timings. They were taking duels that are higher risk but higher reward, and beginning to win more of those out. And then you could see the confidence begin to flow from there for a team that had no confidence up until that point. And I want to see them continue to play with that. And as a team, really up the decisiveness. Just keep getting aggro, playing with that confidence, and they've got a shot.
Yeah, they definitely do. Well, we did get an opportunity to catch up with LZ about the transition to the role, and he says a lot of the success is due to their new player, PXS. Check it out.
Cara, a entrada do PXS me ajudou bastante nessa mudança como GL. Eu acho que ele me ajuda muito durante o jogo e ele fala bastante, fala o que ele pensa, não se acanhou, chegando então um período de tempo bem curto, né, de que a gente teve de treino, e fala tudo o que ele pensa sobre o jogo e tal. Eu sinto que facilita muito essa mudança minha como GL, me agrega bastante e eu consigo fazer mais tranquilamente a função.
Now, before we get into today's first match, we're going to take a look at some of your spicy takes and play a game called Let Me Take That. And look, we're going to be presented with a hot take from the viewers, and at any time, one of us will say, let me take that. And then they got to run with it. But the key is they got to grab the talking mic of doom. I don't know. I just made it up. All right, here's
talk of doom.
All right, here's the first one. What do we have? Let's see this. I'm sure it's going to be a completely leveled and normal take here. LEV will be like EG 2023. Who's taking it?
Oh, I'll take it. I will absolutely take that. It'll be like EG 2023. First of all, they have 2 players from EG 2023 when they run on the run. So you're already halfway there. Okay. Aside from that, I like what I'm hearing from Rossi. He's taking control. He's going to be the leader, and he's going to be the fall guy. Also, you know what's great about this roster that's worked against them? They have so many players who can play so many different roles so well. Where do we even put these guys? But when they eventually figure it out, when all things are working, and you can see Demon 1, he's getting better and better on the controller. They are going to, by the end of the year, be good enough to win champions. I genuinely believe that, or I'm doing it for the segment. One or the other.
You have to guess which it is. All right, let's see. What's the next one? That was well done. All right, MIBR is just honeymooning. They're not qualifying to Toronto. Ooh.
Do I have to take this and agree with it?
You can if you want.
I don't agree with that.
No, you got to agree with it. Agree with it. Agree with the hot take.
Yeah, look, Kurosea, incredible looking young player, but honestly, it's all hype right now. And when he realizes where he is, he's going to open his eyes and see himself in the right games arena. He's going to be like, this isn't my bedroom. What is going on? Icebox is going to realize, wait a minute, these guys aren't spending enough time prostrating themselves before me, bowing down and apologizing for every single lost round. And now I'm going to extract my retribution by laying back in my chair, taking my hand off my mouse, and making them do the work for me.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. Next one. Let's go. Let's get another one in here real fast. Let's see here. The true final boss is Jogamo, not Aspas. I mean,
what, do I take that?
Sure.
You're not participating? I mean,
I don't feel like it.
Look at his liking stance, by the way. Look at his stance.
Easy.
Easy.
MVP of 2 different finals, in my honest opinion. One Champs was the standout player in the finals at Bangkok this year, is clearly the best duelist right now in America. So you can't debate that. The numbers don't lie. The eye test doesn't lie. Nothing lies. He is easily the best duelist right now. Do you see Aspas playing Yoru? I don't see it. He's not on that level. He can't do what Jaw does. He doesn't have those mechanics.
He can't hang, dog.
Sorry,
is that what you're saying?
number 1 and number 2. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, snap. All right, well, there you have it. Let me take that. That actually worked out quite well. Wish we had a little bit more time. But here are the predictions this week. Riv!
He's doing the thing, everybody.
Everyone, he's doing the thing.
For Riveted Bislin the third.
No, I mean, yes, None of this shocks me.
Honestly, like at this point, he's so far behind him. Prince, he's going to throw out one of those and try and get ahead. I respect it, honestly. I respect it.
Yeah.
It is possible, but 100 Thieves had to boom crazily. They had to boom out crazily.
That is the most important thing. We'll see how this works out. 7 spots still open up for grabs for playoff. Who is going to make the cut? Who is going to fly? Who is going to flounder? VCT Americas starts right now.
A gente está com a expectativa muito alta para o jogo contra 100 Thieves. Eu sinto que a gente teve uma evolução muito boa durante os treinos dessa semana e vem com a expectativa lá em cima para buscar essa vitória.
Right now we're just at an all-time high in confidence, to be honest, so hoping to keep up this momentum. I'll leave the trash talking to Boostio.
Back to the side here with a Salvo's drop down. Might be set up for a nice and awkward fight indeed. Cryo. Another pivot in the way.
What does 100 Thieves do? They'll just spray them all down, I guess.
Okay.
So over the past few games, I think the key lesson is playing with each other and just overall having good teamwork. I think that's how we got to our peak form on Stage 1 last year.
Acho que a maior qualidade hoje é a confiança. Eu sinto que a gente tem muita confiança no nosso trabalho e a gente tá feliz jogando, vivendo nosso sonho aqui em outro país. Então é difícil, tá longe da família e tal, mas a gente se mostra feliz o tempo todo.
Opa, batida mais, LZ passou pro Vinho! LZ tá brilhando muito, hein? E o Marino vai caçar ele, LZ mais uma vez!
A gente entra leve nos jogos e sempre mostrando a alegria que a gente tá, de estar vivendo esse momento.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to the stage, 2-game esports and 100 Thieves! Crowd coming out to support 100 Thieves here, but 2G has an opportunity to do something big and get this win, fellas. That would be monumental for this team, given how the season has started off for them.
Listen, it's a big deal to take a map off of Crew. They are, right now, the dominant force in that group, but the rest of the series for 2G was not convincing. I want to see that performance over more than a single map in a best of 3. And this is where it has to happen. Playoffs on the line. They've got to be winning this game. 100 Thieves as well. They can numerically put themselves in that situation. But both teams need to bring their best. And I know it's early on in the stage, but it'll be too late soon enough for that playoff qualification.
And on the opposite side for 100 Thieves, I think all year so far, it's been ups and downs, it's been question marks. At no point, I don't think anyone has felt convinced of them being a lock-in top team. But this would be a great step in the right direction, getting their spot in playoffs certified. Right now, we've seen that they have the capability to go on a hot streak and tear apart the entire scene. They did it in Stage 1 last year. This can get them one step closer to another playoff run if they get this win today against 2G, who they certainly feel like they are the favorite against.
Well, I was going to say, that's a big one for them, right? They're coming into this with a 2G that is finding a little bit of a reinvigoration, toward the middle part of the season here. But at the same time, if you're a 100 Thieves fan, you got to feel pretty confident about the team coming into this one. You got the talent. You have the capabilities of each and every one of those players, undoubtedly. But here's your breakdown. We got Ascent, Icebox, and then Split if necessary. So 2G is going to go straight to Ascent, kind of looking to rekindle that again.
And fair enough. We have not seen this map from 100 Thieves yet this year. And again, those jet maps quite often provoke a change in their lineup. We often see Ascent in the past on the KO.
Yeah.
That's where Cryo steps up. Honestly, we've got a number of maps where Cryo could just play jet. We've got Ascent into Icebox here, and if that's someone we're looking at to really push this team forward, then great. I want to see Xander really assert himself in this structure, especially in that second map, but even over here. I want to see him lock down those sites on that defense side. I want to see him be the impact player that he was promised to be when they brought him into this team. He's got big shoes to fill. Don't forget who he replaced on this 100 Thieves roster.
I was super impressed by 2G on their Ascent defense in particular. They were choosing excellent timings for proactivity. I think LZ's calling was really fantastic in that regard. Always understanding when him and another player could double up, take space on an extremity, cut off a split push by gaining control of A main or B main. Had a really good read on the tempo of the map. And it does feel that Ascent has to be a must-win for 2G in this series.
Now, well, here come your age Vengeance, and we are going to see that, you know, the Tejo get locked into the Vice as well, going to be in the play, and let's not forget the KO always being an impact player on Ascent.
There's some really nasty Vice walls you can actually put up on the B side, close to B main, that trap people if they want to send the jet in and the rest of the team wants to flood behind them. You can get caught out. Here, 100 Thieves, though, something a little bit more classic. I like that Yoru inclusion here. So they are not going for Jet for Cryo, but he's still in a position to make impact. Look at the middle of the map. It's about getting that mid control on the attack side and flooding through market, having you split on towards that B side.
Yeah, who better to do that than a guy who could just go into another dimension and pop up on the other side, give him a little bit of info, you know? It's going to be fascinating whether or not we see 100 Thieves hold this one down, or if we see 2G manage to pick up a massive, massive win here. I believe we're going to be waiting just for a little bit longer, and then we're going to get ready to send it over to the casters. But once we do, fellas, I mean, I think that 2G have such an opening, such an opportunity here. They can do it.
There's no KO here for 100 Thieves in their composition, right? It's going to be Sova Tejo, which is interesting, right? Quite often we see that 0 point thrown off route to get a bit of early information, and then not a lot of teams, not every team is still trying to use KJ on this particular map. But she's got some slight buffs lately that have made it more viable, especially with that lockdown.
We're seeing some good ideas across the board from both teams, but let's go ahead and get the show on the road, shall we? And send it over to your casters for this one. They actually just rode in on penny farthings, and boy, are their legs tired. It's Brennan Sideshow.
I don't know who Penny is, but I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for him. They had to carry us on their back.
Yeah.
Listen, this week in general, of course, welcome to the show as well, and welcome to the cast here for 2G versus 100 Thieves. Now, you could go through every single match in Americas this week, honestly, and if you were to put like a favorite on it, you could probably quite easily decide who the favorite should be in these matches. They should be potentially one-sided, but it's always these weeks that you got to watch out for, because listen, the results are never what we expect. They're never what we expect.
There's always at least an upset that creeps in here or there, and this absolutely could be it. 100 Thieves, they're always perma-banning Lotus, and 2G, they have an opportunity now to head into Ascent, which they beat Crew on.
And it's time for the Samson match start. Load up fast for the Samson SSDs. And you're exactly right, Josh. Taking a look at our pistol round here for Ascent. It's a map that 2G look best at.
And I do want to point out that this is the first time Ascent has played Tejo, as far as I'm aware. So this is really quite different, going for the mid pistol that we've seen a lot of teams go for. A bit of a delayed timing. 15 seconds in, looking for that fight in mid, hoping to have baited some of the 2G players closer. But instead, they're trying to find that timing past Ascent's drone in B main.
And slow and steady. Flash off onto the corner. A connection to Ascent, just baiting a little bit, jiggling, gets the info. Deep knife against it though. It's going to be tagging and suppressing her up. Flashes through into the smokes. They're getting bodies now into the fray, into the fight here. Up through stairs. Going to be certain and trying to clear up this guy. Ascent eventually. A little bit messy in the end. Still going 1-for-1 as Askia was taken out in the midst of all of this one. Now 4 players locked up onto the side here for 2G. Yes, you got the plant down. No control of B main though.
They still have Paranoia. They still have Salvos. There are plenty of tools here for 2G's post plan.
It's all about how they choose to use them. 100 Thieves gearing themselves up. Having to clear most of the way here. They're worried about B mains to a degree, but starting to take a few pot shots now and clearing its way through. Firing forward to the Paranoia. It's a turret propped up, trying to take that point. LZ just 10 HP, and no one watching for him. Slightest of angles to play off, and working off one another. 2G take our opener.
Gabera not even having to use the salvos in the end there. 2G just play off each other. Very aware of where 100 Thieves were going to be swinging through. You saw LZ pre-aiming it. Knew where both of those 100 Thieves players were going to be on the repush. I think 100 Thieves composition, the desk were talking about it a little bit, it lacks the KO, so you're lacking stopping power against fast A execs, or really fast execs anywhere on the map, but the KO would usually be playing A. And so a lot of the stress is going to come onto people like Ascent to be using the stun, use the salvos at the right times to shut down these attacking timings, because you cannot allow an attack side team to get snowballing on this map. It's such a defense-sided map if you play it properly. And so even just winning the pistol here is a massive beginning to 2G. And they did win both of the pistols against Crew to win a very decisive map in that series.
Diligent showcase. It's a very jutting smoke, so Boostier's got a bit of coverage here, and he's taking a peek and a gander. It's instantly traded off here, but there's potentially danger circling around these 2G players. Now the salvo's just barely missing here. Cautiously just trying to step themselves into the site. Finally a bit of clearance down into hell, and out through heaven. That's 100 Thieves trying to flood their way through. Any attempt to follow up onto the damage there, but navigated well, 3 players surviving.
Not the heaviest buy in the world, and a little bit of damage done, but still plenty to go in here with a nice bonus round. Now, one of the things that that 2G was doing really well, I think, on their attack side against Crew, when we previously saw them on Ascent, was being really decisive in these kind of first 40 seconds of a round where you find a timing and you send it. A lot of that was focused on mid, but that just happened to be because of the compositions being played. Here, you see them all grouped up towards B main, maybe identifying that this is a potential weakness.
Now close, that's a catch onto Boostio. Setup's going down. Does it cause a speed up from 2G though? Doesn't look likely. Just walking. Not wanting to give too much away, forcing out the drone on top of it, but that's a flash and the salvo's up towards the corner. Deep dash as well. In through the smoke, that's Boostio. Suppressive fire, layering it all the way down with a rifle in hand. He's tearing them to pieces. 2G cut off at the choke there, just from the salvos. Lay it down of Ascent. It's all just support that's being brought in here for Boostio to take over. At this point, 2G. Not too many more chances. Good cleanup and good trade on top of it. Gobera would have to go huge, I think, to try and even stand any sort of chance here. 100 Thieves got the discipline.
They're holding paranoia for him, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got no hope.
It's a high-low, and Yuto's going to be used as soon as he just peeks wide into the corner. Head clean off, so...
Taking a look at the defensive setup there, Boostio almost getting caught. Once he got hit by that KO knife at the beginning, I was worried that 2G were going to immediately accelerate. They actually picked a really awkward timing, started going forwards just as Boostio's util was coming back up. But it's the defensive util from the two initiators that you pointed out. Recon Dart gets Boostio his first kill, and then salvos in the choke point completely isolate Askia and LZ. So they've got to be worried about that stuff. And you see, if 2G go for a fast timing, you're running into those kind of tools, the recon, the salvo, that kind of thing. But also, Cryo's cross-map teleports are supposed to also be a guarantee against fast hit timings, because he can be on B or A within the first 30 seconds. Normally, teams are going to want to play a little bit slower against Yoru compositions. As you see here, about 30 seconds into the round, second gate crash having to be used, and Cryo swaps over his positioning to be playing up here where they've seen most of the commotion in A main.
2G trying to spin a tail at the moment. I know they don't really have bodies in a position to really commit into a site. Very slow. Exiting that minute mark now into round 4.
This gate crash is about to go down as well, and that will leave these B players a little more stranded without help.
That's exactly where the spike's going to be eventually landing. B main control, theirs. It's primed and ready, and 100 Thieves missing the mid-round info. Patient play by 2G might have just set them up quite nicely here. Still got to deal with the setup though. Dash forwards, turret actually going to be broken. A bit of stray spam there. EU's just dropped down to 10 HP, and oh, the Thorns! Slightest bit of chip damage, and Boostio rooted out of his spot.
This time, the two defenders fall on site. Despite the recon, you're right, the spam was just super good. And everybody from 100 Thieves who takes a peek in is getting destroyed.
I mean, they're just dribbling their way into the side here. Silence fully on cleanup duty. Flawless round from 2G.
And what a change of pace.
Play, yeah.
We've been given a lot of props to LZ. He's 1-on-1 at the moment, hasn't quite yet had his chance to come online, but he has, ever since picking up the IGL role, he has really been putting out good individual performances too. But I think the way that they're playing right now is they're not doing anything too crazy, running a bit of a default at the beginning, cutting some noise. They didn't even break the alarm bot in mid, but 100 Thieves had already fallen back into really defensive setups, and as soon as those gate crashes were gone, Boostio and EU little out on an island in B.
It's going to be familiar scenes, I think, from 2G. Still the option to go fast. They have the ults to do it.
This drone is getting used on a very early timing. Basically every round from Asuna. He's going to have to slow that down a little more, I think, because the crucial information is not coming through until, I don't know, 45 seconds on the clock.
EU doesn't even have drone this round, but okay, a bit of a reclear now with the salvos. Too slow off the mark, and LZ still holding up top. Nice and pretty. Flash peek.
And you see Cryo just ping-ponging from one side to the other, trying to figure out where he should be landing. This round, it's only the turret watching information across in mid.
I mean, they have no info, do they? As you said, it's just a turret.
Yeah, so they've got some idea that a B split is not happening right now, but as soon as this gate crash goes down, they're gonna be left out in the open and so open to a null command exec.
It's the slow play. Setting up now for the B split, and yeah, gate crash has faded. Boosty, it's a good time to use the ult. That's gonna put this slow down to a crawl here, and what's the option now for 2G? You don't have A main control. He's seeking to pivot into a different direction. You're just
faking it.
Firing off some util, like you're trying to fake that the A presence is coming through, but now it's go time. Sending it flying forward. Still 2 players to anger. This is EU. Back against the wall, stunned up inside the smoke, and time is ticking. It's really the only win con they've got to work with, but a dash forwards and a flash peeking, facing still. Turrets. At least the Nanoswarm's doing a bit of damage here. 100 Thieves attempting to flood back in. This is all 2G. And a 1v3 for Xander. Almost ISOing the first fight, and there's damage done. Winnable scenario. He'll need a few freebies. Paranoia gliding forwards, sidestep just in time. No player giving up openings here, dropping to just 26 health. Running short on time, running short on options, and Xander's realized it.
This is a disaster for 100 Thieves. Silence is doing an amazing job at keeping people out when they try to flood defend back in. But even in a round like this where they've ripped the lockdown, and they've got a decent idea when the turret goes down what's going on, they just couldn't get bodies into position quickly enough. There's no help for the players on site. EU wasn't even feeling comfortable to use his recon as the players came in. I mean, this is a dysfunctional defense at the moment for 100 Thieves. They need to make some adjustments.
It's a wider problem, I think, as well for 100 Thieves in terms of the tempo they want to play at. They're running 2 characters here, Josh, with drones. You have a stealth drone, you have the Sova drone. You can get mid-round information quite easily with this comp that 100 Thieves are running, but they use most of it at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, they are using it quite early. I think they were probably expecting a bit of a faster tempo from 2G. And 100 Thieves, if you asked Zix and the rest of the squad, what speed would you like to play at? They'd be like, oh, well, I'd love to fight in the first 20 seconds.
The barriers go down.
Yeah,
have you heard of Paper X?
Yeah.
They're doing really well these days.
100 Thieves love taking these kind of brawls, and dragging the pace super slow like this puts them in very uncomfortable situations. And this is already, as I mentioned, a disaster beginning on Ascent. Ascent can be a map where you completely close out an opponent.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it epitomized with Cloud9 playing against Leviat, where they completely shut them out. But depending on your composition, you can have phenomenal defense sides on this map. And 100 Thieves looking like they're going to be going down 5-1 because their eco's shattered. 2G have yet to use some massive ultimates. I thought they were going to rip the null command in the previous round. Didn't even have to. Arguably one of the biggest ults you have on the attack side, and they have yet to use it.
So there needs to be a switch up here from 100 Thieves. Now, in terms of the tempo they're going to be playing at the beginning of the rounds, probably wait until next round to see that here. They're on a half fight. Want to give it a util here for a bit of aggression, potentially, to re-clear through into a main. And that's a flash primed and ready. Salvo to the Roan, so 2G. More of attrition that's taking place, really, but...
If they had, like, flash and salvos here to try to re-clear through A main, maybe they'd be able to generate a pick out of that. But by using them at the start of the rounds, they're just kind of allowing 2G to slowly take map control. And 100 Thieves run out of tools to be able to work with them. Here's the drone used, 110 on the clock. Body block it, don't let it in!
Oh, as I spotted a corner. He was attempting to body block it, didn't want to reveal Xander's position. Spotted out though. This is a 4-player stack of 100 Thieves. Definite chances. 2G creeping up forwards here. The knife underhanded with the flash. Quick hop through. No one clearing this one into the corner. And Ascent, he bites back and bites back hard. Eventually it's going to be like clearer, but 100 Thieves have arrived in time. Askia. It's a lone warrior now, left to stand onto the side here. He knows exactly where the 2 players are. 34 seconds left, and he needs some clean kills. 100 Thieves delivering it. Rattling off the bullets.
Could be the round to get them back into the game. They needed something big. And this time, it was all about getting the gamble stack in the right place. And also 2G hitting on a slightly faster timing. But they managed to get 4 players stacked over towards A. Gambling that A main control this time was going to be for real. And it paid off. When you are playing against a slower team, you can afford to make more of these gambles. Because if you stack A for like 20 seconds and then start spreading back out again, they're not going to run a fast hit somewhere else on the map. And Cryo picks up the operator. This could be a game changer for 100 Thieves. He has been utterly phenomenal in their most recent series and across stage 1. He's been a nightmare, a phenom.
Deep knife at the beginning. A bit more delayed in terms of stealth drone. Bit of presence into B main now, shown by 2G, and they do have this null command, and here it is. Emanating out. This one's going to be shutting down most of the setup, but Cryo is here. Dropping PXS down to his knees. Askia slowly, diligent, just trying to clear out most of the way here, and it's a bit awkward in terms of the timing, yet still gets the job done. Cryo now. Dimensional drift out and wide. Needs some supportive help here, and he spots out 2 of the players. He's got the operator in his hand. He's going to try and hold them all the way back. And just not adjusting, not anticipating. It could be punched up onto that position. Same could be said for LZ. Bullet to the back of the brain. It's EU now versus the world in a 1v2. Spike planted down. Midst of all this chaos, drone up and over towards the top. It's a tag off in through the back of the site. No reveal, no tag. 8 bullets left. Try and make a play to work with. Waiting off this flash timing, he knows the rough positioning with the salvo in the barrel, betrays it. And look at this, anticipation reload has to be committed. And a shot just not quite landing for EU. Down to the wire, the 2G get their 5th round.
And another brutal one for 100 Thieves to lose. Cryo abandons the operator, unfortunately. Just is not going to have the cash to be able to get it back up online. They picked off PXS at the very start of the round. And then it was like Boostio didn't realize that they'd already gotten in with the jet. I think in the comms maybe, they thought that they'd held them all at the choke point. But Boosty just got completely flanked.
Yeah.
Looked oblivious there in his anchor position. And Cryo got completely stuck in the back of sight as well.
Destroyed.
The details all going wrong. And 2G will happily pick up another.
Little bait and switch. Hunter's Fury's being offloaded. This is a half-by round for 100 Thieves, and they're making a go of this. But it's not coordinated with much else. It's a weird one.
Yeah, very strange.
Bit flustered perhaps from 100 Thieves when you're down this many rounds. Send defense.
They might feel like they need this round, but the buy was just not good enough to support using an ultimate at the start of the round like that.
And the gamble stack.
It's not paid off this time, has it? On the previous Thrifty, they managed to put their players in the right positions, but this time, EU just hoping that they've run away from the Hunter's Fury. It's not the case.
Go ahead.
Silver linings.
Yeah.
You got the Tejo ultimate out, but they're grasping at straws here. 2G looking like they're set up pretty to get to 6 on the attack side of Ascent.
Spike.
It's a spike layer down here. 100 Thieves gathering up.
Going out.
He missed it ever so slightly. He's hoping for a bit of a shortcut. Up into heaven, it's going to be pre-aimed, pre-fired. All grouped up though. 100 Thieves will look to do some damage. Money is low for a few of the 2G players, so it could pay dividends. Still, Paranoia is perfect. Just sweeping up top here. Cryo out for the door angle. Jutting smoke, but enough guns, enough watchful eyes on top of it. And everybody dismissed from 100 Thieves. 6-2 now for 2G.
You wouldn't believe this is the same team that you saw at Kickoff. And admittedly, it's not 100% the same team.
No,
they have made roster changes. But the core of this squad, when they came up to play in Kickoff, they looked like they didn't believe in themselves at all.
No, they didn't. Zero confidence.
The 2G team, they did have zero confidence. They looked like one of the worst teams that we had across all of the leagues. Just because they didn't have the confidence to be able to take fights, to challenge people. And now here they are, slinging it against teams that are looking, what was it, 92% chance of making playoffs or something? 100 Thieves has at this point?
Yeah.
That was...
Sitting at 2-1 overall with the standings. It's the percentage is high. Listen, don't ask me about the numbers.
But 2G, with a great lead against them and all the chances in the world here of taking Ascent, they forced the second tag timeout out of 100 Thieves.
Yep. Granted as well. Had a pinch of salt, I think, towards it. I mean, for 2G, Ascent is probably the map that they've looked the best at, I would argue.
Yeah.
In terms of how proactive they are, they definitely showed up versus Crew. The Des was kind of alluding to that point here. It's just about keeping it going. And for 100 Thieves, the one thing that they have proved, give you a little bit of hope, honestly, is resilience. They definitely showcased that.
Yeah, when they played against Loud, it was like some switch activated
At
halfway
the
through the series.
point of Icebox.
Yeah. And we've got Icebox as our second map again today. It could all play out exactly the same. Just takes These players waking up, realizing that they need to be a bit more proactive. And I think you could say the same here on their defense. They need to be chilling out a bit in the first 30 seconds of the round, realizing 2G are not going to be going for these fast hits. And then a bit more proactivity to take space and information once you get to about the minute mark on the clock.
Where is Cryo holding with his op? He is all the way far back mid. Stalptron's still going to be leading up forwards, but...
He's just trying to get the maximum duration out of his gate crash.
Right. Slowing it down at the beginning of the rounds like we were discussing.
So now this gate crash will expire about a minute on the clock. Quite an early drone again from Ascent, but this time it does spot somebody. LZ taking a bit of an earlier aggressive timing compared to previously. But 100 Thieves have a bit of A-main information. Xander was jiggle peeking this behind a one-way.
Still guarded though. It's going to be overlapping, forcing his players back out towards the side boost. You need some help. That's going to be a full committal and a stick of it. And well, just running out. Cryo running all the way back in. Reinforcements arriving here for 100 Thieves, shoring up that defense and calling for a pause by 2G. Spike is out in the open. LZ has his ult.
And a free kill here on EU.
And yeah, it's EU's just missed that timing. Look at the rest of the side, just trying to clear this one. 100 Thieves, not ready yet. Fully committing with all their players. Do they realize that LZ has his ult?
30 seconds
I'm
left.
surprised neither team seems to really realize it.
You could make a move into a different direction with 25 seconds left, but they pick it up and forcing the issue. A bit of spam into the corner. I mean, this is Cryo just taken out all the way. Timing to be taken. Assassin, bit of a backstab here. The double face in the end. Listen, not the best way to play it in the world. If you are 2G, you had many options there.
Gets the job done, I suppose. They might have been assuming that 100 Thieves were already one step ahead and layering out the defense.
Sure.
Frankly, though, if you've got a problem with 2G, it would be what on earth was going on in their follow-up from the Vice ultimate. They ran this one forwards. Nobody's breaking the recon darts, by the way. They are getting absolutely boomed by the recon darts. But Askia's got to land that kill. Cryo's running back in with an op in hand. They have Boostio dead to rights if they accelerated. He was getting support from Xander. But all right, round 10. A chance for 100 Thieves, maybe, to even this one up at the half.
Overlapping it with a knife there. On top of the drone.
It's a good op sight line. It's right where Aski is about to peek.
Nice and passive, and if you're going to be walking, if you're going to be contacting, flash, peek, dodge to the side. Timing not missed, that's Cryo.
Spike down mid.
PXS taken straight out of the picture. All of mid-control still gained here for 2G, and they want to potentially go walkabouts.
If Xander makes a footstep, LZ might choose the timing to strike.
And that's the narrowest of angles. Good to see a replay of that one. Xander looked like he had barely a pixel to work with.
And so now you're looking to try to move away from Cryo, but he's already repositioned. Hey, heaven.
Xander's seen it all, really. Force forwards, near-sighted, straight bullets, and here's a follow-up off from the side. Ascent, it doesn't matter if you've got the weaker weaponry here. This is good for 100 Thieves. Spike drop down, out into the open, all contained.
And that's the round that 100 Thieves were looking for last time they put an op in Cryo's hands. That's how their defensive rotations are supposed to work. They just haven't been able to get a read on it previously. But now, starting to ease into a little bit of a rhythm. And 2G forced to take a tactical timeout here. That is a nasty little angle.
That's a hard shot to hit. LAN only. Good luck doing that online.
2G, eco round. You could argue the damage has already been done in this half. Their defense was immaculate against Crew. But that was, remember, with Crew running a double Sentinel attack side.
Yeah.
Which I think is more difficult to pull off than what 100 Thieves have got going for them on the attack. If somebody like Cryo can have, you know, a heater of a half, it is possible to bring back a 6-6 Ascent map. It's always going to be difficult, though. 100 Thieves have not made this map easy. But they love the difficult road. Feels like every year they love the difficult road. The fans are used to it. It's never an easy ride being a 100 Thieves fan.
It's really not. You got nice, you know, nice merchandise, clothes, maybe.
Sure, yeah.
But trophies, lacking ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's where they've had a bit more of a struggle, haven't they? And every year it feels like it could be a change around. I mean, last year we saw them do spectacularly in Stage 1. And this should be another year where they're looking primed at least to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like you saw earlier, 91.756 recurring, of course. Chance of making it.
Well, here we go. Time ticking down here.
Cutting through.
Big priority with Cryo operator in his hands. Slow and steady still from 2G. There's 2G who are on the weaker bite. Bit of danger potentially with Askia's knives. Finally lets it loose, out into his hands, and Xander's been spotted off to the side here. Paranoia sweeps forwards. It was primed for it inside that cloud burst, and finally the mark has been found. Ascent cleaned up onto the side, but Cryo seeks to oblige. Evens it out and more, going for a quick little peek, and oh my, it's a hard shot to hit when Science doesn't even realize what's going on. But lit up like a Christmas tree. Take your pick, take your timing, Gobera. He's creeping and crawling around to the site, and he's found himself just a little cubby to play in. Survive for now, but against 3 of these 100 Thieves players, not willing to let too much slip at all.
Cryo with support, the artillery from heaven. But it's again EU's dart actually that ends up being super important for them on the defense side. Now, nobody on 2G has got dart breaking in their repertoire.
Listen.
It's a struggle out here. The assist numbers should be absolutely racking up for EU. Every dart is getting a kill. Looks like Cryo might have dropped the operator at the beginning of the round here. Maybe he's hidden it away somewhere, or they're planning to do something quick off rip with an ult.
They're holding it in the hands for now. That's Stealth drone forwards. Oh, not actually now broken. Salvo is primed. Players are going to be evacuating though. 2G are setting their sights over towards the A side, exactly where Boostio is going to be playing.
And this defensive setup looks a bit better from 100 Thieves. They've got an aggressive control over B main, trying to push you into the Killjoy, into the Paranoia. And Cryo going for further information at the minute mark.
Very good. It's going to give a huge read here. Armageddon sweeping through into the back here. Boostio's already stepped forwards and around. Bullets flying forwards, LC, what is that? When lights out, he's trying to carve out a path forwards, and that's a brilliant flash. Good connection, not quite able to follow. Cryo though still holding towards the side. Spring! Them all down. And Precision, bit of a flourish towards the end there for a three-piece himself. Just when he thought 2G were able to find that foothold into the site. It's 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
Trying to lay claim to that 6th round. Spikes down, ult in your back pocket, LZ. You have options. He's going to take them. Full committal now over towards the B site.
He's got to pull off an almighty round here to match what Cryo did. He's the one that got the 2 openers. This would have to be an ace.
TP forwards. Here's a jump spot into market. Already knows where one of the players is. Dart avoided. He's his first kill. Salvos though. That's peace of mind grounded now towards 100 Thieves. Smoke propped up. In through short. 100 Thieves want to take this one, all just tripled up together, finally revealing the hand. LT finds that first one. Just needs to ISO these fights here. Round to the side, and it's good movement. Slightly ajar, getting quirky with it. Ascent delivers that death blow and brings it 6-2-6 for the first half of Ascent.
They're slow starters, this 100 Thieves team, but they have actually got themselves into a bit of a rhythm right now. That round from Cryo was immaculate. He gets himself up to the top of the scoreboard for 100 Thieves. There's the operator that he was leaving for later. Didn't need it. That triple kill on the players that he flashed and locked in the corner at Switch. It did everything for 100 Thieves. And they've made this maybe winnable.
He swings wide. Fucking pig.
6-2-6.
We're just not trying anymore.
No, all good. All good. That's the first half of Ascent, of course. Going to be going to a quick break on the other side of it. Let's find out just how this map ends.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Now, one of the big things I think for 2G, really looking forward to this one, especially for going off the back of their game versus Crew, was how active they were getting on their defense side. Always re-clearing for space, just trying to get, really just active, I think, in terms of understanding what their attacking team is trying to put up here. But for 100 Thieves, the way they've dragged back momentum, honestly, bringing it 6-6 now at the half. All eyes on the pistol round could be very, very important.
Now 2G did win both of these pistols against Crew. So not only did they get off to a good start against the double Sentinel comp, but then they completely clean swept their defense. And this could be a bit of a battle in mid. Boostio heading down with a Sheriff.
3 players waiting to receive here, trying to line it up with the firing line. Askia immediately ahead has been ripped clean off. A couple more might be rolling here into market, side by side, just trying to line it all the way up. You're anticipating a flash to be coming through. Guess what? It's Boostio. Set up to succeed. And this is already racking up the kills. He wants a few more, but denied in the end. Still does that swing from behind, and all anticipated.
That's a necessary pistol for 100 Thieves to get the ball rolling on this half. They've made it difficult for themselves. A 6-6 defense, it's not what you're looking for. But now, getting their feet underneath them and looking like they're very decisive. I'm liking the fact that Boostio is much more happy to take fights. The last couple of weeks, I really feel like it's made a big difference.
Nice! Give me the deagle.
He's getting the aura back.
Yeah, it feels like he is. He was a really heavy fragging IGL player back in like 2022, beginning of, or even the end of 2023. We haven't seen that much from him.
Macro play, Askia just weaves his way in past and finds the timing. Sound was a bit too slow. Yeah, and it's a beautiful pick. Re-clearance called for by 100 Thieves.
Doesn't do damage in terms of the amount of rifles available, because Boostio's coming back over. They'll be able to hoover that up. But you never want to be starting one of these rounds 4v5. It makes it so much more difficult. And they've also now sacrificed all of their map control and information over on A.
It could be dangerous for 100 Thieves. Lucky for them, 2G stacking over towards B. Slow play of 100 Thieves as well. Should be able to sniff out most of the danger.
LZ in a position where he can hear footsteps, hear a main control, but everything's silent for the moment.
Oh, just stepped into it. To find a boosty. Could take, wants to take. Oh, nearsighted. Gonna evacuate away here, but a danger to be played. Still in through into the A site now.
30 seconds
All access granted, and there's a timing to be taken. LZ was thinking about it as the door was closing.
Boostio's making all the noise in the world, but nobody is going to hunt him down. It's only a stinger that he's got as well. Just looking to distract and play the backstab.
It's not going to be given away too much at all. Door's going to be broken at the moment. Notice, flash forwards. Not quite with a connection, and here it is. Takes the timing. Right off of his team's contact. This is a full cleanup. Not quite a cleaner sweeping the borders. Left it down to the 1v1. A BXS pulls it back from the brink.
I was thinking it was getting a bit touch and go there.
You're going to have to break down what happened there, buddy.
I'll tell you what happened.
You're going to have to tell me exactly how that occurred, because
as they got back into the site, they flood through the door, and they hit 2 nice. I mean, they'd already got themselves a player advantage at the start of the round, right? This beautiful shot. But look, Asuna completely left out in the open. And then it's, it's back and forth, but back and forth isn't going to do it when PXS is up in heaven and gets things down to a 1v1, and it's a blinder of a headshot with a classic.
What is that?
Tragic scenes for 100 Thieves. That's what that is.
I'm seeing Boostio on the backstab there. I'm thinking there's no way they lose this.
He was slightly too late, but I don't think you could blame Boostio for that.
No.
They just weren't ready for the door to open.
Well, 2G being gifted an in straight back after losing that pistol round.
How things can turn.
Yeah.
It was looking like 100 Thieves would be able to get themselves into a winnable position, but now all of the economy is going to be favoring 2G. They've got a bit of a freebie round here. Askia
going all over the place.
He's on a nice angle.
Yeah.
The more kills he gets, the more he'll be building up to an operator, and then the defense really gets online.
Pretty big indicator as well, Askia. Go for another peek here, and now the Swarm just about missing in jump spot. going to be saving you, not through the wall there. Salvo's out through and wide. Aski overstaying is welcome, and Silence has been dropped in through the midst of it. 2 stray bullets just quite missing. Gabera, Salvo's primed and let loose. Now he needs a bit of help, and back up Asuna tried to take a timing past it. That's a spike drop down onto lane. Paranoia sweeping forwards. It's Cryo, he's trying to hunt for the tracers to find a path through the dark, but leaves it down to EU. Hell of a mess to try and make something out of here for 2G though. Relatively clean, 3 players survive.
There are moments in these rounds where if 100 Thieves made a slightly different decision, things would get really difficult for 2G. In a spot like that, Gobera is just alone on the site. If the rest of 100 Thieves had decided to swarm forwards, maybe they could have done something. Boostio, though, with his death, gets a lockdown online. Is there a play that can be made around this? If they can take B main control, then of course. But it's Askia looking to try to take an early duel who will be challenging them for this space.
Drone in his face though. Silence just trying to spam this one down to not reveal the hand, but position already gained and granted 100 Thieves! Eager to take that fight. That was a flash off the back of that one, and now we see it locked down. Already going to be committed. Evacuation call for 2G. Playing this one on the outskirts. Big crash. Flying forward, salvos. It's beautiful. A little bit of util. Extra spam would have gone a long way, but Askia's still alive for now. And here comes the attempt by 2G, trying to flood their way back in here. Now with that B main control, it's a bit of a problem. 100 Thieves have got this one in lock and key, and finally delivering with a bit of lead. Crossfire setup. Exchange from them, still with a massive player advantage. 2G just finding it really difficult to get past this first line of scrimmage. Finally stepping past and over, but all contained in the end. Trades barely going the way of 100 Thieves.
But importantly, this time they do go 100 Thieves' way. Boostio, with only about 9 HP, was able to throw that lockdown in, and it got them all the space they needed over towards the B side. I love the way that they play triple B main and then swing back through the smoke, not just allowing themselves to get caught out in that position. They actually go and aggro, take the fight. Those are the kind of team fights, the brawls that 100 Thieves love. But this round, Eco is very much on the line. They're going for it again.
Yeah, Dimensional Drift though, this is going to be carving out an immediate path in through B main. Spotting it out there with the wall off to the side, and Dimensional Drift in through the back. Salvos as well, pushing Silence forwards. It's been lit up here. LZ, what? TP'd all the way behind them. What? Cryo's been taken out in the midst of it.
How has Cryo gone down in the midst of all of that? He triggered the wall and stopped his own team from being able to get in, and then just hand delivers them the spike in the back of B.
Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. And now, it's a vice grip that 2G have applied to them. There's no exit avenues. Sites locked down, spawn locked down, LZ. Not going to be regrouping and rejoining, but
the whole goal here for 100 Thieves is to try to put enough pressure onto Askia and Silence that somebody else slips up.
Xander does have the ult as well. Could pick up the ult if they decide to make their moves, but they want to try and carve out a path and win out this fight on through B. Salvos wait for the timing onto all of it. 2G just winning it out, man. To B that's filled up. All in the name of 2G. Pretty picture indeed that they are painting. And for EU again, he's left as the last one. Alive and alone. No chance for him here. Money running so damn short that honestly incentivizes to hold on to this gun if he can. What a weird round from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, what's going through their heads there? I mean, are they assuming that that 2G are going to be playing fully off-site? Just assuming they're going to be playing retake B and so they'll get a free plan? I really don't know. We'll have to watch that back from Cryo's POV. But he hand-delivered them that.
Yeah.
Like he was training for his new job as a waiter. He was like, Meals on Wheels.
And you're not even getting to save that gun. That's a rough one.
Because he used his clone to bait out the wall at B main. And that actually stopped the rest of his team from being able to come in.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
That is brutal. I think even if he kills Silence in that POV, which it's a sick kill from Silence, does he not just go down to Askia anyway? He had a gate crash. Weird one. That's a brutal round.
Spike left in spawn here for 100 Thieves onto the weaker buy.
It's safer there.
It definitely is. Bit of re-clearance here from 2G. Regaining control of A main. Spider stun held at the ready. Vera, stealth drone forwards, flying along with the gate crash here. It's going to be quite a lot of util, potentially to overload them. Fake TP. And 2G left wondering what the hell is going on.
And now
this spot.
Gobera clears all of this back out with the drone though, and that's going to allow Askia to start rotating around and make sure that Silence is not alone.
Yeah, up for mid here, they've left a massive gap. 2G lucky to not being punished for this one here, but maneuvering their way all the way around. Here's the backup. Askia up and over with the knives in hand. And what options are available for you if you are 100 Thieves? Gonna try and punch a hole through the wall up through mid. No, back to Cat is the call. LZ though, stalwart defender. And the lone soldier at that is going to try and do the most from this spot. Finds himself 2. Hands over the rifle for the moment. 2v3 though, and Gobera already ready and waiting. Open arms.
Next round, 100 Thieves are going to have rifles back. Round 18. The gap, pretty close still. 100 Thieves are making this one competitive, but they need to win this round if there's a chance of getting back into the game. And they're up against a Taeho ultimate, which I think is going to be really difficult to navigate. Asuna might be able to play for his own. They can play for one of these ult orbs. But at any point when there's a Taeho ult online, you just got to be so worried about taking spots like A main, right? You walk into A main, you get ready for an exec, and suddenly you're getting ulted.
Waiting it out. A lot of util being used. He's finally stepping past this here, finding a way to get through this one way.
Shadows traveling.
Very going to be hearing this. Salvo's forcing out the TP.
Yeah, it's only the Yeoman and the Yoru that are willing to take that space because they both have the teleports to be able to get out.
Paranoia's already gliding forwards with the Armageddon on top of it. As the crash to try and get the hell out of there. Hunter's Fury. Asuna has to step forwards and up through mid. Askia going to be disappearing. Who's going to be winning the better moment of this one? That's PXS just offloading the Ultimate to try and stay alive, but I don't think there's any chance of this guy getting a res in sight. 100 Thieves at a jump spot. Looking to apply a bit of a punish, I think, if they hear that sound cue. And
there's no way.
Oh, it's bait on the end of the stick. Gobera's going to be trying to go for it. It's through the box, though. Could get spammed. Lifted straight up. That's the Salvo's waiting for it. That was the timing that 100 Thieves were seeking to take. And PXS is gone down. Once more. Racking up the deaths, adding it to the tally.
Here comes Boostio. He's got to be the difference maker.
Oh, to the side, he's not even anticipating it. He's looking in a completely different direction. And Silence, so quick to punish.
Drone is down.
Snaps to the heads. 2 left to stand. 100 Thieves. It's EU and Asuna. Steel Garden. Why not? Layer it down on top. 17 seconds left. EU had to play out a line of sight for this, and you're committing the old time again. There's 11 seconds left for maybe, potentially a chance. Askia right from the side, right from behind. And it leaves it into that 1v1. Asuna, just a peek, just a shoulder. Askia's looking for it, hunting for it. Weaving in and out. Time to be played. And shots fired. It's lead raining down. Asuna winning it out for his team in a 4-piece.
Head scratches when he unloads the ultimate, but he saw the vision. And Askia just drew an outline around Asuna there in the 1v1. Bullets flying over the shoulder, through the legs. Remember that it was Asuna who managed to dodge the Taeho ult at the very beginning of the round too, and then unloads his own to swing with a classic up towards Jenny. He might have saved 100 Thieves there.
I got you guys, I got you, I got you.
It's a critical round.
Oh, Askia, he's going for it.
Yeah, and he hits that drone. Potentially takes the timing with the dash active.
This would be a crazy play to go for at 10-9. At least he waited for a flash there from PXS. So he waited until he had a little bit more support. Wasn't as mad. It's a strange buy here too.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
Silence is forced. The rest have about 1,000 in the pocket, but LZ with only a sheriff to work with.
Askia about to be tested, I think. Minute mark down. Lineups for every occasion. Who's just going to be flying forwards here with the salvos as well. It's going to be paving. Potential path fake. With the game crash, Askia around to the side here. Cloud burst. Why not? Chance to go for another peek here. Plenty of bodies, but Bullet's going to be rattling straight back at him. Bit of a handshake forward, and he's lucky to be alive at 21 health. Regen shield finally kicking in. Stacking these bodies up. TP's in a way, but broken in time, and it's 30 seconds left. 100 Thieves. What options do you have?
Where are you going?
No B main control, no mid control. This is a mad dash and a scurry, an attempt to pivot into a different direction.
Where though?
And 2G.
Where can you go?
I don't even know, man. There's 18 seconds left. You've got to get a full run on. Knives out almost into this spot, and guess what? Reinforcements shoring up the defense. This is 2G ready for it. Dark barely broken, almost through the wall here. There's 8 seconds left, and kills players dropping in all. They have to hard commit this, they have to hard stick it, and they're gonna plant out in the end. EU. It's a 1v3. 2 players locked into the site, 8 bullets left. All or nothing for him right now. Might be able to catch this angle here with a barrel pointed out. He's just spotted the one player, but doesn't expect Gobera to be off at that angle. 11th round now for 2G.
And what a mad scramble that was for 100 Thieves. Realizing that there was a stack on A that they wouldn't be able to re-hit into. But no time on the clock. Askia's operator was beautifully woven in throughout those peaks. Using the paranoia to kind of fill the gap afterwards. And putting Boostio's IGLing in such a difficult spot. That should have been the round, I think, that breaks the back of 100 Thieves. They would have to pull something incredible out here to win either on a Thrifty or the final 3 rounds. All in a row.
Yeah. No ults to work with on top of it. And the war chest running dry for 100 Thieves. Maybe could do some damage in this round, but 2G would be up to 12 if they end up losing it. Could string together a few ults if you really plan it out correctly. Online. Boostio's going to get his ult off the back of this one.
100 Thieves are very diligent about using recon and salvos to clear out wine, and then as soon as LZ puts down that smoke, he could just walk into wine again. We've seen a lot of this kind of stuff where 100 Thieves use quite a bit of utility and don't achieve too much.
Oh, up to peak, they hear it jumping around, I think. Footsteps indicating quite a lot into this spot. Free-fired attempted for the drone onto the corner. They've got to try and break this one. Suppression would be a big problem. And even an ult being committed here. 100 Thieves feeling that desperation. Earned up prior. Dash going to be fading. Everyone has to play out and wide. Salvo's going to be delayed on top of it. And that is the cherry on top, but EU very much alone onto the site, getting this plant down, the wall cutting them out.
This is the same round they ran last time they had lockdown. Just put one person B main. Sorry, one person on site, the rest B main, and then fight through.
Smoke's propped up. It's Boostio holding down towards B main. EU. Waiting for the contact to be caught here, and that's a Hunter's Fury. As soon as that attempt to flood straight back in, it's a good call to make. Cryo is delivering death blows.
Just when you think they're out, Cryo comes up with a big round. A Thrifty from nowhere. Utilizing that lockdown, same as they did before. When they have an ult to get into a site, this 100 Thieves team can generate win conditions. Oh! With this guy in your back pocket, 22 and 16.
That's a filthy 4-piece.
The game is right back to being winnable for
11
100 Thieves.
11. Like you said, Josh, right back to being winnable. The money taking a tumble. That's a flash peak. Aggro play being called for by 2G, but it doesn't catch on to absolutely anyone. TP4 is off to the side. LZ, you're lucky. You got out of there scot-free.
There's that smoke again that kind of makes what Ascent is doing with his salvos less useful. There's a fight potentially on the other side. Oh, there we go. So utilizing a drone again to make sure that LZ can't sneak into wine. And there's a very pushed up bait and switch setup in B main. And this looks like 100 Thieves want to tackle it.
Bucky in hand.
Yeah, Askia's going to pull contact first. At least that's the game plan. And then Gobera's there to hit you with the left click buckshot. Could easily get 1 or 2 from this.
Yeah, that 1-2 combo. Risk to be taken, of course. Dimensional Drifter is going to navigate all of that. And Gobera realizes it. He's going to take a peek nice and early. Flash in your face. No escaping it. Tries to evacuate straight towards the back of the site. TP in through in as well. LZ, high committed, but has to run forward. That's a salvo! He's got a bloody util out in his hands. Lighting him up though. Off to the side. That's Cryo on to the cleanup. And rifle in hand, swiftly dismissing them all.
This time, Cryo doesn't get caught in the middle of his dimensional drift. He's in there. Looked a tiny bit awkward, you could argue, with the crab walk spray, but he gets the job done. And he's helping them out in these awkward spots. His ult was absolutely imperative to be able to get past that 1-2 Bucky setup in B main. And now, 11-11. And if 100 Thieves win this one, 2G's economy is on the rocks again. So this is everything. 100 Thieves have somehow found themselves in a position where they've got a slim favor to win this game.
Yeah, oscillating wildly. One round they end up losing it because the game plan just wasn't cooked up thoroughly. The next they went on a thrifty, so finding their ways back in with the footholds. 11-11.
The thrifties have been massive. Cryo's individual performance has been so crucial to 100 Thieves as well. 2G, they need something big again, and they don't really have the funds to go for Askia's operator. That was causing a lot of issues to 100 Thieves when Askia was anchoring on site with it. They don't have that tool available to them.
For the perspective of 2G, I think the pressure's got to be pretty immense at this point. You're a team that's barely hanging on, to be honest. You've only just settled into your roster. As it stands, you've been picked to pieces. Not necessarily by other teams, but haven't been comfortable really since their entry into Tier 1.
Jump them.
Off the back of winning Ascension. Hard fought for almost every single win they could possibly grab here, but 100 Thieves on the brink. It's fast, they're going to let loose out towards A main here. Deep knife. Won't be timing. Tags onto the 3 as well, so pushing them back and away, but ensuring that he keeps Xander inserted. He's making a lot of noise.
Yeah, just trying to make it expensive here. As 2G look to reclaim some information, forcing them to use utility, making them think that there's still reason to keep bodies stacked on the A side defense. But LZ's doing a good job of clearing all of this out, and it does feel different. There isn't that same usage of drone and recon and salvos. There isn't all of that stuff. So you're starting to think that they're grouping up for a B split or a B pop.
Snapdragon's not going to see much here. The big danger player's got to be Askia though. He's tucked up tight to the corner. Last time they had Cryo's ult to try and clear this risky spot. What have they got this time?
Playing drone.
Drone from EU. Silence is waiting onto the sidelines just to break that one, so supports it, bait and switch, but you have to think that there's someone... Yeah, okay. Askia is going to commit to try and get out.
And now Asna could play for the ult orb, he has, so now has Teo ult online.
Here comes the U-tilt flying forwards here.
Beautiful knife.
Very good knife. Suppression across the board onto 4 players.
They're pivoting again with 25 seconds left.
All the way up into LZ. This guy again could be the danger player.
There's no way. I mean, he's still got Paranoia.
Paranoia's reinforces an Armageddon committed. No smokes out towards tree here. Backs against the wall. Paranoia down as a darkness. Just lay it down on top of it. It's 2G attempting to find a way to path and paving the victory. 100 Thieves still thriving. In the midst of all that chaos, they make the most of it.
2 mad rounds ending in polar opposite directions. This one even less time on the clock. Boostio makes a pivot. Ill-advised, I think, but what other choice did he have? 4 players suppressed in B main, but he makes the best of it and grabs 3 important kills.
I don't know. Nice, boys. Let's go. Oh, hell, that's what I like.
He's got to 20. 2G are working with Scraps, 100 Thieves. They're the team to beat here on Ascent now.
There's that resilience that's rearing its head once more. You saw it when 100 Thieves played versus Loud. Doesn't matter how dire the circumstances get, this is a team that at this point, been in this spot before. Got to close it out here though. As you mentioned as well, Josh, never been a better time for it with the buy of 2G. All grouped up towards B main. The clone to trigger that wall out. Salvo, someone's going to come to EU to get the hell out of there. It's going to take a bit of chip damage, I think, in the process.
Yeah, almost half of his health gone.
And now for the second wave of things. Now that the wall has been removed, the rest of your team can just try and flood all the way through. Landing those shots. Anti-flash players were critical into the middle of that. And 100 Thieves are hunting for a little bit more. These smokes have faded, dissipated. Askia steps up to that challenge. Quick dismissal, beheading of it. Boostio, no blind as anything, and a quick peek in through the back. This is all set up nicely. 2G finding their way forwards and finding these kills on top of it. Ascent to 1v3, and they are rapidly approaching his position. dragged all the way. We are going to OT.
This is how 2G ended up getting their win over Loud. Got into overtime, 14-12 on map 1. I was worried here that 2G were just going to let this one slip completely. That's a nice little flash play. Silence playing out of position towards lane, making sure nobody can spot him, and then re-peeks back in. There were so many spots here where 2G let slip on their defense. They lost thrifty rounds. They lost rounds with the time ticking down to only 10 seconds left on the clock. But they rallied in the 11th hour and have sent us to OT. Cryo has picked up an operator too. Yeah. So going for that force by op, which means on the Yoru, no flashes, no clone to work with.
2 gate crashes and a dream, basically. He's taking his time with a gate crash on top of it. Just waiting for now.
A fake of a fast B split. Smoke deep on mid. Drone immediately, but they didn't break the alarm bot. So they haven't really showcased a real threat here.
Shadows traveling. It's a wall high committed. 2G looking like they want to end in the direction of A. It's a flash and a peek to try and coordinate. Salvo's used in response, that cat and mouse game. Who can use the least amount of util?
Ascent has been using his drone on an early timing over here towards Catwalk, and now it's gone. Salvo's gone as well, but the stun is massive in this spot.
Flash rebounds up towards it. Ascent, he's going to try and hold it down. Rooted to the spot. There's a paranoia.
From his own team.
Exactly. Rooted towards the back there, jumping through the air. You will not escape the ire of Ascent. Quick to hunt you down, and Xander himself steps up to that mark. Challenges to be had all over the map at this point for 2G. They've only got 2 left to stand. Make it 1, make it none.
That's the kind of setup Ascent has been looking for the whole time with that cat hold. Throws out quite a bit of early utility, but keeps the stun in the back pocket, ready to throw it out and swing. He's happy to brawl. Kajaskia dead to rights. Buying time for Xander and Cryo to reposition into high-lows on site.
Nice! Fucking
Once more, the pressure put onto 2G. We are missing those.
It's all good. We're only human. But this is 100 Thieves now. On the cusp of taking away this opening map at Ascent. We're talking about it as the best chance, really, for 2G, I think, to do some damage into this series. And can argue that they've let slip some portion of it.
That wasn't where the shock dart was supposed to go. Straight to Cryo's back.
Next one's going to be meant to delete this Thorns, but okay.
Hasn't worked.
Yeah, Razor Dine's still going to be there. Applying that pressure now, making their moves over towards A.
PXS is dropping off Catwalk just as he's required. They've made the B-split.
LZ's on a bit of an island, has to TP to try and get back here, but he's got no real help or support. Any sort of util, Paranoia still being held. Already these players are starting to split all the way into him, underhanded with the flash as well. Slightest of ankles, and Cryo! The Boostio! None the wiser, looking to the side, not expecting this one. LZ got that support that he was asking for. TP's around, Xander, an inclination as to where this player could be hiding, but it leaves it down to him. 13-13, inevitable.
That's a mad play from PXS. Throws the underhand flash through there after getting 3 suppresses. Realizes he's a little bit late to the party, but he still just sends it. And now I think it's on EU to stop that from happening. EU was tucked over towards Catwalk, playing an anti-flash position, but doesn't actually swing in aggressively enough until 2 players are already dead. So he kind of missed the timing there. Left 2 of his players to die. And 100 Thieves did look a little bit oblivious in that spot. So 2G have still got it. They are still giving it out there.
Yep.
I don't think, again, you would have seen this team put up anywhere near as much resistance in Kickoff. They didn't have that belief that when stuff got tough, they could stick it out.
It's a different team.
It really feels
like they'd won a raffle to play on the stage in Kickoff. Like, listen, that's me being polite about it.
But this team, I don't know whether it's because of the roster moves or whether it's a different mentality, culture shift within the squad. But this is more like what you saw from them at Ascension.
For sure.
And where they really believe.
And I think you've got to put some respect on the name of 2G to be capable of doing that. A lot of teams placed in that scenario, those circumstances where, you know, you're losing your players over time, you're just waiting to buy time for stage 2.
I mean, we've seen it from other squads, honestly. We've seen it from Fury and MIBR in previous years.
They peter out.
Yeah.
They peter out. They don't get anything going. This is a 2G that is still fighting tooth and nail.
Cryo picks up the operator again. So another glass cannon off to work with on defense side. He's going to try to hold on to his gate crash for a little while here, I would imagine, and then post up in a passive position on A Heaven. But 2G, they have been faking a fast B split in a couple of rounds here, but they're never actually breaking the alarm bot. I wonder if they just send it on a B split.
Far forwards here.
There's the alarm bot.
Yep, spotted that. Time to the corner already broken here. This is fast. Flash and a peek. Playing it forwards here. The pace increases. Almost unexpected here, but you're playing right into the hands of 100 Thieves. This is the kind of tempo that they really enjoy. Dash forwards and across there into market. No real ground gain for 2G. They're quite stuck and corralled for now. Launch drop down. Smoke's going to be dissipating. Leaves an opening and it leaves a gap. 100 Thieves as Soul Defenders. Boostio doing side by side. Him and EU. This guy regaining that aura. Boostio tackling the two-piece. Cryo TP's in through the back. Smoke in your face, shorty in hands. No one's going to be stepping past this one and just tickling, applying that pressure and leaping and bounding straight into their face.
That's exactly the kind of timing that 100 Thieves want 2G to be playing. That quick pace, it suits Asana's drone timing. It suits Cryo's gate crash timing. It suits the style that 100 Thieves want to play as well. There's a reason that 2G have been taking most of the attack sides criminally slowly, because they don't want to be doing this. And I think if we get to see another OT, maybe they could try a fast play off the beginning and then slow things down, but you've got to pump those brakes. Askia himself going for the glass cannon op and looking to take an aggressive peek in B main. This is it for the map.
These players is being held down here, but Salvo's, oh, it's just seen, I think. Farrell pointed out that's a drone going to be used to push him way away from the angle.
Ice wall left to guard mid. Boostio sniffing up close to it.
Thieves. Oh, the reveal. One on dart duty once more. Uncomfortable territory for Askia. Expecting the mid was going to be at least held down to a degree just by the wall. And Boostio is going walkabouts. An incredible timing to be taken. Death by 1,000 cuts at this point. That's what 100 Thieves are looking to deliver. Slowly walking, meandering around the map. This is Silence just walking straight into his crosshair. Boostio is having a field day at this point. Cuts up the middle of the map, and now a series of unknowns circling through the 2G players' heads. What are you even doing to this spot? How do you clear this one up? They're looking lost at this point, and 100 Thieves are looking determined to close it out. Lovely return of the 5 ILZ, but straight back at you by EU in the trade, and this is it. 15-13. Slow going in the end, but for our opening map, it's 100 Thieves who seal it up.
And a great round there from the IGL just to close the door. A 6-6 half is nowhere near what 100 Thieves would have wanted to open up Ascent, but they grinded it out.
Yeah.
And Boostio really found his own too, calling some mad rounds. I mean, there were some crazy rounds in the midst of that with 20 seconds pivoting from site to site. But he got the job done, had 3 kills in that chaotic round, made the play here in the final round 28. And up towards the top of the scoreboard, the IGL and the star player, Boostio and Cryo. If this was 2G's best chance of taking a map in the series, which I think it probably is, then that actually bodes pretty well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. They're going to be moving as well into Icebox as our next map. That pick for 100 Thieves. We know how good they are on their attack sides.
Specifically only on the attack sides, though, from what we saw. So it would be nice to see a bit of an improvement on defense. It's an area for improvement.
Wild moments in this game, though, that were delivered up by these 100 Thieves players, and they've got a ton of momentum behind them now. We're going to be stepping away. GB and the analysts, that's of course breaking it all down for map number 1, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Cara, a entrada do PXS me ajudou bastante nessa mudança de como GL. Eu acho que ele me ajuda muito durante o jogo e ele fala bastante, fala o que ele pensa, não se acanhou, chegando então um período de tempo bem curto, né? Que a gente teve de treino e fala tudo o que ele pensa sobre o jogo e tal. Eu sinto que facilita muito essa mudança minha como GL, me agrega bastante e eu consigo fazer mais tranquilamente a função.
Gives you wings.
Kicking flash up and over towards the top is a brainstorm! Unreal!
Cara, uma situação difícil aqui pra equipe da Game, mas olha o Silence.
Opa, olha o Silence! Marotou demais! Vamos, Silence!
It was an insane map 1 of Ascent, and it was 2G's map pick as well. They were able to take away 6. I want to ask, on that round 21, we saw Thrifty where Cryo gets a 4K, and it seems like there was a switch of energy right there. So can you tell me what happens after that round to bring it back and win that overtime?
I would say, honestly, we were pretty... I think the attack half we played pretty well outside of like one round. I think that we just started very, very slow on defense. Like, we just made a lot of bad decisions, to be honest. And I think that eventually, I mean, we know how the team plays. Like, we watched all their film, and we know exactly how to react, but we were just kind of slow to get to our game plan, basically. So after 2-6, called a timeout. We made sure we were just, you know, focus on the game plan, understand what we need to do. I'm confident that Boosie's going to call a great attack half, so I can burn my second timeout there. Yeah, and then he ends up calling a great attack half. So, I mean, worked out, yeah.
It looked amazing. Best of luck, map 2.
100 Thieves definitely needed that one. That led them to a 15-13 win. They'll go up in this series by 1. Still plenty more left to play for here. And fellas, I mean, let's dive into what Coach Six was talking about, because, you know, Mitch, we were observing very similar stuff. We were like, okay, we need these guns to get online. We need something to kind of change up here. And that's exactly what happened.
The game plan for 100 Thieves on that defense side is mid-round info, set Cryo up to be always in the right spot with that operator. To do that, though, you need your Teho, your Sova, and your KJ Util online, plus the aforementioned op, right? and they lost the pistol. There were some really shaky early rounds, but once they got online, shots like this are set up by the Al drone in mid. Shots here set up by the recon, right? 100 Thieves are getting Cryo where he needs to be. They've got 2 drones. They've got an alarm bot.
Yeah.
There are so many ways for them to have refreshing util in the mid round that lets them know exactly what this 2G team are up to. And if they run fast against them, they get stopped by the op with their contact play.
And in addition to his star power, finally, we're looking at a Boostio game where he's fragging like he did on that EG run. It feels like it's been a while, maybe here and there last year, but not in 2025 up until this map. I mean, he even buried 2G at the end in that final OT round with that great lurk timing up mid, collecting a couple kills. He was really fantastic. I mean, look at the differential in this game just versus what he's put up for the rest of 2025
The calling
so far.
was great. It's a very volatile game, so it can be hard to see him shine on the calling side of things. But yeah, that push up mid, controlling mid is really important, and he really dominated on the defense side as well there. So it's great to see him step up. The things that they had to do, though, to stay competitive and keep those rounds close, like that Cryo 4K with the Sheriff, stuff like that, you don't want to have to reach that deep into your individual skill bag, but hey, they did what had to be done.
But this guy seems to be doing it all the time, though, right? He's always consistent for the team. And the fact that he's even added upon it, Wyatt, is impressive.
Before this game started, we did a comparison of Stage 1 this year to last year. Last year, he was amazing. He's doing better this stage now. And he played even better than that.
That's how they got the
game
game
against 2G. It's mental, man. He's on a totally different level right now. And it's not just his opping, which he's always been excellent at. His rifling is sick. That one crucial, like 3K he got, where no one on 2G could trade him with Dora. Insane, man.
Yeah, cool as a cucumber, without a doubt. 100 Thieves are looking good currently. But let's actually shift gears, jump over to the other side of the field, see what's going on in the 2G campus. We have Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Faith ahead of that map 2 of Icebox. And Faith, that first map doesn't go your way, but going into the second one is an Icebox that you played against Crew. What were the lessons learned from that last week to make sure that you win today against 100 Thieves?
So we had a bad Icebox last week. We got like 5 or 6 scrims this week, and we had managed to fix a lot of problems that we had before. So yeah, we're ready right now.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Now, we did see what happened to 2G on Icebox, as Coach Faith was talking about there. So, Mitch, there's going to be some, wounds that still are quite fresh for the team.
Again, and we don't want to throw salt water into them because Harbour was a big problem for them in that game, right? Playing these flood retakes.
And they're like the only team that really does that.
I don't think there are many. Maybe Leviat might be the kind of team that wants to go for that, but yeah, I think like Mazzino is like one of the few that sort of goes there. I don't necessarily feel like 100 Thieves are going to, go in that direction, and we do need to see that raw crossfire power leverage from 2G. This is the pistol round. The setup is great. We talked about the LZ pistol rounds here, but this was awesome the way they're anchored in that site, and they're going to have to do that as we go to Icebox. Setting up on that A side especially, there are going to be some fast hits that are coming from 100 Thieves surely. Yeah. They're going to have to be ready for them. I'm not sure what the tweak is going to be, but it's going to be another Cryo duelist map. Don't forget that.
Yeah, that was them as well, winning on that second half. They lost the pistol, which is rare for them as of late, but then they eco immediately right back onto 100 Thieves. They're going to need to get off to a hot start again. They did against Crew on Icebox. LZ straight away, 3K on the pistol. What I need to see from them though, this time on Icebox, they were finding advantages against Crew, but they weren't decisive after the fact. They need to hit the gas and play with confidence in those moments, not allow 100 Thieves too much time to adjust to them, to make good rotates. Just keep their foot on the pedal, play decisive.
Yeah, well, look, folks, the question is, can 2G make this a map 3? We're going to find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Icebox is on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're going to be getting into the action momentarily as well, and we kind of posed a question, I think, just threw it up in the air, about 100 Thieves on Icebox, right? Because attack side looks brilliant. They're starting on defense side for this second map here. Potential chance for them to close out the series overall, to lock in a chance of making top 4 playoffs as well, which is a great opportunity for them. But there's that question, kind of just like hovering over the entire series. How good is the 100 Thieves defense going to be looking? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I think it's an opportunity for them to showcase something better. I mean, Asuna, you saw a tweet just then in the break saying, let's play some Valorant that we can be proud of. So this is an opportunity for them to showcase that they've worked on, I would say, the weaker side of the map for most teams.
Yeah.
I think most teams are coming into Icebox thinking about the attack side. It's easier to go and take that space you need to execute. It's easier to get into good positions now with the current meta. So the defense becomes pretty tough to play, even though you have a lot of good plant denial tools to work with. It's just tough to hold off big A execs, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That's the big problem right now in the meta.
How do you push back against it? In terms of compositions, though, nothing out of the ordinary. Dare I say standard affair, not as standard as it used to be with Icebox. Used to only see the one comp, but
yeah, I mean, Asuna playing the Harbor, sorry, not the Harbor, the Gecko.
The Gecko is
a little
unusual.
Not standard. You know, you'd expect more teams to be going with stuff like the Tejo. Gives you really good pipes control on the attack side. Again, gives you really good plant denial, although you get that with the Marsh.
Yeah, I think that's another aspect as well, though, with the Wingman. They just like it. One of the worst aspects of Icebox, you load in at ranked, you're wondering, okay, well, who's going to plant a spike?
Yeah, who's on plant?
I'm not kidding. It's like 50-50 whether we leave it in spawn and I'm solo queuing, mate. It's like no one wants that responsibility. Maybe that's a part of it.
Tonga here in the pistol round.
Okay, Stealth trying to try and lead its way. This is Xander trying to catch a cheeky timing. It's going to be alarm bots. Nana Swarms all detted up here. Lots of players ready and waiting. Xander's going to be dropped here. They need to clear this guy out of dodge. Flash into your face eventually. Getting the job done there for 2G. So even it up 4-4. And here's that reflank. Creep and crawl in from behind. No anticipation about it. No anticipation at all. Ascent up and over. Flash in your face. This is PXS just seeking to redeem himself.
It's actually gone well for 2G.
Yeah, and now there's an option to pivot all the way over towards A. If that was the A players, go on, get a bit of a scurry on. Got to worry about mid.
The read is good. EU almost found a timing there to try to challenge them on the mid cross, but instead he's getting himself into a position. So we're going to get a brawl. All they've done is swap the sites.
This position right here is going to be potentially quite unexpected, but the knife reveals, or at least towards the back here, orb into your face, a tap, and a swing through as well. Good coordination in the end. This order come together, and damage done to the final player. Boostio has been handed a lifeline. He's getting cheeky with it, and just can't quite hit it.
5 HP the difference there towards the end. I like what 2G were doing with the orb, swinging out of it from multiple different directions, trying to overwhelm EU. Almost lost the 3v1 though to Boostio. That would have been a mighty pistol for him to get for the team. They did not think about the fact that when silence goes down, this flank is so open. Oh. I think 100 Thieves should have won the pistol round basically just off that flank. It looked like they had 3 kills. But the reactions a tad too good. And you could argue that LZ's won them another pistol with 3 kills there. Pretty similar to what he was doing in the previous series we watched.
Definitely seems so. And 2G are taking this so slowly. They've given up all of A main control. Given up the orb on top of it. I think a good sign to look forward to, as we've been mentioning, I think, is like running the Tejo, just a way to control pipes early on as the attackers. Deep dart against Bell. Salvo's being used. Any sort of way to deny front A space is pretty important in that kind of, at this point, it's like almost flowchart Valorant, right?
2G though, had focused more on a B-leaning default at the beginning of this half. So maybe conditioning 100 Thieves to just push up a little bit and take a bit of free A space, and then they're going to go back and punish that later on. Normally teams will have a game plan for the first 5 rounds or so. Right, I plan for the pistol, I plan for the bonus, I plan for the next rifle round, and then you kind of feel the game out from there and try to let your IGL kind of work off what's been happening in the game.
Everybody going down with the ship. 100 Thieves just trying to deny this one. You don't want to let 2G build up any ults, and okay, well, PXS.
That's really nice.
Yeah, wraps it from behind there. So now, what is it, 3 away?
Yeah, pretty close considering. And it's a good ultimate to get online early on. Cryo has immediately gone for the operator. I mean, no beating around the bush. Just as soon as he has 4,700 credits online, Get me the boomstick. And he has made such a difference with this weapon.
Yeah. Could be a very wise choice of how slow 2G are really playing into most of these rounds.
At the same time, though, again, it's the B-leaning default for 2G.
No one heading over towards A really at all, just trying to control that space. Deep knife up and overhead. It's going to be broken.
It's easier for the defenders to contest this area, but you can see that it's a bit of a fake. They've kind of pulled Cryo off the line. He's now on a really passive defensive line with his operator. And 2G is starting to walk back into A.
Trying to re-clear that mid-info. Jiggle from 100 Thieves. They're stacking this with a lot of bodies. They've got a bit of a read occurring. I think that's just from Xander with his B main control.
Yeah, drone through mid, Xander fully posted on B. You know this is going to be an A exec. Question is, can you hold it off?
A lot of angles to account for. Underhanded with the flash, at least for the first wave of things here. That's going to trigger the wall to go up, and that's another difficult one to try and get yourself through. Cryo dropped in the midst of all of this one here. Askia is doing a hell of a task. Up, down, dash, up and away here. It's lifted into a 1v2 for 2G's bonus.
Spike planted.
Assert themselves into the positions. Silence, head on a bit of a swivel here. There's a... Not quite sure where Xander could be lurking and approaching from here, but they are doubled up. Turret, oh, not even that catching the contact here. It's just the elbow bullets raining down, and Silence no more. Up top though, anticipation and snap to the side. This is Xander. 35 out for the dream. He'll be going straight back to sleep off the back of that one. This is a bonus round conversion of 2G.
And they pick up the operator at the end as well. I mean, that was the round where Cryo had invested in a glass cannon op, and he gets ruined as the first pick. They used basically one underhand flash to clear Maze, not even to go through the Viper wall, and then they just ran in. And 100 Thieves couldn't stop it. And that's why I posed the question. Yeah, you have 4 players here, stacking on A, but can you actually stop a hit from coming through? It's the biggest thing that teams are struggling with on defense right now, is just stopping these A execs.
100 Thieves especially so. Salvos, you can see, they were used preemptively. Make sure the 100 Thieves couldn't play for an early orb.
Boostio goes for a walk down the tube here. Just looking to post himself up, get a little bit of info, hear some rotates. He will hear these footsteps.
Yeah, presumably.
He might have just missed it, actually.
A lot of walking occurring. Timing to be taken. Uh-oh. Him versus Gobert, and here's it. Scurrying around. Good with the crosshair placement.
So he's going to call the timing now for the rest of 100 Thieves to scurry across, but he might have just missed it. Could be a little too late here.
Yeah, they're already... Look at this by 2G. Proactivity is called for. They're going to be trying to fight all the way deep into Snowman. That's a good dart, though. Lighting them all the way up and punish inside. That's LT. Defends through into the back there. Sheriff's in hands. Going to try and make it work. Boostio! Boostio! What is this? 1 bullet left. 1 player left to stand. 4 kills in the round. It's an ace on the cards. Wingman forcing the issue out wide. And there you have it. Stand up, take a bow. Not too far though. You don't want to disconnect your entire setup. All good.
He's tethered to the desk. He's popping off so hard.
All good.
That's a sick round though from Boostio. It feels like he's found his form again. Got a bit of a freebie here on Cabrera to open things up, but then nice catch on Askia, just as Askia was about to fight over Snowman control. All 5 in the round.
Yeah, looking nice with it for the iBuyPower ace. Make sure you follow iBuyPower on socials and use hashtag #UnlockYourAce. Plenty of rewards and giveaways occurring.
And Boostio's now got his ult online to be able to play retake on one of these sites. So if they don't want to challenge super heavy over A main...
Flash up and over that updraft. Askia! It's unfortunate almost that he couldn't collect that kill onto Xander. Hop it away, playing Cryo almost all the way back in here, but no one on knife duty. Slightest of angles.
Maybe a bit overconfident there from Boostio. Challenging on an angle without realizing that there was a player deep in mid, and now they've lost the lockdown. So no real opportunity to play A for retake, even though that's the setup that they're currently running with.
No command forwards. It's going to be spelling it out to 100 Thieves. Oh, and steady though by 2G.
Oh my God.
PXS is barely up onto that line. Whips it around to the corner. Full side control for 2G. Committal now, but they're not holding the top rafters. And okay, Ascent just walks all the way out. Little bit messy. Asking with the trade, instantaneous back and forth from EU.
Revealing area.
And Cryo's got to think about here whether he wants to go forwards and commit the operator to this attempt.
And wants to play here. Bullet to the brain, just through the wall, and that's how LT surviving. Shock dart ricocheting. Oh, tripped him out. That's EU. Lovely little play. As you mentioned, Cryo is thinking about it, but listen, got to try and root out these players. Where could they be? Hiding in wait. Salvo's just buying all the more time. 2G are happy to really just let them stew. Still now EU sticking! And what a whiff from Gobera! Time has been earned, and a round has been won.
Cryo just walks up all the way forwards, holding the angles for those peaks, but Gobera's got to hit that one, man. I don't think he quite realized how close Cryo was. But Ascent just walks it out on rafters too, with nobody paying attention.
One enemy remaining.
Couple major missteps in this round for 2G, but 100 Thieves will love that. Especially after Boostio died right at the beginning. He was watching this whole round from the sidelines.
They give it to you. Everyone makes mistakes.
Didn't quite catch what EU was saying there, but I think he was saying, like, if you just wait patiently long enough, 2G are going to make the mistakes. We're gonna get given these opportunities.
It's faster by 2G. Different look. Flash overhead on top of it. Now you're going to see it. Lockdown, drop down. An attempt by 100 Thieves to try and push them back and away.
Very early.
2G are hard committing. They've got bodies in here. There's 4 seconds left. You're all going to get detained. Slightest windows to play in, but okay. What is that?
2.
Yeah, and just narrowly avoiding for that timing. 2 detained is going to slow them down to a crawl here. 100 Thieves. Point to be made, not to be overzealous. Don't overstep yourself here. Let 2G play into you.
I mean, that was a weird one too, though, because I think they committed Fragment Grenade and Salvos to break the lockdown, but they were too slow with it.
Yeah,
so it detained them as they were breaking it. Bizarre.
Weird interaction.
So 2G just wanted to send this round and unfortunately had to hit the cancel button. And now they're in a bit of an unusual spot, but it's going to be a re-hit.
And that's a thrash as the wall goes all the way up here. They're hearing it with the drone on top of it. That's a good suppression, though. Cancels out towards it, so thrash not active, boosting forwards, but anticipating. Hold on, backs towards all of it. Still 2G. They're running rampant now onto the site, delivering an onslaught. Straight to the doorstep. 100 Thieves still struggling to really get any sort of hold going. And again, Cryo with this operator playing retake into this spot. Unless Sander gets something done, if he finds a few easy pickoffs, 2G not in the habit of giving it away. Gonna have to give this one up. And they're gonna want to go hunting. 2G eager. It's blood in the water. They're chasing the trail.
They got money to chase. But at the same time, Cryo would be able to buy another op, so I think a stalemate called here.
Yeah.
100 Thieves in another spot, though, where they stack the A site. They know that this hit is about to come through. I mean, the thrash, sure, it doesn't really slow down the entirety of 2G, but they knew that A re-hit was going to happen on that timing, and they couldn't stop it. The defense from 100 Thieves has yet to really show that it's got that sticking power. They're getting caught out by just like one flash, and the crossfires are not cemented in sight. The players are not quite able to ping-pong off each other well in these kind of moments. Getting run down, even with lighter weaponry. I mean, if I'm 2G right now, I'm thinking, hey, we can just kind of hit A repeatedly, and I think we're going to get some serious rounds in this half.
Knife and up and over, along with the salvos again. That is the first line of offense here from 2G, looking to see if they can secure a bit of space in through front A.
And it also just gives you information. You know, because you've suppressed Cryo, the operator's here.
Alarm bot out.
So time to be cautious.
Gearing up for a bit of a flash peek on top of it. 2G not running a Sova, so they don't have the typical tools you'd use to find out where the op is playing exactly, clear them out. It's going to feel slapdash almost.
I mean, what is the play here? You kind of expect EU to be wanting to play off his Sova ultimate in a round like this on defense, but everybody else on 100 Thieves wants to take the fights pretty early on. I mean, Asana's position is committed and aggressive.
This is very strange indeed. And the Hannah with the flash again to try and get through themselves into the choke. That's Cryo cleared out. Hunter's Fury, it was primed, it was ready in EU. At least with just the one collection, 2G are not slowing down.
But the rest of the players on site are gone. Even though the Hunter's Fury connects with a couple of players, it didn't help Cryo or Asuna survive.
Shock
30
darts.
seconds left.
Lame to do a bit of chip damage, potentially even a kill as well. Second guessing himself into the moment, and that just, okay, landed a little bit short, still scared the bejesus out of him. So 2G not committing to the plan for now. Feeling uncertain in this timing, and it's given an option for 100 Thieves potentially. White swings and white faces, EU. Gotta collect that kill, gotta collect it now. Just putting the pressure on a bit of an island. BXS just can't quite make out control into the round and lit up. Position noted of Askia. Quick cleanup.
And the plan denial, the threat was more important there than the action itself.
Yeah.
If PXS had just committed to that plant, he would have got it down, but impossible for him to know in the moment that EU was going to slightly miss the shock dart. He made the right decision by getting off. But once you apply this amount of pressure to the planters, you get to a spot where there's like 15 seconds left and they can't hold rafters. They just have to be putting all of their effort, all of their resources into getting the plant down.
Oh, it's so easy, I swear.
They're 3-4 down at the moment, so if it is that easy, they need to demonstrate it with a string here. They might have cracked the code, but Cryo and Asuna still played in very committed positions that round.
Yeah.
If you're going to play off and play the plant denial, you kind of want them to be playing a one pick and get out kind of strategy.
That pit's going to be dropped down. 2G, stray bullets, praying for the connection onto Xander.
The 2G have gone for this B side default quite a bit, where they put a bit of pressure over towards B and then they walk back into A. And Cryo's going to be hoping they do something similar. Instead, though, for the first time, LZ calls his team up Tube, and the Pied Piper leads them forwards.
We'll see them now. Dart, I guess the acknowledgement, EU. Couple of shots now. This is shock darts, all up the gut of the map in through Kitchen, but heads on a swivel, not anticipating the Boostio could already be here to receive them. Flash forwards and around as 100 Thieves calling for the fight and the refight. The reaction of 2G is even better. Still Xander round and about and locking it all the way down. Kitchen is his domain.
Spike dropped, lost in Kitchen. Silence left to pick up the pieces. Knows roughly where Xander is, but there's so many micro adjustments to Cryo on the angle.
Yeah.
Never gonna let Silence walk under Tube there. That's the kind of team fight brawl that 100 Thieves want to go for. It looks so chaotic. When Boostio sticks around for 5 full seconds taking this fight, you're like, mate, what are you up to? But it's because he's buying time for Asuna, for Xander to get into position to fully scrap and never let 2G exit Kitchen. Either 2G wins the round right there by killing everybody, or they're not escaping.
Hey, we all got active, we all got down in 30.
It was a down and dirty kind of round, and that's the kind of rounds that 100 Thieves love to play. They can't always force a big team fight like that.
Oh, especially on a map like Icebox.
But when you find the opportunity, they will take it. And they've knocked down the economy of 2G. So maybe it was just that easy. Maybe EU's got the read now.
Force that timeout out of 2G. Had to make good usage of it, to be honest, because it's been a few stray rounds, obviously. Now, 100 Thieves got a string of it on the timeline. Just the one interruption in round 6, but other than that, they do feel like they're in control.
Yeah, there was a Boostio ace in there.
Yeah.
There was also the one round that I can remember of them losing the retake over towards A. I mean, I think back to A leaning defaults seemed like it would be the right decision for me, but maybe they don't want to go for that on the eco as well.
Weaker guns now for 2G. 4-4. Looking towards this round, I think, to do a bit of damage, maybe build up an ult or two for the next.
Yeah, PXS will have his null command online even if he just dies in this round, so
yeah.
They'll have plenty of tools heading towards round 10.
Locating targets.
Or better yet, just try and go for the win in the round. Cryo's the only one home. Here's the drone, and it forces him back out and away. So Not the best tool for the job, again, like I was mentioning, for clearing out an Oppa. 2G aren't running a Sova for that job still. Similar positions, Cryo's been playing here before.
Don't think
Dash
we've
still
seen
available.
Don't think we've seen Asna on top of screens. He might
Yeah.
get first contact.
And he does. He spots all of them here, but still rattling off with the Sheriffs. And look at the wrist. Micro adjustments. That's a shorty in your hands. And Cryo's going hunting. And listen, he's going to get his reward. Askia cleared out. Proactivity, taking a fight straight to them. And as that wall drops, open sightlines and open access to the head of Silence.
I like that defensive setup. Asna takes contact first at the line of scrimmage, at the Viper wall. And that then gives Cryo a timing to peek out himself. So it's not actually the Oppa taking first contact, which I think can sometimes be a bit of a bait on this map. We've seen Cryo die a couple of times because he's just facing too many people.
Yeah.
Kind of allowing Asuna to play Cryo in seems good.
Hey, you're like a ninja, huh? Go fuck the site.
That's a good way to play it. This is the round we were talking about, Alpha 2G.
Yeah,
built up a string of ults.
They're moving it around, so they're just looking to play a retake, leaving the Killjoy utility here as a little bit of bait, basically. And instead, I think they'll have a heavy flank retake setup in this round by the look of things. They're anticipating the PXS is going to use it. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be layering it down towards the back. Boostia is just out wide into the open here. There's no retreat available, not when that util is going to be layered down into that particular approach.
And PXS has saved the ult, so now he can use it to stop the retake of a util.
Yeah, it's going to be it. Flooding out forwards here. Askia, though, quickly dealt with. Pit's going to be dropped down on top of it here. It's a big ult round for 2G to commit the lockdown on top of it. And that, okay, Xander. It's going to be quick onto the flank now. Just trying to buy a bit of time alongside Asuna, see if they can put a bit of a pinch on towards these 2G players. Dart, no reveals. Now swarms forwards here. 2G. A lot of question marks to be written across the map in terms of where these players' positions are, because 100 Thieves do have them surrounded, but getting into the pit is another thing entirely. And he's just spotted it. Silence, peeking up and over. This time you've got to hit the goal button. And 2G just like that. Blink and you'll miss it.
They didn't even have to use all of their ults there. The Tail completely caught Boostio on site, so that's a great pick, but then nobody could be found inside of that Viper's pit. There is an element of just rolling the dice in a round like that, though. I mean, if EU happens to catch somebody with a dart, then maybe it can snowball into something. If you get some lucky spam and predict the corner that LZ's playing in, maybe the whole round goes differently. But as it is, that one was pretty easy for 2G. Get in, get the Viper pick, get out. Now we get to see another one where they've got the lockdown to work with.
Yeah, ult saved.
Asuna really wanted that orb, and they made sure there was 0% chance he was getting the Thrash online.
Salvo's in a snake point, forced to respect it.
They could break this with Mosh and Shock.
We'll see if they feel something for it. Mosh rebounds, Nanoswarm as well off to the side.
Yeah, that should be good.
Shockies as well. The extra layer needed, just in case.
Nice
Also going to be dropping, though, momentarily, and here comes a different sort of test. Trying to step up into the firing line as a flash through, and Asane's running and gunning, trying to roll back the years back to 2022. And Cryo, straight back in through the back. On top of it, this is 3 kills in a round for him. Askia, it's going to be not long for this world, honestly, with Xander right there behind. Position noted, spotted out, discipline now played. And there it is, timing to be taken here for round 11, so 100 Thieves getting the advantage now, 1 round lead.
And I think at this point you could already talk about how much of an improvement this is compared to the last time we saw their Icebox defense. They have got the read on it right now. Asuna's drawing so much attention away from Cryo. Cryo's hitting every shot, and then they've got the flank immediately as well. Xander and Asuna were right there in the previous round, and this round, Xander instantly on the flank again, just as that insurance policy. They completely understand what 2G are up to. And if it wasn't for 2G winning pistol and bonus, this would be a very one-sided half.
Cryo might get a bit of action as well coming his way, but no signs for now. Poshed and pushed back just from the knife alone. They're getting a run on! Boostio doesn't care, man. Using the Thrasher, set this one forwards. It's just a one-man army. He's got the support. Laying on from the side. Stunned up. Matters not. Asuna's the one who ends up going down in the midst of it. Boostio! Boostio! It's a 4-piece to seal up the first half of Icebox here. And a 7-5 finish now for 100 Thieves. As you mentioned as well, Josh, listen, was a pistol round and a bonus conversion of 2G, and past that, not too much more.
No, just dominance for 100 Thieves. EU was right when he said that it was easy, apparently. And look at this round. This round is vintage 100 Thieves. They are just running it down. They just run at you. Boostio taking point. Out-fragging Cryo by 50% as well in this half. He looks good.
He really does. You don't expect that kind of aggression, but 100 Thieves, they thrive in it. It's how they like to play as well. I'm going to see on the other half as well just how this map ends up going.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's time to find out if this series is going to be closed up. 100 Thieves putting in a lot of work here to try and secure that top 4 spot here overall for the playoffs, or are 2G going to be able to run this one all the back? Very difficult to ask, I would argue, for 2G. Fist bumps going out though. They got to have the confidence to try and do it, but with how good 100 Thieves have been looking on their attack of this map, that's why I say it's going to be a hard ask.
And today wasn't as much of a slow start from 100 Thieves compared to their match against Loud, but they're really looking like a team with a ton of aggression and confidence, especially if you only looked at that final round of the half there, round 12. They're coming out again with a lot of pace and aggression.
Yeah, it's a flash and a dart out towards the back. It's all quickly dealt with though if you are 2G, and out through B main. Little tangle, trying to see if they can wrap up some of these players, potentially taking these fights, overstepping themselves, but dash back to safety for 2G, and Askia still alive now, 5v5, LC. Here's the wall going up, uses the orb in response. Just the shoulder being peeked out wide here. And still, just eager to take the fight. I mean, Xander's taking that alone. There's no follow-up in the end from Boostio. Scrambling now to see if they can at least potentially collect that kill as well. Putting that pressure and applying it to LZ. Maneuvering his way around and a fight to be taken all the way forwards as Asuna is called for it. Collection of kills potentially, but rattling over the Sheriff. You're missing almost every single shot. Silence. He's now caught, dropped down. EU knows it. Ready and waiting now. Precision is called for. Gobera has cleaned him up though. Cryo trying to play this one lightly. Revealed, spotted out here, and now the fight taken together. This is 2G with another pistol round win.
So many spots where it could have gone the other way. I mean, many moments where it looked like 2G had potentially lost the plot there, but that opening kill ended up being remarkably important with Xander falling early. You saw the idea in the pistol round for 100 Thieves. They're trying to fake a bit of A pressure, get a double lurk going, punish the solo player that gets left to watch over towards B. They just didn't quite have the coordination between Boostio and Xander there. Boostio got pushed back by the orb as Xander swung to take the fight. Cryo locked in a corner to try to finish off a 1v2. So that pistol starts to get 2G back into this. The scoreboard makes it look like this has been a close map, but it hasn't really so far. Double pistol win for 2G and they're still behind.
One suppressed.
Get a util not going to be broken this time for 100 Thieves still. It's a pop flash play in a peak. Trying to set Gobera up, and he's going to get his wish with the fights to be taken. Boostio is on one today.
Hey, he's feeling it, isn't he?
Head's peeking out up and over towards the top here. This is Silence. He's Job just trying to dismiss this one. 100 Thieves are just taking the fight to them regardless, and a rumble with the footsteps, putting a squeeze onto the backside players. LZ is trying to make the most of the chaos, but he ends up falling anyway. A lot of damage taken into the process. Askia has been left into dare I say, an unwinnable spot and scenario. It's going to be left just to him, and he needs weaknesses, he needs mistakes from 100 Thieves. They're not in the habit of making it possible, but that's a snappy one. Straight to the dome, Cryo gone. Up top, he's finding info. Here's the dash, and here's some space. Up across the ropes again, sneaking, crawling. That's the Ascent special.
Seen that one for the last 5 years. Ascent on the ropes on Icebox. Hey, name a better combo, that's iconic. I thought there was a chance that Askia could have done that. The regen armor actually made all the difference there with his fight against Cryo. But you are never pre-aiming randomly in the middle of the ropes. I mean, that's just so well played, I think. 100 Thieves rip it away immediately from 2G. Pretty similar to what we saw in Ascent, actually. Both teams having a little bit of a struggle of converting these spots. 100 Thieves had so much confidence and aggression on the eco round. From Boostio's start to the way that Cryo snowballed it forwards, 2G were left reeling.
Deep drone, a Salvo's attempt of a punish there. Definitely causes EU to cancel it out.
There is an angle over here from Boostio to PXS.
He's missed a cross though.
Yeah, looking for each other's heads.
And the call made by 100 Thieves here. Just going to be slowly walking up. Now some util to reveal their hands. Dashboards on top gen, a bit of damage. In through the wall, players are lined up. Been waiting there. Cacophony of util is all going to be used as well to pave that way forwards.
That looks really nice, very well coordinated from 100 Thieves. If you're given that amount of space at the beginning of the round, they're just going to dump everything on your head. And Ascent even has the Thrash online for the next. This is how momentum builds.
Definitely. Sharp.
This is how belief builds. I feel like they do it all the time. Wyatt was talking about it on the desk as well. This team will give you the highest of highs, lowest of lows, and all the time string you along to make you believe. We haven't really seen the super low lows from 100 Thieves today. Some wonky spots at the beginning of the first map, but once they kind of got things online in the second quarter, they've been firing.
Yeah.
But my eyes are on the Thrash here and the idea of what they've got to go with it. I lean over towards B, and it's only LZ. IGL, player who's been performing to an exceptional degree individually, but he's asked a lot of in this spot.
Wow.
And a double lurk mid.
Yep. All the way forwards, that's put the squeeze. There it is. It's a bit of a pinch. Lamot's going to be revealed, but you don't expect Xander not to be lurking late so like that. Bait and switch setups that are occurring out through mid as well. Fight is called for, and it's taken. 100 Thieves not one to really step back here. Maybe lack of caution might punish them. EU, though, did he expect this? Doesn't look like it. This guy is running a mockery right now in Kitchen. Good luck clearing him out at this point in the 2v3. Second wave of things here for Thrash, and yeah, I mean, an attempt to take that timing as well. Detainment onto the last. It's an inevitability at this point. Getting a run on, toying with him. Up and over the top, and Cryo, execution style. 10-6 now for 100 Thieves. At this point, it's not even a question of really like his momentum on their sides. They're fully in control.
Yeah, they are. And that round is straight out the playbook. It's so similar to the pistol. Remember what they did on the pistol? 3 players go over towards A and you get a double lurk going, trying to get the punish onto LZ on B. Well, this is the opposite of that. 3 players with a Thrash go towards B main, and you get a really fast timing through mid from Boostio and Xander. It's well crafted, completely catches 2G off guard. They're expecting that to just be all 5 players, or maybe a 4-1 with a late backstab. The timing and the fact that there was 2 in mid there, it just ruined 2G's defense. That's a great round to pull out at the perfect time, and it crushes 2G's economy and basically any chance in this map. I mean, 2G would have to pull so deep here to get back. 100 Thieves in control.
We have to be last-ditch efforts from 2G. Down 4 rounds, your timeout taken, used up. You don't even have guns to work with in this round here. It's a half-buy you're going to be going into. Hard work's realistically going to be starting onto the next, unless they can cook up some sort of idea on weapons a week, play to gain an advantage.
And they're going to need some big individual as well. And at the moment, all of the individual stuff is going the way of 100 Thieves too. But it's pretty easy to be in a good individual spot when all of the ideas are working.
Yeah.
And today I think has been defined by Boostio. Like some of the stuff that he was calling on Ascent, but especially here on Icebox. Plus the individual form of the guy. I just think back to the conversation that he and Zix were having about finding his role on the team.
Sure.
Trying to get away from being as supportive of a player.
My ult's ready.
To being back into a spot where he can take fights and feel confident about himself.
A Blade Storm in hand for Cryo. He's not going to be looking to slow down here. It's a lot of Util going to be used. Preemptively here, under 100 with the flash. PXS does need to be careful. 2G lying in wait here. Trying to make another go of things. Snakebite up and over towards the top. The salvo's just about too late here. With Outlaw in hand, this is Cryo making the most of it. He knows he's up against a weaker buy. And now he's going to try and seal this one all the way up. 4-piece. Eco kills racked up all the way.
Race it to the spike side.
He loves a good few eco kills on this map, doesn't he? That gets him to 20. 20 kills, 7 deaths. And I think Boostio's got reason to be annoyed about that because he's now overtaking him on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Right, he just looks so clean in these kind of spots, doesn't he? Knows exactly how he wants to play with the Outlaw and the knives. 100 Thieves pull another strat out of the playbook, by the look of things, to try to completely boom 2G's defense. 3 people walking down mid on a fast timing without popping the Vital.
Well, Torrent's going to be catching most of that one. Should be forcing a reaction from 2G. Definitely there's some level of uncertainty. Meanwhile, through B main as well, LZ has got to be that playmaker. Man to clear. Rebounds, and now they know. Snakebite forced out.
Boostio's kind of through here, though. PXS has got to keep an eye on this. Bullet goes through the eye.
And he's on one. And LZ feeling like he has to step up, maybe risk to be taken to see if he can even this one out all the way, but he is hard committed into this spot. And what is that?
You always get one from Ascent, but I thought the ropes clutch earlier was the one.
I hope he's cleaning that horseshoe.
That's disgraceful.
100 Thieves, man, it's just... It's getting silly with it.
You could make a frag movie in the past few years of shots like that just from Ascent.
Plan, no denial, Askia wanted to step up, potentially the posture, and wrapping all the way behind. Look at it. Full awareness from Boostio now. He's relentless. He's unleashed. He's on a bit of a heater. You can tell how eager he is to try and take this fight. Jump spot on the way.
He's trying to get
He's
a kill like Ascent did.
He's trying for it. 2G running away here. There's a window. Hello, you got to be aware of that one there. Boostio eventually is. Gobera no choice now but to scurry away, save the gun for a rainy day. It's only rainy days, to be honest, for 2G.
They're pouring out there. They cannot figure out a way of stopping what 100 Thieves are doing, and it's so different to the previous time we saw them on the attack side. It is so mid-focused. Yeah. Boostio's doing so much stuff with double lurk on the pistol, 2 through mid on the bonus, 3 through mid this round, and he breaks the turret, allows himself to get inserted in the kitchen, and then he's a menace. And what is PXS doing even if he doesn't die here? He's just letting his team know, oh yeah, guys, we lost the whole of the middle of the map, by the way. There needs to be a reaction somewhere else. But 2G today looking a little too slow, not quite on the same level of 100 Thieves. 12-6. 6 chances to close things out and come away with a 2-0 that throws 100 Thieves into playoffs.
An inclination as well to 6 chances. Might not even be needed for 100 Thieves at this point. Pit's going to be used here. This is preemptive off the bit of sound cues and a deep drone at that. Clears out most of the way through B main, but that pit it's going to be pushed back entirely here. Locked down. Nothing to push this one away here. Wingman's going to be broken in the midst of all of that. So you do have to respect it. Integrity of it all going to be dropping, and Pit stays up, I believe. Not quite going down into the time, so 2G can use that to try and play their way back in, but Asna is way ahead of the curve here. Now the Armageddon. Lay it down, roll out the red carpet. 2G trying to make the most of it. Up from the high ground, though, there's a Hunter's Fury supplemented perfectly. And 13-6 is the finish that the 100 Thieves put on that map and the series to lock their placement in the top 4.
After the first half of Ascent, everything looked amazing from 100 Thieves. I mean, they were out here completely running the game. and their performance on Icebox, they fixed up their defense. They had superb rounds at being able to shut down what 2G were going for. And then that attack side calling from Boostio, I love that. I mean, the crafted setups that Zix had given him to open up the half, and then the adaptations and the mid pressure was all beautiful. Yeah. Boostio finishes with 300 ACS after being pretty much top of the scoreboard on Ascent as well, from what I can remember. It's a revival tour. You remember this guy pieing almost every game in Kickoff?
Now, people were suspecting he needed to shave his head again and dye it.
No.
Return in form, not quite.
New Boostio.
Yeah.
He's playing so well.
New Boostio, old Boostio. He is playing well.
Kind of like a return back to old Boostio, though. He really looks like he's on the same form he was in 2023.
2-0 is a beautiful finish here for an 100 Thieves squad where been looking for success, to be honest. Start of this year, we all know, just how upset I think the fan base was. Yeah. Going to get this roster in terms of expectations that are laid onto these players' shoulders.
And today, there is, I mean, we were talking about it earlier on. A lot of the games this week look like they have a very heavy favorite on paper.
Yeah.
But in reality, we saw that Ascent was winnable for 2G. There was a world where this goes to 3 mats, and something funky happened, but 100 Thieves shut it down. Any chance of that, they made sure that they were the ones walking away with the victory. And these spots where you have an opponent that you should beat, and you do, they make all the difference for being able to make it through to stuff like playoffs. And that's where 100 Thieves are headed.
Yeah, they can set their sights forwards a little bit more, obviously, more of regular season to account for. A little bit into stage 1, but some good looks from 100 Thieves. And some funny moments overall in the game.
Yeah.
Just in terms of Asada, man, this guy just gets away with murder all the bloody time.
The jump kill is disgusting. I don't know how he dares, frankly, still go for those. And the 1v1 on the ropes will live in my mind for quite a while. But yeah, they're looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
I mean, a win over 2G. They've lost to Sentinels, obviously, but they have a match upcoming against Crew that'll be really important. So,
and that's going to be a big test.
Yeah.
In terms of stuff to play for, maybe not quite. I mean, Crew are pretty much a lock at this point.
There are chances of getting that top seed in the group, though, and that does make all the difference.
All the difference in the world as well. For now, though, we're going to send it down to Dry. She's down on the stage for that Verizon post-match interview with Boostios. Check it out.
Thank you so much, guys. Can we hear for Boostio as 100 Thieves make it to playoffs? Boostio, congratulations on this win. Congratulations on making it to playoffs. My first question here is, I want to talk about the growth that the team has had. Tell me about what happened from that week 1 to 2, 3, and now 4 to get this win. Not only as a team, but for yourself. You were insane today.
Yeah, for sure I played very well today, and I've been playing like shit the last like 2 or 3 months. So thank God I had a good performance finally. But I mean, as a team, I think it just takes time when you add a new player in. Even though we only added in Xander, it still changes a lot of how we like communicate and like what types of fights we take. And I think slowly we're getting there. Like our micro fights and our listening is getting a lot better. And yeah, we're feeling really good for playoffs. So.
And I like that you mentioned Xander too, because you were getting revenge for him after that grand final that they played in Ascension, where Xander, he did not win against TG. So what was the preparation like coming into today, and was Xander providing any info of 2G like to play this way, or any patterns that he recognized?
Yeah, I won't say like what info he gave, but Xander definitely gave a lot of info because he played against them, in Ascension last year. So it was very good to have Xander for this match. But yeah, it was pretty easy, I'm gonna be honest. But
and now talking about something that Six said during the coach interview is that he was really confident in your calling on the attacking side of Ascent. So can you tell us what makes you such a good IGL on the attacking side of any maps particularly?
It's a good question. I'm gonna be honest, a lot of it is instincts. I think I'm not like super analytical or anything. I literally just stare at the minimap and just whatever my brain tells me I say. It's not really analytical, to be honest.
Okay. And then my last question for you here. You're already made it to playoffs, but that last match of the group stage is going to be against Crew, a team that eliminated you from Champions contention last year. So you're trying to get that revenge. Do you have a message for them?
A message for them? I love you, Kesnet, but we will destroy you guys, 100%. And this is the match I'm most excited for because, like you said, they eliminated us from champs. So I think it's going to be super fun. Like, I'm so excited for it.
I'm so excited as well. Thank you so much, Boostio.
No problem.
This is everything that we have for the post-match interview. We're going to send you to a break, and we'll be right back with LEV and G2.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Against G2, I think they're a really good team. Obviously, Jaw just had like an insane game against NRG too.
This could be explosive right now. They want to try and fight this one! And already revealed close quarters into the pillar. That's going to be finesse, not long for this. Whoa, the Jogamo just cleaning them all up.
They're probably like the best team in Americas right now, so I think it's cool to just play against some really good competition.
Against Leviat, I think we're very confident.
Tienen que asomar y buscar bajas de forma singular, de forma solitaria. Apertura 1, se lo lleva sin problemas, viene con 29 de vida.
We know like their tendencies, so we kind of play around those, but we usually stick to our game plan, and we kind of know like how to play out the rounds from there. So not really looking too deep into their weaknesses.
have to kind of disrupt them a little bit, see what happens in the server, adjust to what they're doing. Yeah, they do a lot of things really well, so you just have to adapt better.
Last time that we played LEV was Kickoff of 2025, and I think it was a 2-0, and I think it's going to be the same this time.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Friday. You got G2 going up against Leviat. Of course, I'm Golden Boy on the desk yet again with Uber and Wyatt as we break it all down. Do a pose, you know, I don't know, that look cool?
That's a Ziz pose, baby.
Okay, cool.
Rest in peace, brother.
I was going to do the old school, you know, I was going to go a little bit of that, you know what I mean?
A little Ginyu force?
Yeah, a little Ginyu force. I just don't have the muscles for it, you know, one day.
It's fine.
You know, it won't happen eventually. Now, here's the thing, folks, all right? I don't know if you know this, but this one's a rematch. This is a rematch from Kickoff. And G2, well, they managed to do the G2 thing.
Once upon a time, this was a banger match. Last year, this was like a stage playoff game between these two teams. And Kickoff,
this is grand final worthy.
5-map series, full banger, like put your feet up and enjoy, but it was anything. I mean, feet were up, but it was mostly Levs because they were on their backs most of the time.
Look, I think that both of these teams have had very interesting journeys up until this point, right? For G2, really finding those pieces that are going to take them to that next level. But for Leviathan, it's been quite a journey for them to just find a combo that works.
Yeah, we were watching footage of Natank playing in Kickoff. They have
he's French. Grand Champions is in France, Wyatt.
they have a new roster. Obviously, they have.
Why else did you pick him up, bro?
I know. Just keep going. I'm sorry, man. I mean, anyway, not that that's
money on fire,
but yeah, I mean, obviously, totally different team, and the results have not been better yet.
Yeah.
Question mark. They beat Furia. They were very happy about it.
Yeah.
So maybe we're on the upswing.
Hey, one win. You take those wins. You take those wins. Now, let's go ahead and hear from someone who does know this G2 lineup very, very well. Here's Tex.
Hey guys, I'm here with Tex from Leviathan. And Tex, I want to ask you, the score between you and G2 is 3-3 from last year. And Ito said that you guys still have their number from last year after winning the grand final of Stage 2 and also winning against them during Champions. Do you think that's true? And what is it going to take to win against them again today?
We're going to need to play really well as a team and really well individually. We kind of really understand how they play, so it's really just executing our game plan, not making mistakes, and having good fundamentals.
All right, best of luck today.
Now, of course, G2 doesn't have to worry about making playoffs here because they're already locked in. They're good to go. All right, but they have also been dominating in that Omega group. They have held NRG down to only 7 rounds last week. There's certainly an aura of, like...
They dragged NRG behind their chariot.
Yeah, okay. I was going to try and, like...
It was like Hector getting dragged by Achilles, bro. That was brutal.
That is a good reference.
You didn't recognize them when they were done with them, I'll tell you what.
That's a good reference right there. I like that. But in this, golden era, as we are seeing here for G2 Esports, Wyatt, it does feel like everything is clicking exactly as you would come to expect it when you add a world champion to your ranks.
Yeah, whatever Tex just said in that interview, we have to execute our game plan, have great fundamentals.
Yeah.
Something else, that's G2 doing that in their sleep.
Yeah.
They don't even have to think about that at this point. They are so well drilled compared to the rest of the field and, frankly, the rest of the globe as well. They still look like they are primed and ready to win an international trophy.
It's just so sick because such a established team as G2, often you get players to play in their system. How many times do we call Icy a system builders? It was just ridiculous.
Yeah,
but Jorg comes in, and it's not that they make Jorg play their way. Jorg doesn't force them to play his way.
Yeah.
They kind of meet in the middle and create a completely new G2, kind of molding around what Jorg is able to provide while still having that amazing fundamental, the foundation, which is awesome to see, and it's rare too.
Well, and it's also because it's like Giacomo, he doesn't just have this skill, but he also, we're laughing, but he also brings a lot of just comfort for the team as well. You see it when he's out there in the server. You know, there's a dude a little bit like that.
He's getting wide out there, you know?
He's got that.
He's the Blippo gif, you know?
Yeah. But he really does fit this team, and it's wild to see him fit like a glove the way that he has.
And looking at the old G2, the slow, systematic G2 that jumps off Abyss in round 2 and makes Lothar burst a blood vessel, you never have thought he would have fit into this team.
Yeah.
That looks like completely different pieces of a different puzzle.
I mean, look, the clips that we're seeing on the screen right now from what he did against NRG,
good God.
Disgusting. Vile. 460 AC.
And then he's just like cheering.
Man.
Yippee! For jumping 460 AC.
Go VALORANT!
Oh, wow.
That was one of the most dominant individual series we will see all year. And it already happened. It's tough to top that one.
300 damage around. Sorry.
That is just,
I mean, 27 for 7 on Lotus, something
it just
like that.
starts off and everyone just gets instant damage applied to them. And it's given to Joggable. Might as well just get it over with.
It's a global effect like a raid boss, you know?
Exactly. Pops a button.
Everyone's going to debuff. Your healers are cleansing the debuff.
The Joggable buff, you know? I mean, the kid is insane, man. An absolute talent. And look, on the other side, Leviathan, they're going to have a lot to deal with Joggable. And most importantly, King is going to have a lot to deal with in that duelist role because he's coming into this one, former IGL of the team, but now you're going to have to deal with the monster, with the dog, with Jog himself, and this is going to be a tall task.
Omega Baby Babe versus the Jog. That's a tough ask, man.
His Waylay was looking, pretty good on this debut map here against Furia. His offing was pretty all right, but honestly, he's been playing mostly Yoru, and if you go and look at the statistics of his Yoru against the field, not the best. Waylay, a bit better. In fact, when I say not the best, in terms of average damage per round of the 12 players that have played Yoru in Stage 1.
Like 7th, right?
He's at number 10.
Oh. Yeah.
So, which is pretty tough. Obviously, the team has been struggling overall, so you're not just looking at that as a pure indictment of him if you're losing maps in convincing fashion. You're not going to be able to put up great numbers. So, I'll shoot him some bail there. But still, that's not what you expect from King whatsoever.
Yeah.
He has been one of the most consistent, high-level, top-echelon players that we've had in Americas since he debuted with LEV years ago.
Yeah, this team is like Valorant's Blue Lock, where they get a bunch of strikers and try and make a soccer team.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of duelists, and then they could try and find someone to sort of lead the way. I think that a lot of what has worked for these guys has been working around King. I actually think like a lot of their util, their stall gameplay, they do like to play a slow round and stretch out has been good, but seeing King take over a game and come into his own like that, he did that far more when he was playing Viper in the past on this team. So I want to see how he fits into this system because Rossi said they've tried everything. We tried everything. Every permutation you could imagine, we've tried, and this is the best one for them, apparently.
Yeah, and we will, of course, speak more about Rossi in a little bit here, but for now, though, I actually do want to get some words from Leaf and see what he has, his thoughts regarding the competition, how things are looking as we get ready for this matchup today. What's going on, Dryad?
I'm here with Leaf ahead of their match against LEV. And Leaf, so far you're undefeated and you also made it to playoffs. Do you think LEV are any threat at all for your flawless run?
I don't think so. I think every team we treat equally. I don't think they're more of a threat than anybody else. Everybody kind of wants to beat us. We haven't been beaten in Americas this year so far, and I think it's just going to be another game.
And I agree with that. Best of luck today.
That's stance.
I do believe those words.
Like he's just come out of the plastic wrap on the shelf with all the other duelist sentinels. Like I'm ready to frag.
Johnny's got a new toy. No, but honestly, nothing that he said there was a lie because look, they are like that. They don't focus on anyone else because they don't have to. They are the tastemakers. They are the standard bearers of the overall league right now and crew alongside them. But I mean, their team made out to a Masters runner-up.
I mean, and the coaching staff is also bonkers, right?
Yeah.
They've recently added Anders, who is a strategic coach for Fnatic, and is the kind of guy that you would bring in when a new map comes into Valorant and you need to have a just add water game plan for some of these maps. Like Abyss, I know he worked a lot on that. Josh has been an incredible coach as well, and then you've got Valorant, who's a coach's dream to have. So yeah, this team is unflappable, and they probably don't think too much about Leviathan. They probably have to set their sights further up the mountain.
Absolutely. At that, we're talking about a G2 that have already made playoffs. LEV, though, they're trying to turn things around after starting very slow, bringing in Rossi. This is basically a must-win game at this point for them.
Yeah.
Damn near. Of course, there are technicalities. They can lose this to win the next one, and then, you know, if 500 different permutations of things occur, they can make playoffs.
Give yourself a better position.
They can slip laxatives into Oxy Smoothie next game, you know? Whatever it takes.
They need wins, and they need them bad. And listen, they seemed very excited that they got that first win, finally broke through that psychological glass ceiling, and they beat Furia. Of course, Furia, they're one of the lower tier teams. G2 are a little bit better than Furia from what we've seen so far. That's the evidence that I've looked at least. But even still, that could be, you know, enough of a confidence boost where we're not going to see them in that form that we witnessed when they were up against C9, for example, just getting trounced.
Yeah, and you know, but one individual who my eyes always get drawn to, as always, it's Demon One, right? Because this is a guy who came into this with so much pressure on his back, but now has gone to a different role. But it does feel as if, and it's kind of like what we saw with Tens when he made that switch over to controller. It's kind of a different vibe. He's finding that new confidence again.
It feels like watching like the human evolution as like they become upright and start walking. Like you start as a duelist and you just
and then you make your way to a controller,
and then you just stand upright. But again, this guy like.
And then you end up a co-streamer right at the end.
What comes after that? I wonder. I have to find out. But again, like bottling that EG Lightning, I think is something that will never happen again. Even Boostio was like, I don't know how we created this like a moment where we were the best in the world. Yeah. And then recreating that, even Boostio struggled to do so. But Demon One's been really effective. His util timings have been very, very good. He's the kind of guy that goes A on Ascent, throws that one way down, plays off of it, stalls out, buys time. He's been a really good role player on this team. And I think he seems happy enough sort of in that shell. I honestly think that what we see from him, it's kind of hard to evaluate controller players sometimes. Yeah. And we only get excited when a controller player frags out, especially if they're an IGL, like let's use LZ for an example. But this guy's doing everything right. And mechanically, he's still got it. He's taken some of these duels and challenging, so I'm still looking for him to be a playmaker.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's a lot that Demon One can bring for this squad. Do you feel like coming into this, and we could see the talent predictions here in a sec, just kind of get an idea. I know that everyone went G2.
What did Riv predict? That's
what did Riv predict?
Good man.
He couldn't stick
That's
to
how
his
you
guns.
know it's bad, folks. If even Riv won't predict Leviathan.
But the reason why I bring this up, so much confidence here, but if you're Leviathan in this situation, Wyatt, right, you're playing a little bit with house money here, right? You guys just, hey, no expectations.
I don't think they feel that way. I think Rossi's attitude implies that they still think that they belong in playoffs.
For sure.
So it's kind of tough because you want this game to be one where you could just like do well enough and be happy with that, but the stakes are too high. Like it's too late for just to get a good game out of you.
Yeah. The caliber of players they have demands that you're in playoffs as well, obviously. These are all guys that make deep runs and win at champs, right?
Legacies are at stake.
Yeah, so it implies that they should be there without question. But that being said, I mean, look, when we're looking at the predictions, thinking about this game, you have a team that, like Rossi said, they're going down the checklist. What do we fix? What do we fix? What do we fix? There's so much to work on versus the most figured out team that has a clear identity and is in their prime.
It's great.
You can't predict against G2
It's great to test yourself, but they need to win for playoffs. They've got to be thinking about it.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one for Leviathan. For G2, it's just a Friday. Let's go ahead and get ready for this one. Send it over to the stage as we bring out your two teams, G2 and LEV. And let's bring them out to the stage, folks. Put your hands together for G2 Esports.
I don't know, man. These guys kind of have it all. They have that firepower that we constantly moaned that they didn't have last year, right?
Yeah.
Almost like slighting Icy every time we talked about him. And he's obviously looked great in his own right here, but Jorg is the right fit for this team. They've got a massive brain in VALORANT. They've got a clutch king in Professor P. Leaf just is always on the lurk and dominating.
One of the goats.
It's an embarrassment of riches.
And you have Trent playing the best VALORANT he's played since the Guards' debut with this team. I think he's exceeded the level he was at then, sort of in relation to the rest of the scene. His play this year has been the best we've seen, certainly in VCT.
Well, let's go ahead, bring out their opponents. It's Leviathan.
And these homies have just walked into the Rancor pit, and there's probably 5 of them instead of just the one.
Yeah.
This is them being dragged out into the arena and expected to show what they've been working on. I hope they had some great takeaways from last week and they've been able to build on them with a great week of scrims because they're going up against a Team Golden Boy that does not make mistakes. They just don't do it at this level.
I might be coping to the maximum, but I feel, how can you not look at this roster, the 5 players walking to the PCs right now, and not expect that one day it's just going going to click, and they're going to wake up and be a lethal team. The quality is insane among the 5 players. It's a matter of figuring it out as a unit. They haven't done it yet. Will it be against G2? That's a damn tough ask, but even if they could keep it close today, I think that would be a great step in the right direction.
And you know what? I will agree with you on that one, right? A close matchup, I think, shows that Leviathan certainly moving in the right direction. Here's your series layout. Lotus, Fracture, and Necessary Haven.
And now what hasn't been close for any team in this year when playing against G2 is Lotus. They are 8-0 on the
that
map,
old chestnut.
and they get to play it again. And I struggle to believe they will be leaving today 8-1 on the map. I think they will be 9-0.
Yeah.
So that is a tough opener.
What is it
for
about
Lev.
the Lotus that's so good from G2, though?
Their attack sides, the way that they play around Jaw on that map is just so sickening.
I mean, I want to throw back to Jaw getting literally rolling thundered in a 1v1 on the side, winning the 1v1 and clutching the round out. That aside, this team doesn't give you anything for free on Lotus. And it's when you're on the attack side against G2, you're probing, you're prodding, you're trying to pull someone out of position, or you're trying to cheat some map control. G2 will not allow this, right? They are ironclad and they tend to lock you down. So, you know, can we see some explosiveness from King? Can he open these sites up? Is the backup going to be there? Quite often we're seeing a lot of these Taeho comps used here. It's pretty, there's a lot of moving parts, right? There's a lot going on. Can we see that util layered adequately to get them there? Remember, Com was a standout player last time for Leviathan. There's also Fracture in the series, which is a map I love watching Com on, even though times have changed a lot. So he's someone I'm looking at. Can he continue that level that he showed us?
Certainly. And going up in the IGL battle against Valen on this map. This is a great map for IGLs, especially on attack, and especially with this version of the comp that they run that has Leaf on Viper, where he can exploit that A side of the map, try and get a lot of free space that just
moves around so much over
allows
there.
Valen to make the right reads, right site executes. It's really fantastic
XQC
to
versus
watch.
Magnus Carlsen in a chess game. I feel like.
That is one hell of a comparison, and I
love it, Felix.
Love that one. Yeah, so here you go. As far as competition goes, you can see Leaf right on that Viper again, right? That he's been so good on. Taeho Breach. The Jogamo Yoru is just absolutely beautiful. But wait a minute!
What? What? I thought you tried everything!
We are back to Demon 1 on Duelist. I mean, last time they played this map, it was in Kickoff. We haven't actually seen them with this iteration of Velocity with Rossi.
We just had a whole segment about Demon 1 being a controller. Oh, boy. Well, let's see how this one shakes out. Head into map number 1, sending it over to your casters. You got 2 young, grizzled veterans on the call with nothing to lose. It's Sheriff Riv and Vansili.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're ready to get into the second series of the day to see if Leviathan can overpower the Kings of Americas right now. G2 is ready. They're hot on each game. Let's see if they can get taken down today.
And we're actually starting things off on Lotus, where Wyatt mentioned it. 8-0 so far this year for G2 on this map. So if they have to dethrone G2 on this map, they're coming out at least with a brand new composition. You have now a Neon coming out, and I was gonna mention King, but no, it's back on the Demon 1's roll, and he hasn't played that since like 2022. This is 881 days since we've seen him play a Neon, and now there's gonna be a lot of question marks, right? Who was IGL in the past? How is Demon gonna do back on a Duelist? King's back at least on a controller, so that's gonna help in terms of comfort rules for this team.
Absolutely, and I think it was awesome that the desk said, you know, the things that Leviathan were saying in their arrival interview are those things that just happened for G2, so it is going to take quite a bit. It is going to take a lot from Leviathan, as we are now in the eyes of Demon 1, and he's got a little bit of work to do on the right side of the map as the team's pushing mid.
Yeah, so far Leviathan also, not only do we have a Neon for LEV, but they're also playing the Taeho and Breach, which they actually didn't really pull out here on Kickoff. They were playing the double controller with a raised KJ, so a lot has been in the works from the coaching staff, and as well as Rossi, currently back on the role of the IGL. And calling right now the push from Demon 1, so this wall taken advantage of from the defensive side that was thrown up here by Lee, and he's trying to find an opening on his right side.
Oh, he's Demon 1 again. How reminiscent of him pushing forward. Hardly any util from the team over his shoulder, and he's already making the plays. They enter A. It looks like it's going to be a pretty easy plant here as G2 set up for the retake.
And G2 might be a little bit slow here to try to work back. You don't have the salvos, you don't have the fault line, but there is contact towards the pit.
He's still going, still pushing. Here comes the Taeho salvos. It's going to be a jump from Trent, though, to trade that kill out as Com does get the anchor kill. A little bit of a hold lurk by Tex. He's going to be able to come in late on the site if the team can't do it, but King already says crown me as they go another one on this, and it's now G2 just lurking around, trying to find these last hits if they can even get the defuse down.
I mean, they're in perfect positions now for LEV to win this round.
Oh, they're just absolutely every angle for Leviathan covered right now. They swing out from the woodwork, and they take the pistol round here on Lotus.
That's definitely the start that you want here on the side of Leviathan. Just mentioning once again, reiterating, 8-0 for G2 on this map. And it's a pistol round that was actually very well executed on the side of Leviathan. Maybe there's a little bit of tape going on as well to see G2's aggression that they like to bring out here towards that mount, tapping the door, trying to manipulate these rotates. But they didn't anticipate the Demon One lurk just behind the Viper defensive wall that surprises them on their first blood and also weakens up the A side. And now Leviathan with this composition will continue to work towards the A side at least to start. We've seen at least from Cloud9 here during our couch segment last week or 2 weeks ago with this neon wall that's really good to push out towards the tree. Maybe that's something here that Demon One will be practicing with the rest.
Yeah. And having a lurker like that, having somebody push around the map is not something G2 would have seen when King was playing the Yoru. He was much more playing to help the team get into sites, use those flashes. So to have Demon One off on his own here is throwing G2 for a quick loop, and we'll see how fast they can adapt. Just second round, though, as they are looking to get a baby door trap play in. Looks like they'll be rotating to C.
It's very smart by Leviathan. It stayed very quiet from the very beginning. I thought there was a tech pause or something because nobody was making any noise. So they're just waiting for the first contact to come through, realizing that it's way too quiet towards B and A site. So you just rescale. When you think you're at the minute mark, there's players pushing forward. They at least turn out every stone towards that C site with the flashes. It's opened up. The best thing you can do for G2 right now is this triple flank coming out here from VALORANT Trent and Jonah P. and trying to get some exits, but it's Tex waiting for them here with the Outlaw.
The Initiator's trying to hit from that backside, and you'll have a few flashes from the front here. Jogamo has one to get in. A good look here by Tex. He's not going to have much protection after the first two shots here, so they may lose one unless there's a quick trade, but it looks like it's just going to be for most of the exit kills. See if they can get him down here.
Yeah, they might even just start looking for a stall.
Yep.
You see the salvos and the stun here as people are starting to escape towards the C side. Works out for Lev.
Chaos ensues. Oh, of course, Jog. Flashed up, stunned up, still getting some kills. His Demon One on the other end of the map is going to be able to get another kill. Jog does go down to the spike as a second round is picked up by Lev. Great damage, though, by G2.
Superb damage actually pulled up by G2. They never wanted to show themselves, and they weren't in a position to die to spike. They really just wanted to make it very expensive for Leviathan on the escape outside of the C site. Yeah, you lose player in the process was a couple of Leviathan members pushed out towards that C side on the top of the spawn. But man, they already dropped 4 players down, and Demon One had like sub 50 HP. So they're looking pretty good here for their gun round for G2 against a mediocre bonus from Leviathan. Yeah. They still invested heavily, though, into this one with 3 Vandals or 3 rifles with the half shields. So they have to be fairly clean in this round number 3 on the bonus. And it starts off well. They're pushing Leaf away with a dink through the wall. Demon One already takes full control of this mound.
Getting that Tay-Hold online and still controlling the right side of the map. A little bit of forward position for Jogamo to allow the extremities to play safer. He's got a bit of a line on mid. But yeah, seeing what Lev can do here, seems like a lot of that patience is now, a lot of the slow play, I should say, for them feels better because they have Demon One to then explode onto the site.
And it's a huge start for Leviathan to pick up this Tejo ult and at the same time tapping on the door to try to force rotates over. But look at it instead. They're pulling away from the A site to continue to stack towards C. And Leaf also makes it very difficult for Leviathan now to execute towards the C side, especially after dropping Rock.
Oh, always on point, cannot be taken off. Jogamo gets a kill there as King is able to trade back, and that will activate in towards C. There was a lot of areas the Demon One can't stand, but he found the one where he is safe in the water here, getting stunned up. Jog gets another one, the door open. And now it's a scramble for the last 2 members of LEV to figure out what they can guard and where they can plant. Slowly pushing, double stack already here. He goes around the corner, but 3 is going to be a crowd, and that's way too many for Demon One to take down. Calm has to create 3 1v1s here, and it's going to be so tough with all the penetratable walls, rather. And Valen's going to get that kill. Frag and IGL comes up with a last one to make sure the bonus round goes for G2.
Again, very nice from G2. When the door opens up, nobody's sounding in alarms or stressing out to over-rotate towards the A site. Instead, they actually pushed Jogamo outside of front B. They kept 2 players towards that C site, and they played weak side A so they could play the retake because they have such a good composition to flood back into these sites. So making sure here that they're playing the long game within these rounds for G2, very comfortable in the retake scenarios as well. And they didn't even need to play the biggest of retakes because they already dropped 2 players in the process as Leviathan was still scrambling to execute towards the C site finish. It didn't necessarily look like he would have finished towards the C site if Leaf was not able to get a pick in the first place. But now Leviathan, you see that they could still afford another buy. Rifles for another time, the tailhold's still available. But the lean this time is still towards C, so no more of the contact play towards the A side. The lurk is still onto Tex on that side.
And there it is.
But look at this exploration that continues on this front B side. Because you're not playing Ascent always for the side of Leviathan, G2 could actually start getting these forward angles and faster rotates in that way.
It's one of the things you'll always see about G2, especially Jogamo on that Yoru, is that he is active. That gate crash is going to be him peeking for safety or getting a kill and teleporting to the other site. Inside of C now, as the Armageddon and the whole kit and caboodle are here used. Neon pushing a little bit more as Demon 1 looks to get even more info. Yeah, they're not stopping. They got to the site so early, they need to take a little bit more ground here to play this one safe and know they aren't just going to get full flanked.
Counter paranoia was good though, so now everybody's turtle inside the site for Leviathan. Crossfires have to be good.
Oh, so much util coming in. Clean shots can't be had. It's all has to be done through this util right now. Spams through the smoke to start us off. Calm getting a few kills there on the ramp to water as Rossi is in the back of the site trying to avoid Armageddon. 1v2 and Trent finds him over the wall. G2 pick up another one in a chaotic round.
Still have to give respect to Leviathan, the way that they played in forward position inside of that C site when they were funneled back by what was being thrown by G2 on the retake, with the neon wall coming up to counteract and not allow G2 to move so quickly within the C site. Leviathan actually stayed around the pillar and tried to play the trades. But towards the end there, too much util coming out from G2. The flood continued to be very good on the side of the defense. And now Leviathan will be on an eco. Best thing they got here is potentially the overdrive out of Demon 1 if they want to focus on that orb on the A side, and that's where they're currently grouped up. But they found some success in the very beginning on that pistol round. Now against rifles might be a little bit of a different story.
And here's I feel like this is the quintessential round of defense for G2. Jog out, open the door, TP back. They didn't open the door this time though. They ran that round 7 in a row against NRG before they finally lost one. They are playing the if it's not broke, don't fix it strategy a lot of the times for G2. And now mid-controlled here for Tex, just trolling about, seeing if there is a push, as it looks like we may get another C hit. They have been doing orb focus, so it might be that to start off.
The drone's going to be up here potentially at that minute mark from Calm to clear out towards that mound. And now that it's open, try to get the control, the orb to move forward, but nobody really answering back yet. And I like the orb at least, because if it comes down to a tap to try to pick it up, they want to make sure there's no trap plays moving forward. The positioning from Leviathan is actually quite good. You already have Tex inserted in the front of that B site as well. But the one picking up the orb wasn't Demon 1. Simple objectives being picked up here for Leviathan's side, focusing on the next round. So you see the walls coming up here as well. Will they want to try to get this orb too?
How much pressure right now is Leaf going to feel? I think they want the door on this one, but Leaf's going to be ready. They go through the wall, and he gets the damage on it. And now it's just Demon 1 left to work that overdrive, as you said. He's got so much to do, so much on his plate here, and he's only going to start seeing more members. Another one goes down, creating the 1v1. Trent's able to pre-fire that one to take the Demon down, and Tex will follow.
It took a bit, but they finally took down Demon 1, doing a great job ever since he popped out the overdrive, isolating those little fights. But towards the end, it didn't give a chance here for the last player standing around Demon 1 to go for an instant trade. But it still ends up being a very good bonus round for Leviathan, dropping three players for G2 in the process. It should have hit that corner on the left side. I mean, they're picking it this time around. You see it from where Leaf was hiding and got that nice little double kill. I wouldn't be that disappointed for Itapata though. This was still pretty nice execution coming out from the side of the attack on the lower buy. Keeping the econ low as much as they can against G2 as they start off with a pit on the C site for Leaf. But so far it'll be okay for Leviathan. All of them still once again focusing on controlling rubble. And they're not as explosive with this type of composition that you're currently seeing from Leviathan. Usually you see like the breach neon wall and you're being fairly quick on the control towards the A side. But they are actually trying to utilize Tex's wall first. And maybe use the neon wall for the last minute execute, but...
Right.
Yamaha had a chance to see that yet. A lot of these fights on the A side have been towards this line right here where Demon 1 has taken control of by the baby door.
They almost have to fundamentally change the way they play here, right? With King, it was a lot of that teamwork. Demon 1's going to keep going even if you don't give him that util. So whether to be selfless or use that util for yourself here is really what Lev is going back and forth with. And they seem to be managing well now that Demon 1's back on Duelist. They're still giving him room to work by himself for sure. Oh, a flick from Tex now takes down Jogmo, so he gets a bit of his own medicine, and they're finally hitting B here, Vans.
Yeah, there's that wall to move up here and try to get the safe plant towards this B site. The tail missiles are going to miss, so should be an open plant for Leviathan.
Yeah, already at top site heaven though. Trent looking, trying to get some spams through. The Vandal doesn't make it easier since you see all the tracers. Look at all the way to the right. You have Rossi hanging out. They have so much coverage here from safety before they get back into a full retake from the attack side if they need to. Smokes go down. They're destroying the options that G2 have to get back in this one by also taking out their members as they're smothered with utility here from the side of Lev as well. And it is just going to be Valen sitting by himself at Waterfall. And Leviathan doing a really great job of kind of varying up the strats. They run a bit of the same thing, but understand what their mistake was in the previous round.
Still pretty nice, though, that Valen had a little heads-up play to turn around and get that kill onto Demon 1 as they're closing the gap on him. And it looked pretty good for Leviathan to understand that lurk in the flank that was coming through here from Jogimo. Yeah, we mentioned a few rounds ago because of that. You'll be able to come back and actually push more towards these B positions. He actually did get good control here on a pick. And big congrats now to Demon 1 after that last round, now reaching the plateau of 1,000 kills in the VCT Americas.
So much. I'm so glad he's on a Duelist when he does it too.
True. It would have been a different conversation for sure.
Right. It feels right.
Definitely does feel right with him as a Neon so far on this map, though, on Lotus.
Little drone check. They are not afraid to leave Leaf by himself.
Yeah. And just wanted to finish that sentence as well from Jogmo pushing forward again and punish right away towards that B side. So with him being watched by Tex on that previous round, that might change G2's look on how they want to execute and fight back here on the retakes against Leviathan. Because Jaw is usually so good to create openings under the pressure, under the chaos. And for 2 rounds has been like a push lurk. They might need him in these scenarios now for G2.
Lev normally has a little bit more ground gained here. Feels uncomfortable that they don't know what's on the other side of those walls at this point. So it looks like they're going for that fake towards A. Still late door open here from Tex, so he'll still be roaming around. Yeah, nicely played around the map here. They should just be able to waltz in, and they'll know it soon. Get that spike planted.
This time it definitely worked by tapping that door over towards that tree sign. Just because we have a lower buy from G2, so you just want to make sure you have a lot of players to try to trade out. They've been so good in these moments when they have stinger buys for the side of the defense, but not this time around.
Took the fight in the salvos, looking to push himself forward there. The spam, though, just outside, kept him in the salvo longer than he wanted. Beautiful kills, however, and Valen now last alive here as he rotates over. Playing the rotating simulator game on this one is Lev's playing a little bit faster to the sites, taking down G2. They usually have a really nice retake to bring out.
Yeah. I do agree. It's been fast on the execute for the side of Leviathan once again into the site. They definitely do want to bring the chaos against G2, and we mentioned funny forward positions. They were snuffed out a little bit earlier on here towards the gun round of G2 in round number 3, but for the rest, they've been fairly slow working that map and then go for the full explosion and fight back towards these where G2 would be positioned to try to retake, and they've been doing a good job shutting it down.
Yeah, let's see what they do here in the next round. Lev showing up now versus G2, and that is going to be a timeout being called here from Josh RT. See if the coaching staff can get some words in to sort this out.
Probably has some extra help too in terms of the preparation. You can see him he's sitting alone here in the coach booth, but when it comes down to the preparation that leads into these matches, there's definitely a lot of work that's being done outside of the server with their brand new assistant coach here, Anders. They've been praising on the side of G2 in the past. Last week when they had a very dominant victory against Energy, a lot of the players have been praising the addition of Anders and what him and Josh RT bring to the table here to help G2 have some clean games. But so far it hasn't been as clean.
Yeah.
on their best map so far of Lotus. Leviathan came in with good preparation, a brand new composition, and are definitely bringing the fight over on G2's end.
It's changed their persona completely, right? With King not being as aggressive, not taking as much space on the Yoru and playing more for the team in rotations, they have to now figure out how to battle against Demon One, a team they have, a player in this squad they have no VOD on now, no footage of how they've played with this duelist. So I think it's a really great change in the mentality that they needed to switch.
And so far, there's a Demon One with sick aim. Because I haven't seen too much util going around to assist him to get these forward spots. He's just in good positions towards the very beginning. Crosshair placement, single kills, double kills, doing his job. As a cracked aimer, a cracked player for Leviathan. They're going to try to do that again. He's currently tip of the spear, trying to get an entry towards this front B site.
Look at that, shooting the clone or shooting the drone for him. He's just aiming the whole time. Like his focus is headshot level all the time. This is the Demon One we remember. Yeah, he has a lot of support around him for any utility. So they back off of this one. It looks like they will head towards A, but now it's going to be Calm as the insert. Back to the Calm flanks. Oh,
you know this hit's coming towards the A side, though. Drone star in the first place. Now the dimensional drift on the C side. It's weak towards C. They know the hit is towards A, and Valent's there with Paranoid to help.
Oof. Got a little weird for a second, but he's obviously out. They know he's going to pull out another person. Leaf gets the push. Oh, what a great play from him and Jogamo. Still a fight on the right side of the map is held by Valen, and they've pushed up each extremity and shut down Lev on their own side.
30 seconds
Thankfully,
left.
Rolling Thunder still available for Rossi. They could try to explode into the site and leverage once again Demon One, who also has a stun to move forward into the C site.
Ooh, trying to get through this util unscathed. A little tough, the damage won't be there, just the stuns. G2 perfectly ready. Oh my gosh, Demon One just spammed down the knowledge of Jogamo. Few seconds, Spike's gonna go down on this one, 2v5, looking almost impossible here. Jog, more shots towards Texas. He looks to duck his headbound, but he cannot dodge the last shots. Jog with a 3K there on a round where he used Dimensional Drift too, so just stack those points back up. Looking good as G2 tie it up.
Yeah, great delays coming out from G2 with that Armageddon being thrown out here by Trent, but mostly it was around how G2 was able to manipulate the map on their defensive side.
Yeah.
So yeah, the drone finds information for two players. You mentioned that it was being shot out, but Demon One didn't care about that drone at all. He just wanted to go for a straight duel towards the top of that B side if somebody was peeking out. But the drone spotted two players, being him and Rossi.
Yeah. And
then as soon as Dimensional Drift comes out towards that C site, well, Leaf could move behind it, because they know now the players have been falling back towards Leviathan, trying to meet up towards A. And it was just a nice little stuff to push him back towards Leaf. Very, very good defensive round here from G2. Leviathan trying to pick up the pace.
Oh my gosh. His actually couldn't even get away from his own teammates on that one, and then he went into the enemies. Okay, Tex with the Viper up in the backside. All right. Still where they buy guns, looking to keep these pushes out of play. And why not? You just had Rubble pushed up on, Mound pushed up on. So they're looking to get those early kills from the aggression of G2.
It's a big round for the side of Leviathan. 3 ults to work with as well.
Yeah.
So that might be part now higher up on the priorities to use them to entry towards that site.
Ooh. They have quite a bit of the timing here. G2 actually does not like their positioning on this situation now that they realize how many members are there. Just in the coattails of Tex. Oh, he can't get away. Jogamo finds him so close to being safe there. But Jog has that timing.
Another one where G2 is using Jogamo to push forward to actually catch one this time around. As I've mentioned, because they have big ults on the side of Leviathan, they might want to stay grouped up here to go for the full exit behind it, since they've lost Demon One.
30 seconds left.
Thankfully, they still have King alive to go for smokes, even after losing Tex in the process. And it's a wall contact to try to work towards this B side, and Trent's just ready.
So good at playing his life. One shot, knows there's more, gets out for the safety of his team, and plays for the strong strategy here. Salvos get dumped in the bottom side of sight, but they still find Trent. Rossi pushes forward, expecting nobody else to be there, turns for the flank. He's right on Jogamo, but it's not the correct shot. Ooh, the shoulder. Jog shows it, and he just baits it in so Valen can walk into the win on the round. 5-4 now. G2 take that lead.
Very, very nice once again by G2. Okay, the game plan after the timeout from Josh RT. don't give a chance here for Leviathan to go for the full exit, to try to move up towards the extremities of any of these sites and try to go in. They went for a triple push at the middle mark towards Rubble to get these picks, to keep them at bay and try to activate as much as they could on the Jogimo lurk. It's very ballsy for him to do that because you know that the one watching that flank was that beautiful off shot that we saw from Trent earlier, from Tex earlier on, over towards that C site.
Nice, good job, Alex, good play. This guy bought an op, bro.
Yeah, we were just as surprised. Okay, LEV's gonna be calling a timeout here to see what they can get sorted out. The operator, I'm trying to look what Tex has. So they still got a bit of money, but they may have to go for a lower buy for him on this round. So they did have the economy for it. It was a bit out of the box, but it almost turned around the game before them on that, or turned around the round, I should say.
Definitely feel it was a nice little surprise for Tex to bring out the op before, but coming out of this timeout, I feel that they probably have to use some rifles around. Again, they've been holding on to these big ults for the last few rounds, including this one here. I think it's 2 rounds so far. And using a pit on the execution would be kind of huge, which is why with this type of economy that's a little bit lower on the side of Leviathan, opting for a stinger this time around to play inside that pit.
Yeah.
So G2, reaction on to that so far is they're pinging towards this mount a lot. Yeah, pits could be fairly effective here on the attack side towards B, I would say. So maybe it's to control this mount on the C side to make sure they can punch as well as possible towards that front of that B site.
And they switch it. It might just be towards A. They're going to do the C door play again. He said he's looking at the door switch right now. You can see the eye ping. Hit and TP out. Just absolute safety, double flash so they can get. Why not rinse and repeat this strat? Like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. G2 loves to rerun what they feel like is working. And this leaves Leaf over on the right side with Trent there. I mentioned it a bit before. They can leave Leaf alone. They don't tell him to sit back. They don't keep him tempered. I think it might slow him down altogether. Just do what you can to crush the round. When does Jogamo not have this line of information? Whether it's a dimensional drift or just being able to see the entire team because he's got a good timing. Incredible map info.
Falls back as well, so pushing up with Valen. It's Valen start with Jogamo, and they're trying to hold that A main. Just trying to make sure that Leviathan could stay here towards the A site, have no choice but to hit the A site. They're just trying to waste out the ults so that you don't have too much in the pulse plant on the side of the attack.
Boom. Rolling Thunder goes through. That's just going to be Leaf hanging out. But man, there is a hell of a force coming out behind Lev right now. They got to work quick and they got to understand it's happening. Demon 1's going to work a little faster. Tax with the stinger gets 2 towards Tree. And it's Jonah P left alone in the blink of an eye as he was trying to just be the other side of the fight. And that's Demon 1 screaming through with a 3K there to bring it right back to 5-5.
How the heck did he get those 2 kills on the top of Heaven?
Good question.
But yeah, G2 looked in prime position to start flooding back here from a pincer maneuver on the top of Heaven and towards that tree. Because you've already used 2 big ults on the side of the attack to execute towards the A side, and there you go. Yeah, definitely those shots coming through that replay from Leviathan and Tex.
You should have seen what I did, Heaven, bro.
I just put a 30 clip in these kids in tree, bro.
And Rossi's mentioned it before in interviews with Baby Bay. The vibes are really good around Leviathan, and somehow it's just not a full grasp of what's happening in-game. But so far, it definitely feels within 10 rounds of Lotus that has been ironed out. And now you have the vibes and also the reads to play against G2.
And we got the game here. This is already unexpected. You got G2 on one of their best maps right now, and Lev tying it up. We got a long way to go here, but we're seeing a different Lev already in this switch up of just the way the composition is put together. Leaf starts to put that to bed here in round 11. As C has been a favorite for Leviathan here.
Already with Demo 1 falling down and a smoke towards the front C side, Leviathan will have to stop and try to play for contact this time around. You see him tapping on that door, walking through. Jogimo's now full contact, and that might be the execution now for Leviathan. They've already crossed inside the C site, but Crossfire is just way too good for G2.
Getting caught up in the crossfire for sure there. Lev just getting the default playbook on that one between Jog and Valen, 2 of the strongest C holders on this one, the way they set up their defense. And that's just going to be a quick, clean round for G2 Esports here. Timeout kind of squished by Leviathan. G2 got to be feeling good.
Spike down. C.
hoping that they weren't going to see too much walking through the entrance of that C site. But as soon as you get spotted by Jogimo and the util comes around to help them out, the salvos really didn't give a chance here for Leviathan to fully get the best trades moving in. Now last round of the half. Fairly quick here towards the A site.
Uh-oh. Oh, the long range Neon out though?
It was a fake though. Oh no. Oh.
No, bro, not like this. Oh, no! King! King turns around, he gets the kill! Oh, the chaos is already happening. And they stave off this door push. Smoke's already down, so that's going to stop it. Valen's alone in spawn. They are really spread for how G2 usually like to take this, and this is going to be that firepower they need from each singular player. The star power one from Jonah P. Now we got Jogimo almost pushing into the pit. He's waiting for the drone. A little bit more info and getting that push from Jonah as well. It's going to be King, however, with another kill on the round.
That should be a round now for Leviathan. The pit is covering the whole side of spawn. Very difficult for Valorant to walk back through. All the util to try to scan for information has been taken down as the drone from Trent was trying to scout inside that C site. So much time's been wasted so far, though, Riv.
Tax gets one there. Thinking Trent might be able to push in or with that shorty.
Trying to get some stats in.
Valent, one last one. No, the 6-6 first half from Leviathan and G2. What an incredible back and forth.
Switching sides.
Towards the end, a pretty decent matchup between these two teams. Nobody's really taken a full upper hand or fully controlling this map so far, or at least the series, as we're still in this first map. But overall, that 6 cents from King to turn around and get the headshot onto Leaf. Could have been an easy 3K there.
Yeah.
At least.
All four. Yeah, okay. All 4.
Thank you!
I mean, isn't that usually what we see people saying about Leaf shots, though? We're going to see a lot more of this game. It's 6-6 as we're going to the break. Don't go anywhere.
It's for you. Do you like it? Come on, Charlie. Use your new door. Come on, let's go. I said go. Let's go. Silly dog. I'm going to trade you for a cat. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
We are back with G2 versus Leviathan on Lotus for our second series of the day. First half a 6-6 as the Beast has woken up to challenge the Kings of Americas here. And we have been wondering when Lev would surface. They put Demon One back on a duelist and they seem kind of revitalized.
Definitely answers a lot of questions around for Leviathan when this roster was built. Who's going to play duelist if it's not working out for Demon One? They have a deep agent pool and understanding for each one of these players, but they just have to make it click. So far, it's been looking pretty decent, though. But G2 definitely now this time on the attack. Already pushing forward is Jogimo, but separated by the rest of the util around, and King scores the first blood.
Great paranoia, and they also take down Leaf. Getting in so fast there. Demon One and the rest of the team able to throw down some damage. King picks up the Sheriff, and now they're sitting pretty here at Rubble. Just waiting. put some more damage through as Demon 1 and King are ready to attack. They still have the initiators and Valance, so they can make something work here at C.
But look how far we're staying back on the side of the C site. And you look at these two players just jiggle peeking every single time, but how passive it is. It still could give an advantage for G2 to move inside that site, play a 3 versus 1, and have better positions in a post plant because a rotate's going to take too long from the side of the A site.
Tex plays his life. Easy stuff. They kind of avoid a fault line as well. That's used very early just for the safety of the plant. You can see how pressured G2 feels here, but they do pick up 1.
And that drone went all the way back towards spawns. They know that the last 3 players will be flanking from main. That's going to be a huge responsibility for Jonah P to hold up here towards the vent.
Trent watching for any water. If they can flex a different position. Ooh, quick right click. Gets that classic to connect onto Demon 1. The Aftershock will push out any of the high spots here, but being dispersed doesn't matter. Does it though? Valen with 2. 21 HP now. He's going up against Tex. Just gonna right click in and he's safe. And he does get the clicks with the jump in. What a peek from Tex. What a round from Tex to bring in the pistol round.
Could have been a huge run for G2 to start things off. That would have been a 3 versus 5 that Leviathan would have let slip in terms of at least guaranteeing the pistol round, but thankfully Tex on a 1v1 is able to save that. The positioning again was great. The reads coming out from G2 to isolate these fights towards that waterfall, the back of that C site. And it became a brawl that allowed a lot of good util from Leviathan though to fight back in the area. Yes, I mean Demon 1's gonna give his life away with the slide, but at least it gets info for the team.
Ian, thank you for staying alive for once, bro. For what?
Hey, I only do it in the match.
Let's go. Oh my gosh. You know, I was just going to praise Rossi because at the end of that, he was talking. He was already stratting for the next round, but he's also cooking his teammates at the same time. Tex. But he did stay alive. That was huge. They've been actually turning away from the fights a lot of the time after just getting the info. It means so much more for that retake. Quick back and forth. C's going to get quite a bit of love here. King answering nicely. Relief with a stinger, incredibly deadly, and he continues to look for more as the regen armor comes back online.
Rossi to help as well. Only thing they can pick up is a stinger. So the side of Leviathan showing no respect to G2's second round buy off the plants. Something that G2 loves to do here on the attack side. Now they've lost 2 key components. No flashes to enter the site. No duelists to try to get a fast entry onto Jogimo. So last 3 will just have to work together. In tandem on, again, another contact play of G2 walking inside the B site. Looks like it should be decent and easy to get at least a plant. As even from Combizan, he wants to save these salvos for the retake instead of delaying that clock.
Remember on this retake on the first half, 1 member of LEV was alive. They should be able to get through this with a few more bodies here if they can stave off G2. Trent and Valen still pushed up. This timing, this patience. Trent with a medium to long range stinger, insta-kill on Tex. And they know. They just about know where everything's about to come from. Are they looking the right way when it happens though? Com with the first frag in. Valen and Leaf trying to kill from the pit of B here, and that's going to be 2 that they need. Com by himself gets into the site. The defuse is going to be almost impossible now. Even with this stun going out, not going to happen. Leaf picks it up. That's going to be a second round win coming in here for G2.
Almost felt there was too much hesitation coming up for Leviathan on that retake. They had 2 players staying back towards that spawn. It worked out pretty well. You're trying to see if G2 is going to try to push forward and fight towards the spawn like Leviathan did. But when they're opening that door to try to find information in front of that B site, and they don't find anybody outside of G2, they hesitated too much to try to work back and go for that pincer maneuver into the post plant.
Nice! Let's go!
And to the attempt to retake.
Got it.
And just not communicating well enough here to swing back through the smoke and fight here back on that B site retake. And G2 is able to capitalize here on that lower buy, forcing the eco onto Leviathan in round number 15. What, that was a 3v5 again?
Yeah, that was. I was saying if they could get away with a few members, but they get away with no members, and now G2 are going to feel very good here. Jogamo on 3 pips now for the ult. Makes a run in, gets the audio cue over to King, and he's going to TP out. So now you get a little bit of movement on 11. This is exactly what G2 wants, just them scurrying around. Whether they want to move on their own accord, they're still out of position, and that's what G2 likes.
Yeah, should be an easy round no matter what here for G2. You can see from the minimap that everybody from Leviaton's just kind of on one positions, trying to find the information, not really trying to play for any type of stacks.
Yeah.
The only one they have is towards that C site where, actually, that's where G2's heading towards to.
The patience again. You just see Lev rotating all over the map, not considering that, yeah, that might be the true play, that might be a flank. They are just trying to get their head wrapped around this one, and it's going to be death with the spike in the end, with the spike going down here. And see, what a round from G2 to just pick apart the map.
Yeah, they just tried to do exactly what Leviathan was trying to do on their attack side. Tap that door in the tree side, force a rotate from other spots. When you saw Jogamo tap that the door towards the tree, the only thing they had to do was ADS, go back towards that mound. They find one crossing over, and unfortunately, that's a weaker defense towards the end, and an easy plant for G2.
So what are you going to fault line me? Watching each other's backs now. Oh, no. right in the grinder. Oh, my gosh.
It's not the first time that they do these type of plays for G2. I remember on the against Energy, they did something very similar from Salvos on the defensive side with a fault line, but from the B site over. So I think more teams playing against G2 have to know that that spot is kind of like a no-go and a no-no to play against G2.
Yeah.
But again, just an eco that you had from Leviathan. We should be in a good spot here with a stronger buy in this round number 16.
Oh. The timing on their plays are just so perfect when Lev wants to rotate out or get just a different line on things.
Yeah, copy that, buddy. Copy these hands, boy.
Yeah, they're having a lot of fun coming into the second half here, especially with that second round win with the Stinger buy. A push, though, from Lev. 3 strong out mid here. The coverage on the side still, but this needs to work. I'd say that's a plus.
And it's tough, too, because the spike's been dropped intentionally towards that spawn, and it kind of split up across the map.
Oh, this push-up is kind of weird. Jog wasn't ready for it right away. And another one from Calm. Oh, he's feeling it. Drops down off the step. Gets the reset on the aim. A 3K coming through. Is Calm going hunting? Where is he at? Oh, he's got ult already. He doesn't need to.
Yeah, Championship Calm is back. He definitely stepped up to the plate against Furia last week as well on Ascent, just dropping multi-kills after multi-kills on the defensive side, and does so again this time around. You've mentioned it, Jogimo didn't look like he was ready, but Calm actually got spun up by the drone that was brought out on the side of Trent, and somehow Calm is still able to come out alive and almost unscathed.
Toxin screen down.
And that triple push, I mean, that's very similar to how G2 was playing on
30 seconds
Isolate,
left.
understanding that there's no true Senti being played this time around from either of these teams.
That's a good point.
So they're just trying to take advantage of these lanes where they might not get checked.
Gun here.
Yeah, we see G2 getting around that with basically having Jogamo rotate the outsides of the map as the round goes on here. Lev does it as a team.
Exactly, because Jog could actually TP away in those moments, and now you want to make sure for Leviathan that you have a buddy system. So 2 different types of approaches that you're seeing on the aggressive defensive side from both G2 and Leviathan, but they both turn out to be quite good.
Back to 8-8 Vans. I thought G2 may be able to kind of break out, you know, throw the gate down and just be like, all right, we've got a few rounds and now we have the momentum. Once we see those smiles on their faces, it just seems like a whole different game. But Lev is still adapting mid-round, figuring out what to do. And they're able to stave off the singular firepower of the members of G2 as well, which a lot of teams have not been able to do this season. See where they go.
Definitely look like they want to fight back here towards the mound. Simple stuff with the fault line and salvos, and King already took control on the top of Rubble.
Oh, hello. What?
It still works. Arma getting on top of that, and it catches Trent. A great first blood on the side of Leviathan. And I love that King was just disrespecting that Viper wall to push through.
It kills me that King is just doing this on Omen when a Yoru there is safer, but he's back in comfort. He's back in a position where he knows what the role is completely. Even though going down, they still trade 2 right now, and it is a very wounded G2 to continue the round. So much gain, ground gain by Tex too, so they have all the easy comms here.
This is a little bit difficult though for Rossi. He's pretty much by himself.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 might follow. They do get the clone still, and Demon One's able to clean up Jogamo as well. Leviathan are feeling good. The way they're working off each other, the util use in situations and just adapting to the situation itself, because it's never going to be what you expect, is really good.
It was very nice towards the end here for Demon One to jiggle back towards the broken door and look back towards the orb. So then he becomes kind of like that bait where they could double swing and fight back in front of Rubble. Right over here, they were so focused on trying to take down Demon One that Rossi was able to get that pick. But you definitely saw it from their position before. They had Tex push all the way up here on the front of that C site, watching for the rotate back. So then their gaps were definitely the front of that B site and also towards A. So there was a moment for G2 to take advantage of, but unfortunately there for Leviathan, they're able to salvage now 2 rounds in a row and now take the lead on this map of Lotus.
I think one of the big things for me right now, Vans, is we're seeing one of the first times G2 is not able to dictate the pace of the round. It was like usually everything's on their terms, they're running in, Jog's done a flash, so you're scattered, your crosshair's broken, and the rest of the team are hitting. But they're getting kind of stuck at Rubble, they're getting stuck at Mound, where usually they're pushing forward and right on the front door knocking, making you think the hit is possible.
Yeah.
But they're taking away that advantage, the opportunities that G2 usually has on Leviathan.
We definitely felt high so far from Leviathan's win last week, especially if you've tuned into the count stream. It got quite entertaining with Leviathan's roster on that desk. But at the same time, Furia was the only team that they were able to beat so far in 2025. Right? They started Kickoff, play against Furia, beat them. Then they lost against every other team they played against them, being C9, MIBR, G2. Then they win against Furia again, but now a big test, the biggest test to come up here. They have to win against G2. They have to win against NRG into next week to stand a chance to make it into the playoffs.
And what a game it would be to take down the undefeated team, to get you back on track, to get the team feeling like this is the process that works. It's confidence. Can't say anything else about it if you beat these guys. Demon One already beating the odds here towards the A site. Oh, the relay bolt just out of time there as Valen catches a window.
Kickoff does have one, maybe? Nope.
Oh, so close to that kill. Valen still able to do the close quarters combat in favor of G2. Quick paranoia to give King a little bit of breathing time here, but it is the pit that he is staring into and has to wonder how many foes are just on the other side. Okay. They're saying we're coming out of the pit. It is time to go aggressive right now. G2 wants to show that they are in control of the game no matter what. Rossi. Oh. Rolling Thunder back, but they're not really able to act off it too well. They're still hiding in the pit on the side of G2. That makes it tough. 1 for 1 on this. Trent and Leaf now up against Tex. And how good is that aim, Tex? Shorty is the right play, but still he's got to go searching so much, and he's already taken down by some spam here. What a round from G2. Again, thriving in the chaos. Is just a glimmer of hope there at the end, but Leaf's able to get the win. 9-9 now. G2's timeout striking true.
And the confidence they have on the side of G2. Looking after each other's backs, 2 of them fully stunned by the Rolling Thunder out from Rossi, and Trent and Jonah being work in tandem to make sure that Rossi cannot get any value out of his Rolling Thunder. The execute was perfect, trying to fight through with aggression through the smoke. The stinger by once again from G2, but this time converts into a victory on their side.
Ito, a little heated there. The ultimates did not come out in a productive way or manner to get the round win.
I'll handle this.
And Jogs already giving, whoa, wait, Leaf goes down. I'm gonna say this usually gives G2 the reason to move around the map safely and know what's going down, but what a first kill there coming in from Demon One.
Yeah, and then Jogimo has 0 value. Information of where the players could be. He's pinging towards that spawn, thinking that they gave up that spot, but instead they're fighting towards the mound.
Yeah, they're pushing out, knowing King has something. They're trying to take a second fight, another front here, and it is going to be Valen getting the kill. Armageddon is used on this, and Jogimo is just wreaking havoc back in spawn on Lev's side. Oh dear. They know. They knew exactly where Tex was. Not seen any heads up on the platform. There's going to be that elbow peek coming through, and now it is just Calm to find his way around the flank. Where else would he be? Calm coming around. 10 and 14, not too bad this game. Has had some very clutch rounds for the squad. It looks like he'll go ahead and save the Phantom on this one.
Yeah, again, when Jogman was pinging for watch out towards the defender spawn, they might have fallen back towards that area after the ult came through from Jogmo, thinking that G2 was going to hit towards his B site. But when he throws that clone back towards C and Tex shoots it, that was actually the cue here for the rest of G2 to make sure that they clear out the mound as well as they could. And they did it with an Armageddon to isolate King and have, what, 2 individual 3 versus 1 situations to enter towards that C site. So
exactly.
It looked chaotic in the very beginning with a nice first blood from Demon 1 onto Leaf, but then after that, G2 adjusted quite well. You have to give it for Demon 1, though, for him to just disrespect the dimensional drift, to peek up behind that. That's usually a great way to counter the dimensional drifts here on the way you want to play on against a Yoru comp. Because players will be falling behind, maybe with util out, trying to support the Yoru, and you want to capitalize on the initiators that are behind the Yoru ult to take them out.
Fans, we have coaches battling their timeouts right now. Like, it's a few rounds of timeout, a few rounds of timeout, trying to get control of the game and just get a bug in the ear of the players so they can get sorted here. And Lev may need it. Itopada, knowing that G2 takes an inch, they will take a mile. And that may happen here. Now 10-9 as we get close to closing out our first map here on Lotus. And what a map already.
I want to make sure that they could get the best value as possible. I mean, the money isn't the best here for Leviathan. The only thing they have is that rifle save from Calm from that previous round, and everybody around that don't have too much to work with. So the timeout being called by Itopata is to try to bring it closer if G2 is going to capitalize this round quite easily, or should be easy when they have the better weapons to work with against Leviathan. They're so far away from good ults, with the exception of Texas Viper's Pit.
Right, we just had that Rolling Thunder used that G2 was able to snuff out, so they're trying to build that back up. If Tex can get an ult, maybe they can stave off a push here and force G2 to a certain site, but can you force G2 to do anything? Once they figure out the strategy on the map, that's the question. 3-0 says no.
See if G2 can answer what the fans want. Control towards the Robo. There's already 4 players from Leviathan on this side, though. Just waiting for the first wave of util to flood back out. But Valen's just ready!
Valen! Looking for the ace. Not going to be able to get it unless he has a railgun to fire all the way over towards Teeth through the walls on this one. But at this point, just hit him with the gimme, ladies and gentlemen. What a round from the fragging IGL. It's never a question. It's never an ebb and a flow. It's always there for Valen. And now they're going to find out. Leaf says he's back here. He's back here. Valen's like, all right, I'm going to try to flank him.
Let me try to get my ult that I already have.
Yeah. Oh, Tex is so good at that, too. He is so good at shutting that down. A 4K for Valen, smiles all around for G2 is, yeah, they're starting to feel that power, and they actually zero out that timeout from Itopada.
It definitely would be for this round. I think you're bringing up a great point. Off the timeout, usually you see like some of these coaches call timeouts and you're trying to get some good crap plays out of refreshable utility. So Leviathan had the correct read.
Yeah.
4 players stacked towards that side to try to fight back in the first place. But the fact that Valen stayed alive and got 4 kills in the process. Yeah, the fact that he got 4 kills in the process and still stayed alive against the trap play is quite nice. But the timeout was also important for this round here for Leviathan. They want to take full control of the extremities. So lots of util being used towards the rubble. An ult from the Viper's Pit on that C site. And now you can just leave King inserted on the top of the rubble and now focus on fighting both initiators with the Neon to try to stop the G2 push. But they're going to have to crawl back slowly in this round for G2. It's going to have to be some good calling from Valen here for them to open up the map.
A lot of util just to get through this smoke right here. Relay bolts thrown back. It's really just a re-clear to see what's there. They're faking this B, maybe? Oh, no, they're taking this B. They get right inside, but Jog's not ready with the util behind. He's actually left timed out on that one. Leviathan give G2 back around that they just served Lev. How is this game continuing to go like this? It seems like the momentum is grabbed and then absolutely snuck back the other way when you least expect it here. Trent all alone in a 1v5. Oh man, the high lows, the swing out on contact, everything here to stop this from going right. And Rossi picks up the 3K. starts to actually build up that Rolling Thunder. We talked about how far they were away from ult, so getting good priority kills on the right members.
It's definitely nice from G2 to fake out towards the A side. They went for the double salvo just onto the rubble, forced out the relay build and the paranoia out from Demon 1 and King. So they're like, okay, well, there's going to be less util to work with for them to try to fight back towards the B site. But when you have Demon 1 not care about util, just sliding in and getting kills like that.
I know the coaches are so mad, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because you're trying to draw up so much, and then you have just Rossi and Demon 1 popping through and snuffing out the B site fake. Or the A site fake to B. Just very, very nice round on the defense for Leviathan. Now, 1 round separating these two teams, closing that gap. Leviathan 1 away from tying things up. And very similarly, they take control of the rubble. Already used up the paranoia, though, but at least this time around, Demon 1's there to help.
See Rossi's trying to affect the fight all the way over from back of B. You can see him setting up the fault line, looking right at the rest of the team over in A Ruffle. Like they are looking to assist each other from everywhere at what's happening as G2 again do this bit of the A push, like you said last round. And now they will focus on where Tex is.
Yeah, they know that it's a soft side towards C. Orb now being picked up on the attack. TP in. Tex has to delay as much as he could. Oh, the flash not good.
Oof. Okay, they're just running through right now. Cutting the pies, getting into sight. A door hit here is trying to slow him down from the side of Com. He's going to spam through as he takes spam himself. And man, they are just trading full rounds on each other here where they have complete control, pacing, and whatnot on the round. It just seems like nobody can get a real footing.
Yeah, just unfortunate timing coming out here from Tex. Him being the weak side on C, he was trying to go for some hero play, trying to find
Player standing.
at least an opening.
Yeah.
When you lose your life right away like that, it makes it so difficult for the rest of Leviathan to rotate over when they had so much pressure on that rubble side first.
Match point.
You saw them getting picked off 1 by 1. Unfortunately there. G2, well, they're on their way to make this 9-0 in terms of their record on Lotus. Thankfully, there's still good money left for Leviathan.
Right, that's a big, big one that they can get a full buy-in here. The question is, do they go aggressive? Does Demon 1 go kind of ham this round?
With an op, might be difficult.
Oh, he does have an op, but he is going to be the only one C, a different setup for them.
They're going back for the triple walk down towards B.
Yeah.
This time not with Palm, though.
Screen down.
Oh, they call it right, fans. And Leaf has an inkling. He's wondering, he's like, nah, I don't want this right away. He lets the rest of the team make a bit more noise. He's not looking just right. What a peek. King times that one out. He's been so good at these little creeper rounds and getting the 1v1 situations as the hit towards tree goes through and Lev starts to rotate.
Yeah, and all they can do here is hold back towards the tree, hold back towards heaven. This is good. Give a chance here for Demon 1 to start rotating over when it's confirmed the plat is coming towards A.
Oh, they're really backing up here. Remember, you have an operator coming in for Demon 1. I wonder if they even try to switch that out and give him a Vandal that might be hanging around. A lot of this is good because they're still waiting for Demon 1, so they're not too worried to see that Rolling Thunder just now. Oh, that's about all the util you get for this round from both teams, at least on the side of G2, I should say. Lev still has that retake, making their way in. Jogamo and the rest of the team have all focused that backside of sight. Valen basically getting a collab on that one. Demon 1 still comes in. The operator's big, but is it going to be enough time? Spike goes on pretty fast tick right now, and it's not going to be enough. The defuse going to happen. They know he's on it, and that's going to be the final round for G2. That's going to be Lotus going to G2.
Great finish on this first map. Chaotic in the end. But you mentioned the util coming back from the side of Leviathan. They were pretty good, but unfortunately the paranoia misses too much. It gives a chance here for G2 to just play their buddy system in the end. But so far a 13-10 scoreline with Leviathan wanting to play against G2's best map and putting 10 rounds on top of that with a brand new composition, with Demon 1 back onto a duelist, at least for this map. I mean, I'd still be quite happy with the result here of the first map.
Absolutely. I think we saw a lot of G2 having to adapt more than usual, which is a great sign for the side of Leviathan. What we saw, I think, was when you get Jogamo being able to come out of Dimensional Drift and spawn, right? Well, how do you adapt to that if you haven't before, right? Lev's just switching big mentality now to Duelist on Demon 1, so those kind of crazy chaos plays are still throwing him for a loop, understandable.
Yeah, and Rossi back at the helm with the IGL, good reads coming out on defense, finding those gaps, and now it's just trying to make sure they iron out a little bit of that buddy system, but at least they still have a chance here. Looking at the results of this first map, they might have a chance to make it 2-2 so far in their record.
We'll have to see. There are more maps to go in this series. We are headed to Fracture next, but G2 takes Lotus. We got a lot more to come after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yet Leaf tucked to the side once more. It's a bait and switch setup.
Singular de forma solitaria, apertura 1, se lo lleva sin problemas, viene Kickoff, 29 de vida.
It was a close map of Lotus between G2 and LEV. And Josh RT, I want to ask you, this is an interesting map selection because there's two maps right at the beginning that we haven't seen from LEV. For you as a coach, once you go into the map select, you know what you're going to be playing. How do you prep for maps that you haven't seen from the enemy?
Well, it's hard to prep against, like, if there's no footage of them. We don't even know what comp they're doing, so it's more on us to just look at the comps quickly and identify like what their win conditions are, what they perceive us, what are like weaknesses we think they'll try to abuse and try to counter that.
All right, best of luck, map 2.
Well, and I tell you what, they got thrown for a loop out of that one because Leviathan threw a different look going into map number 1. And well, yeah, Wyatt, you're a little too far.
As your
handler?
That's fine.
That's why you guys perfect pairing.
I was looking at a different
Were you looking at a different sticky on the ground?
Yeah, different one on the floor.
Hey, everyone, I'm Wyatt, and I'm going to go ahead and do the rest of the segment.
He's a rookie. We're working on it.
Hey, it's good to be back, folks. Boom. All right, let's go ahead and talk about what we just saw there. 13-10, and that was a G2 still looking good on Lotus, but I'm going to say this much, Wyatt. Look, if I'm a Leviathan fan, I'm at least somewhat pleased with the result.
I would say so, and also the people that have been furiously typing about Demon 1 needing to be on Duelist feel probably somewhat vindicated because well, he played really well. They might feel actually a lot vindicated. They didn't win, but he played really well, and that was actually the most rounds that any team has gotten against G2 on Lotus so far this year. So a small victory in and of itself.
It has been something like 850 days since Demon 1 started playing Neon. Yep, 2022 was when we first saw him on that.
Damn!
And we've always seen Demon 1 as like a really aim-heavy duelist. They're not always like a crazy mechanically getting over the place, like really positional, but I think he did a great job. A lot of the rounds for Neon, for Demon 1 on this this map look like they often do, right? Create space, get traded, get your team in. But it was great to see him play with, God, a bit of confidence. I feel like we just have not seen it from him.
Yeah.
We did not see it from him last year either. At times he was really struggling to generate that. So, and that's why he ended up on the bench, for God's sake. So great to see him here, set up for success because he's got a world-class controller player backing him up now.
Yeah, and that I think is the important thing, right? King's back in the
For whom
role.
a lot of that game was the top fragger in the server. It was bouncing between these two guys until at the very end, Valen decided to just go God mode and close the map out and bring us over to Fracture 1-0. But up until that juncture in the game, those two guys, they swapped roles and they played really good, and all the people who thought they should have swapped roles and they would do better, well, they might be right. And that's where we're at.
I was yapping about it before, but like Rossi was like adamant that they had tried everything and nothing worked. So I think they've gone back to this. This is, I think, something that they have tried already this year, and obviously they didn't feel like it worked for them. So I'm glad that they're willing to re-explore this kind of stuff, and that Itapata as a coach is still going to put trust in Demon One. Say, Max, get out there, frag out. Let's see if you can roll back the years.
Yeah, well, look, let's see what Coach Itapata has cooked up as we get ready for our next map. Dryad standing by.
I'm here with Itapata ahead of map 2 of Fracture. And in the first one, we saw a change. It was Demon 1 and the Neon going back to the duelist. Can we expect this in Fracture as well?
Fracture, he has this legendary Brimstone, so it's kind of hard for him to play a duelist on Fracture, but going into map 3, there's going to be more surprises.
Oh, I'm excited to see it. Best of luck.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Wyatt, get back in the sun. What is going on?
I'm making him look tall for once.
Guys, I'm tall.
You're looking big as hell.
Dude, what can I say? Just a big jack boy up front.
Objects in the gym might be larger than they appear.
Definitely. Oh, man. All right. Well, you heard there some surprises from Coach Itapata. We already saw Demon 1 playing Neon, so what other surprises could we see here, Uber?
I mean, I think Fracture's a great map, and you hear it from Josh RT as well. It's like we have to react really quickly to what we think they're trying to target from us, right? Because they're the ones, obviously, like, Leviat, who have to think about. They're the ones that the onus is on them, rather, is to come up with a strategy to sort of take on G2. But looking back at this, man, like, it's tight. G2 don't look to be there, like, at their supremacy level. They're being tested. You also heard them on the comms. They're chirping about getting copied. They're annoyed that Leviathan is actually emulating some of their set strats and moments, so much so that they're getting a little bit, a bit sassy about it in the comms.
Yeah, that can be something that annoys, like...
Copy these hands, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you know what? I think that, if anything, it should also be, if you're G2 in that situation, Wide, you should probably be feeling pretty darn good about that. We're copying us. They're looking to steal our strategies.
Are we going to copy for this next map?
Well, who knows? Yeah, and what are you going to do?
It's annoying being that good, though, that everyone just has to copy your stuff. You don't get to cheat and just chat GPT other people's homework and take their strats when it's annoying as hell.
Yeah,
copying all my stuff.
I mean, you're going to get 90 pages of notes about Icebox and where it is in the world, so that's why we don't do that.
But you know what, though? I really do want to see what these surprises are going to be.
I mean, we're headed to Fracture, which is Lev's pick, which they haven't.
Maybe Demon 1 more Neon, Demon 1?
Totally possible. Neon's great on that map, and they're going up against G2. Last time they played Fracture, it was against G2, and they lost. But that was pre-Rossi, different era of this Lev team that, hey, today they're coming out kind of hot. So listen, I'm not going to go overboard, but there's a chance they could take this for sure.
I want to see defense side pops from Leviathan. I want to see like some aggression A halls, B tree, like push up here and maybe try and take G2 off guard because you have to force an error from these guys.
Yeah.
They're not going to make one on their own.
Yeah, well, you have an opportunity, Leviathan. You got close in map 1. Can you seal the deal in map 2 and force that third map in this series? Let's find out after this short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We're back. You're back. It's great to be back because we got more games on the schedule right now. It is game 2 here as we head into the map. It is going to be Fracture, and I'm excited for this one. Both maps, both teams have kind of stayed away from this map for the stage, so it'll be interesting to see them on it.
Last time they played against each other was actually during Kickoff. I think it was the upper semifinals where it was a victory for G2.
Right.
It was a 13-9, but this was, you know, an era that Wyatt mentioned before. It's with the tank playing on a raise, which is why it's going to be interesting actually going into this matchup because, you know, the last time they played the comp, Tom was also on a Silva, right? Playing the good old EG comp in the past.
Yeah.
But now with a change going into, okay, wait, hold on. Before I talk about Leviathan, let's look at G2 because now they have a Waylay on this map as well. So a change coming out for G2 on Fracture too. And instead of playing a Vice on Leaf, he's going back onto a Cypher. So maybe they're finding a lot more value on just trying to leverage the Waylay into the entries and have Leaf watch these lurks and these flanks with the trips. But now, as I just mentioned before here, EG comp in the past here for Leviathan, but this time they're also making changes. King is going into a Neon, and hell, I don't even know when was the last time King played a Neon. Maybe like a Neon meta back, back into last year, but...
It's a great question. It's there on his list, but we just couldn't find the game in time. So you're like, okay. Yeah, this should be an interesting one. And like you said, Jog's Waylay, that's going to be crazy for getting up into the Heaven area, trying to get tower down, and really how they can start affecting the sites.
And the thing that's good for G2 is in the past when they had good executes on Fracture, you would sometimes have Jogimo going on these satchels, plant for the spike, and then go for the pulse plant util around like the mollies and the et cetera, on the initiators. That could still be the case with Jogimo there on this Waylay as the action starts on the top of Arcade. Back and forth we go, and Jogimo finds a safety between the salvos up towards his B site.
It's going to be a rush into sight. Frenzy tries to be the power, but Classics are going to reign king here as G2 is able to shut down a lot, and they go Classics almost across the board. I think Leaf's the only one who did buy, going short on util with that Ghost. And what teamwork here for a shutdown at B. Just one last player in Rossi, and this shouldn't be too tough to be able to collect pistol round.
Yeah. Even had like the opportunity to go for spam kills, which is why he's going for this Ghost and the trip.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, you saw Leviathan trying to sell this fake towards the top of the Arcade side, pushing a lot of players through towards the front B. But G2 did not have that many bodies to fight back towards Arcade. It was literally only Jogimo holding that spot. Well, the double initiator between Trent and Jonah P were just really nice on the crossfire setup.
I respect this double orb. I was like, what else do you have to do? Go shopping.
Yep.
Run from side to side, get another one for dying
even
here.
take the ropes. Take the ropes. Go to Arcade.
Oh yeah, do it.
Little OD to T1-2 with the Classic. It looks like with 20 seconds left, he just wants to make sure that at least he gives his life away. He doesn't want to survive with only 1,000 credits. So stopping back towards the A site should be the closing deal for G2. Trying to take down one with them, but it's Jonah P. Clean kill towards the end, and G2 score a very nice pistol.
All right, what's their second idea? I wonder if they play basically offense from defense when Jogamo on the Waylay. At least from one extremity all the time, right? We see him taking towards Satellite now. What's he gonna do? How much trouble is he gonna be causing? Oh, full check in the safe plant. Good teamwork, just looking the wrong way.
Demon one's whiffing. That's not my champs MVP.
Vibes are good in both camps, but you're seeing here we're starting things off with a Marshall, in the hands of Jogimo covering that dish, but Leviathan looking to explode towards this B site. A setup of a 4-1 for G2 with Leaf playing it solo on the top here.
Jogimo's already on the run with the Marshall over towards the top side of the map. Site's getting hit right now, and that's going to be G2 in just about the same spots, dropping just about the same members of Leviathan. And they won't even give Jog time to rotate a shutdown in B as it was a rush from Lev.
Yeah, decent power, decent damage, being done here for Leviathan, but still no plants coming through.
What buys can they get? A Bucky, a Marshall.
Yeah, just staying around the bonus here, and maybe the Bucky for Leafs, and maybe he's going to be the one pulling out the operator layer on defense, and Jogimo could actually add a little bit more pressure around the double innie.
Jog has so much money being able to just carry this Marshall over too. They're setting themselves up so good for the rounds to come, economy-wise and strat-wise.
Just trying to move up for the contact too. We're talking side and big damage to come across. Oh.
Didn't get too far.
Should be an open... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, should have been an open site for Leviathan to take, because you see how passive the trips are for Leaf up towards the arcade. We just overextend before the smokes went down, and that's a great opportunity for Jogamo to just land one between the eyes of King. All of them buying full shields on the side of Leviathan, anticipating potentially an upgrade onto an Outlaw. So it was smart for them to do that, but unfortunately, still couldn't get the nice opening into the B-site plant.
And that first salvo from Com is gone, so they can either wait for signature or just use Rossi's to get into the site, because they don't have a Neon now to break crosshairs, so it's going to be kind of tough to waltz in there dry. And it looks like they'll try towards A. They will choose the lower number site, the softer one, so credit to them there for the opportunity, but it's going to be a lot to get through still. Who's this focus?
30
Rossi got a
seconds left.
bunch earlier.
I don't think they need to tap this orb.
Yeah, they don't. You're right.
There's no time left. You don't want to let the players know that you're moving in towards the A side for the contact. So smoke's going to go down. They actually use their util to potentially break Cypher trips if they were close towards that side. So clean entry towards the end for Leviathan, but here already comes G2. In the extremities, double up towards the sand, couple towards the spawn. A big lurk coming out here from Valen.
Interesting. It's going to be tough to get a post-plant molly on that one, so they have to play for the kills right now. Com trying to factor one kill from behind, but they come through the door. Oh, refract to the same spot, and still a kill coming in. Demon 1 with 3 on the round, but it's about Tex now. Just around the spike, and he's going to have to play this 1v2 perfectly. Very healthy members on the side of G2. The 1v1 to create. Oh, not created. The indecision after seeing both members, and Valen picks up his own hat trick on this one to get the round.
Yeah, quite interesting on the side of Leviathan, though, when they're trying to play on the outside, and I don't even know it's potentially to play post plant utility, because the plant was in a very weird spot, at least on the side of Lev. So then after that, when Tex is on a 1 versus 2, he's still got 2 Razor Vines under him. They're not using it to try to stall even more towards sand, so a little bit of miscalls potentially here towards that post plant, and G2 is able to, yeah, it looked pretty questionable with the way that we refracted there for Dogimo, but it was just allowing Valen to come through and guarantee that trade towards the end, so.
Anything to buy time.
Exactly. Something that G2's really good with in terms of being able to trade after each other.
6-1 Valen on top right now. Brian to start off our second map. Ross, or King rather, just gets the eye of somebody on the other side. So they don't fully take sand. This death ball needs to move together, because right now they're bunched up. Could get awkward. Rolling Thunder's up.
This might be the cue here. So if the drone could spot somebody, they're probably going to Rolling Thunder around that to try to get an entry, but side's clear. So save it for a potential delay on the post plant. King's already low HP as they're trying to go for a plant.
Spammed out. Perfect spam by Trent there, just to the right, knowing where they could escape from. Waylay already behind here, and Jog's just reading that sheer Vice wall before he moves. So much patience right now as G2 get into position. 2 just on the extremities. Jaw trying to push past. He gets 1, but is cleaned up. Or not cleaned up, rather. Still the fight there will finally be found by Rossi. 12 HP. G2 is doing such a good job at leaving Leviathan nothing here at the end of these rounds. Almost. Had the right play, get out of that situation and try to turn around for the kill, but too much teamwork, too much crossfire, too much G2 as they grab 4 rounds now. Starting off Fracture, a much different story than our first map.
Almost felt, though, that Rossi was going to have a highlight reel there with that 1 versus 3. But some great discipline towards the end on that 2 versus 1. Just not trying to go for the full swing, trying to see if Rossi is going to take the first peek. And then once they go for the 3-2-1, they are able to do the perfect swing to actually take him down. So towards the end, though, G2 will not get thriftied or anything, and Leviathan is able to save the Rolling Thunder into this round because of an open A side that allowed for them to get a free plant. This time, Jogmo trying to move down with a refract available. Very similar ways to how you could play with, for example, the cryo chamber, for example, but looks like he didn't pay attention to that corner. Tex is able to take him down early.
Down and out. Valen answering, though. Nice arcade teamwork. They're still going to have to get through these trips. At least ready to just start pinning people down once they do. That's going to be a tough box. Oh, he actually does almost all the damage he needs to, but he stops, figuring he was missing his target. And do they push out and try to retake again? A lot of tower control here from Leviathan, but this is going to be G2 kind of walking in the bottom side.
Huge survivability with Rossi being able to make it out alive as that Rolling Thunder is still available. This might guarantee the round now for Leviathan to score up on Fracture.
They need the one. They have to stop the bleeding right now that G2's created with these 4 rounds. King with a nice kill to stop that re-entry, and they're definitely going to have the numbers to do it. Leaf gets taken down by Tex, the 3K for him, and we start it off now as Leviathan start to inch their way back in here on Fracture.
A very nice punish coming out from Tex in the very beginning by just hugging that wall on the side of the tree. So you think you had the line the whole time, but because you're holding a rifle, because you're holding a, what was it, the Outlaw that was probably still available there for Jogimo, it sticks out easy for Tex to just get the wall bang kill, and that allows here for Leviathan to just tempo up very quickly towards the B-side plant.
Ian, heat up, my boy. Let's go.
So now he's happy. Now he's saying, you actually lived once. Now there's like levels to it. He's just building Tex up, and he's going to be Super Saiyan by the end of the game. Rossi just kind of bringing in the vibes with a little bit of the cook.
Locating chaotic right here.
Oh dear. Yeah, he saw one, so you know there's going to be more on the other side. Ultimate comes through. A little bit of slow motion gameplay, but that's not going to slow Lev down at all as they drop Jogamo on the push out. Still playing it super aggressive. You love to see it.
That's huge by Demon 1, though. So they combine the orbital strike with the salvos just to isolate and split out the push attempted by G2. And even though the convergence path from Jogimo actually did get the contact onto Rossi, it didn't hit the other two, and it was an easy kill towards the end. So another player advantage coming out for Leviathan with Jogimo falling first on the side of G2.
And they take all that convergence path space, too. So this should be a really well-known strat hit. Not much that 2 players can do versus the full team of Lev, but we will see on the entry. Oh, yeah, Steel Garden says, thank you very much for the weaponry. Your arsenal's gone. And Lev should be able to get into this one fairly easy.
Yeah. Unless there's going to be some trips activated and try to get some picks across, but nice push by G2 here through the smoke.
Insta Armageddon. Oh, does he find it? Yep. Tuck his toes in. It's going to be good in the corner there. Rossi stays alive, and I don't know if they're going to think about that spot right away. Yeah, Trent's got his eyes on it. From the right side, King is in the trade with Trent. And now G2 are trying to get the last bit of footing they need to get themselves onto the spike. 2 players in sight with Calm on the rotation now. A little bit of indecision here from Rossi. Should he go down? Should he stay up? As he hits the Rolling Thunder, he gets time to think about it all.
Yeah, you see Calm staying all the way back here. He should have the salvos, and indeed he will.
Now they know.
But Rossi just fell.
The salvos let him know where he's coming from. 1 low Trent, 1 health Valen. It could be the other way. The low player is on the defuse. And Valen goes down. That's going to be it on the round. Nicely done by Calm to steal this one away from the grasp of G2 as they were on the defuse.
The confidence for Calm as well not to go for the full swing after dropping the first player.
So big.
That is, once again, a champion's mindset. Just reading that his opponent was only going to stick it at half, and he would try to go for at least a trade on the side of G2, and not going for the full swing. Keeping his crosshair placement there, and it just drags it out. Even hides in the corner. Guarantees around off time.
A nice Red Bull clutch, and a very much needed clutch here for the side of Leviathan. They'll start to pull out some weaponry as well. Outlaw for Tex here as they still want to get somewhat of a low buy. And no, there's going to be low armor on the side of G2 so they can start to stack a bit of economy. Thinking about everything as they start these rounds off down by 2.
Yeah, they're just trying to go for a fault line here.
How good does it work? How good does it work? Oh, Jog can't connect the next one as Rossi answered back quick as well.
Now we're cooking.
Valen, they have answers for everything here. Everybody's raising their hand to get into the mix. Jonah's now going to trade everything on the north side of the map as they keep fighting. Oh my God.
That's a Stinger ADS with that kill.
A weird round coming through. And Tex is like, well, I guess we got to go to where the party is. So he goes towards the top side of the map as well.
Thankfully, it's an outlaw.
Yeah.
So 1 tap on these players.
1. And he didn't take too much damage either. He won't have the regen, but he will have a bit of movement up. They destroy his line through the gate with the smoke. Yeah, this is only kind of dictating what he's going to do. Tough to peek out of that smoke as they've already encroached up far enough. And a thrifty for G2, one of their specialties here.
I mean, that's a crazy round by G2. You see, at least from the beginning, before the barriers come up, that it looks like it was going to be a north side crunch. but instead to just wait it out and try to force their opponents into different extremities. So you start swinging in pendulum and in tandem. You see first starts getting activated here towards the side of Dish. When Leviathan tries to help out those players on the right side, they push towards the arcade and goes vice versa. And they had continuous backstabs onto Leviathan. And you definitely see the frustration coming out from Calm. The rest of the team for Leviathan being played into the round. And as we talk about the round, there's already salvos coming out here, at least at the beginning, to try to stop an aggression out of Leviathan from the south side towards Tree. But that's already util used on the side of G2. And Leviathan will stop and go in a different spot, still staying back towards that spawn. But you also notice an operator out this time around for Jogimo, holding out towards the arcade.
Yeah, it's got the back watch there by Trent. They should be okay for the situation. A little bit of a fake towards A.
Oh, they're waiting for it though for Lev.
Jeez.
Spike down B.
Trent is so ready underneath already. They encroach into arcade and take the space. Okay, Demon 1, Sheriff on Brim. Very reminiscent of his Fracture gameplay. Now they know there's an AWP on the board. Yeah, they leave.
Yeah.
Say goodbye.
It's tough though, because you still need to get out of there. Yes, you upgraded into a Vandal, but you're now moving into full setup of Leaf.
Oh, man.
Trip towards the front, a cage, a camera to look towards main as well, and that's the first contact. And it's a one-way cage too.
30
I mentioned this
seconds left.
before. G2 always happy to leave Leaf to his own devices here. Let him play aggressive, let him play for the 1 and possibly the 2. We're gonna start the action now as he's just waiting. Surrounded by players, that's gonna be the first one. The second one for Leaf, looking for a third. Knows he's not, is underneath due to the audio. And it's just a quick 1, 2, 3. He makes it look so easy.
And the communication around G2, just to make sure that Jonah P's Rolling Thunder gets enough distance to actually smother towards the front of the site and not affect Leaf. So you get the easiest 3K ever. Even one of them got launched into the first trip.
Yep.
Very, very nice teamwork towards the end on the side of G2.
They're so mad about that, bro.
Look at that. Josh is like, yep, another day at the office. This is what we practiced. Everything's going according to plan. 6-2 night and day here from what we had on our first map. And it looks like we're getting that LEV timeout to see if they can bring it back to even.
Yeah, so far it's been pretty decent here for the side of Leviathan, staying as a group, but they are wasting a little bit too much of that time before they try to go for some sort of an exit. I'd like to see if they would try to insert some players a little bit more, try to manipulate. You have 4 quadrants to work with here. You might have to add a little bit more responsibility onto Tex here to lurk around towards the towards anywhere actually to cut the rotates, so they can activate on the rest here for Leviathan. But so far, I haven't seen anything too special coming out from G2 yet with this Whaley. Just some standard stuff coming out on the side of good trades, good shooting coming out from G2 side. No real trap plays coming out as well, and Leviathan should be ready for those type of things then if it's going to be fairly basic at the very beginning on the side of the defense.
Operator again for Jog. Decides to keep, or we'll hold on to. Now they push forward. Oh, eats that, but still has protection. Actually hasn't thrown down the ability, so it could get very dangerous down here. He tries to dash out, gets locked up again. A lot of damage to King, though, traded in this situation.
I think it's on the neon wall went up. Refracts away, and that gives a little bit of space for Leviathan to be able to take.
Yeah. You see G2 was forcing themselves into that fight for a bit, kind of bumping into each other, walking out there as they refracted. Not a problem, but you see what kind of chaos they try to create and play within here just before they get out. And see if that damage sticks for King and becomes a big problem for him towards the end of the round. Still just Leaf on his own. You expect him to do big things still.
Looks like it could be a finish towards the A site. Leaf is in an aggressive angle right in front of his util. So if his stick's gun out, she went for the peek, and that's a huge punish for Leviathan.
They try to get the site. Whoa, Trent. A very risky play there, but if it paid off, be up another player. Still 4v4 though as the Armageddon goes down, looking to displace and do a little bit of damage, but again, nobody can play off of that. So maybe a little early as we still have the rotation coming around.
That will be tough for G2 to retake. They have to activate fairly quick.
Oh, feel like that op slowing down Jog just a little bit from the action we usually see, but it's not a bad purchase for them still. Vines go down to slow down things behind. They're just waiting for Valen. All of this stall going down, Vance.
Yeah, salvos are up now. Tap it right away.
Good lord.
Jump spot, you know nobody's on that.
Last player
I mean, how do you play this round?
Pulling your hair out if you're trying to get a spike defuse down right now. Jonah P could be going down to this. They want to get the operator and get out still. You're going to try to give that to Jog, and they will successfully save it for the next round as Lev pick up another one, and the timeout clicks.
Good classic Valorant round on the pulse plant with this meta now. Very difficult to try to retake, and you just needed G2 to get these picks earlier on when they were trying to go for the pincer maneuver on the retake. That said, though, I got to respect King sliding out there. We mentioned he was low HP, so he slides through even though he gets picked off as he slides down by Trent. At least a util's around. He gets the information whether players are out for G2 side. They're still not set up inside the site.
I'm a little concerned how we didn't remember what the timeout happened, but it's okay. We won the round.
That they're able to get into the site and get a nice little plant there, and that forces the timeout this time around from the side of Josh RT's camp.
Yeah, you saw he wasn't too happy with the loss on that round. I think maybe one too many chances are being rolled into the mix here for G2 and the way they're kind of losing a bit of HP on one peak, you know, going in front of each other without waiting for util, and they bring back those fundamentals and they look unstoppable. So that may just be a reset here for G2 as they come into this next one.
Yeah, I mean, you also played a very weak 4-1 in the very beginning. You saw the chaos that started on that B side towards Arcade. Exactly. A lot of util are being used on both sides where I gotta say it was actually won by G2 towards the end because they still had full HP. King was down at 13. They have refreshables on their side as you see that Leviatan's kind of like just slowing the tempo after that first engagement. But because of Lee's forward position by that dish and getting punished right away, it doesn't really give a chance here for G2 to rotate over the fight.
So we'll see if that changes. We really need to see if G2 does change up where that play goes.
Leviatan's looking to go for an all-out brawl in the front of the A Pulse. Potentially with this util and also how fast the Neon could be. King could maybe look for the control inside of Sands. And so far, it's a good read. We're playing weak side for G2 towards A.
Yeah, they choose the non-initiator site for G2. It's going to feel great to get in here at first. And they're going to know it, right? They would expect the fault line by now, so they know a bit of the positioning on the map right off the bat. Zoom in. Oh, okay, Leave. Already playing off the trips. This is what we wanted to see last time. It's Jogamo with the op on that line. Over towards Satellite, and Leave playing safe now. Rolling Thunder goes out, give everybody a little bit of speed. Rossi is able to split that one and get between the shot of Jogamo. Hello! Demon 1 and Calm, masterclass in the crossfire as all of G2 try to get out the smokes and retake site.
Oh, that's just unfortunate. But now let's see if Trent can try to get this 1v3. Already gave his position away here in the front of the A site. No go.
Oh!
I gotta say, almost G2 just fell to their own trick. When those trips were placed by Leaf in the first place, he got a beautiful one onto King, where he runs into that trip, he gets a kill through the smoke. But then after that, because that trip was actually a little bit more inside that site, remember, it was just around here more towards, than on that barrier where it is.
Okay.
Then the players just played behind on the attack side. You saw Calm just playing behind that trip.
Oh yeah, the trip's right there.
Ends up being a beautiful, easy crossfire setup towards the end.
Yeah.
Vex, I give you this. I never do this.
Sounds like it was a chef's kiss.
Blowing kisses to Max. That's good. Demon 1, that is. As Rossi is very pleased with in that situation. And now, the rest of G2 going to be B and A split, as it's all the members of LEV here. They've been doing these 5-ball strats now the past few rounds, and all that util, all that power together is paying off.
Yeah, it's working out for sure. And they're using it with the combination of cycling ults with it. So now Demon 1 has his orbital strike. You see him staying all the way back towards the front of the B site, while the rest of them are going for the execute. So they are making sure here that they're playing the pulse plan to their advantage for Leviathan with this new comp they came out with.
King early recognizes where the retaliation is going to come from on this round. 3 of them Arcade. He's actually putting himself between them and the fight. Oh, the timing for Demon 1 to smoke. He gets one-wayed by Valen. 1, 2 for the King. Almost the third one, but Joggen was able to hit the quick shot as he comes out of the smoke, but Tex is there to help as Leaf finds the shot on his 6. what's going to happen with the 2v2 in sight.
Oh,
There is a good amount of util. Yep, aftershock salvos. Try to touch that spike, and you are going to get fried. Jogamo wants to tell a different story, though. Leaf tries to get in just on the edge of it, and it's a Red Bull clutch coming in for the Cytocom.
And that's the difficult thing again, the composition you're throwing out here. This is something that, you know, Leviathan will have to deal with as well once they take the defensive side after this round. But you have to activate a little bit more quickly. Such good delays coming out on the side of Leviathan. Those smokes that came out towards the arcade, playing towards the back of the boxes at arcade, just making sure that they're wasting as much time as possible, rather. And that's twice now that G2 falls into these pulse plant scenarios where they don't act quick enough. And look, last round of the half, another 5-ball strat.
Lev ran,
just move in and use pulse plant util.
And Lev ran through a recent G2 timeout too without any problem. And like you said, 5 in, 2 arcade. They got their quarters ready, stacked on the machine. Who's next? They are going for tower and going through that lane play again. Ooh, little hot foot. Oh my gosh. Every single ult, as it should be, used here in the last round of the first half. Creating chaos on the site. Shorty. And oh, it's going to be a better one from VALORANT, but traded by the rest of the team.
Continues forward, though.
They are backing up to reset, figure out what they have left to throw into the site. 2 seconds for a fault line here from Jonah, so they're just timing it out, getting the signatures up. They just have to be ready for comm here. He's arcade, ready to kill anybody that comes flying through, but Demon 1's gonna take that into his own hands off the bat. Trent, however, could be the savior. The Stinger, or rather the Bulldog here, doing so much work for him on this play. Who will he be able to take out next?
The mind games for these two players.
Going to half for sure. Tom just played one of these, so he's gonna be able to have that 6th sense on it. Tejo versus Tejo. Where's the diff gonna come from? Oh, he goes for the defuse. He holds it. Tom tried to show the tip of his gun in the corner, but it didn't come out. Trent is not phased. And a 7-5 for G2.
That was a fool me once there for Trent before. The last time on a 1v1, Trent got off the spike, but this time around just sticks it. And makes sure here that G2's able to take the lead in this half with a 7-5 scoreline. That was very nice for both of these teams once again, as we saw some very good VALORANT towards the tail end of that first half since those timeouts.
G2 with a lot of control here going into the map, but Lev did show us that they can come back. We're gonna take a quick break and see who can finish this series out, or are we going to a map 3?
We going up, up. We going up, up. We going up, up. We going up, up. Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take this all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we about to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We ain't here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We ain't here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
More VALORANT. That's what we got for you. Medio tempo, halftime. Everything's about to get back into the game now. The coaches are battling timeouts. We got a great 2 maps so far between these two teams. I should say a map and a half as we are getting here into the second half of map 2. Fracture here picked by Leviathan and a 7-5 start for G2. Now they get onto attack side. We were seeing Jogamo with the operator on defense, so I kind of feel like it tempered his waylay. We weren't seeing a lot of the refracts. We weren't seeing a lot of the hype plays, but now on attack, I think we'll get the spice, Vance.
Oh, for sure. I think, again, the approach you have for G2 on the first hand is trying to use that waylay like the chamber, as I mentioned before. Trying to get the refract in a good spot, trying to force out a quadrant. I mean, you are playing 4 different positions around the map. So you kind of have to like lock it down at least for one instead of trying to go for as many gamble trap plays as possible around this Tejo, Breach, and Waylay. And again, Leviathan might be facing very similar issues now in the second half. G2 could explode quite well with the Whaley into the site executions and still play some very good pulse plant utility.
Heidi time. No way, he gets two. Two and all that info that there's a third there. They were playing a 3-1-1 around the map, so that could have been very dangerous, but Jonah P makes it look great. Cash in. Hello, I'm Wele. Down. You can't do too much when your crosshair is that broken. He does get himself righted, but the fight still going the way now, I'd say, of G2. Knowing they can get these two members pinned down and try to get the kill.
Yeah, but Tex did a great job delaying so much.
Player standing.
Now the other smoke comes through, but they don't really know where Demon 1 is at. Thankfully, the camera is going to seal the deal. You can pick up the spike, try to move in together here into the A site for a plant.
He's got one smoke to work. Give
30
himself an
seconds
angle
left.
that he does want. Create a little bit of cover. He knows it's not planted, so he's got a lot of time to work with here. He's got the ghost. Really help him to pin down some of these shots from the medium range. I like this. First smoke allows him to basically peek up top towards drop and get a shot on that hallway, but it's going to cut off his angle as he moves in. Oh, the patience from Demon 1. Rising again here to the occasion. Leaf now on the other side. Two players with so much confidence in this situation. Beautiful positioning here. It's going to be the Cypher, so he doesn't have too much post-plant utility even to work here. Looking all around, he's got to get the half at this point. And you got to know where Leaf is coming from. He didn't see him. Leaf does come from main. And it's Leaf again in the clutch situation, taking a quick pick of himself in the victory pose.
Very nicely done by Leaf towards the end, but I love the scaling that Demon 1 did, trying to isolate as much as he could. That smoke towards that left, you mentioned it, and only trying to clear out towards that drop. But understanding that with the smoke being 20 seconds on the Brimstone, as soon as it was about to dissipate, he goes back towards that double stack, and he actually is able to get that nice fight against Valiant for that pick.
What is he?
But then towards the end, yeah, that was the thing. What was he doing? He was trying to find Leaf in that last position, thinking that he was always on the top of heaven.
He did.
That G2 was going to play the high-low and trade in that position. But in the end, it's a pistol for the side of G2. On the attack, steam back towards that spawn, trying to play the ante on a crunch. But this time around, with nothing really coming out on the side of Leviathan, they have to spot out where the stack is going to be, which is why the drone is clear out towards the sands. And G2 will have an open sight towards A.
Quick sands rush, smokes are down. Super easy run in. And yeah, they should be able to get this down. Just a low buy for Lev, so you're not expecting too much other than to die to the spike and look for some exits here. But yeah, we are seeing that aggression from G2. A little bit more with Dogma on the attack. Good stun, good classic kill. Okay, it's getting a little scrappy, getting a little muddy here over in Sands. This is interesting now. Two Bulldogs going in versus the Spectre Bulldog. So Leviathan feel like they can get back into this one. They do just have the Aftershock. That's about it from Rossi. They clear it and disperse. Valen with a great headshot placement. If he gets Rossi first, this is all but over.
Last player standing.
Find out in the open too. Hard to do.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Got to be close.
No. That was very, very close.
Thrift.
Oh! He gets it 30.32!
Oh, wall bang from the Ghost in the
gosh.
end from Tex. I was going to say, yes, he looked really good and muddy on the side of Leviathan to get those kills, but it didn't have any of these salvos or the fault line because they had to use it for the flood back into Sands. And it had to boil down to that. Tex finding the last player. And he went for the swing just before he went for the tap in. Finds his demise instead because of that. And Leviathan's able to get a very nice thrifty towards the end.
Crazy stuff. So G2 taking Lev's second rounds. Lev now taking G2's second rounds with a thrifty. This one is an unexpected back and forth from what we have seen throughout this stage. And the change from Lev, even now with King back on the Neon, on the Duelist, and switching back to that smoke for Demon 1, does not seem to be rocking the boat here from the momentum today.
I think Tex saw him, yeah, for sure. After the jump spot. That is such a tough spot to play right after. There's no util to help him out.
Nope. A big tough one there. Already the rotation coming in here. King with a nice quick outlaw, as that was a focus on the drone for Jonah P. Oh, just on the ankle. Okay, someone help this. Somebody trade King. Oh, never mind. They're staying quiet. I feel like Leaf was just sitting in the corner giving you the shh emo. He's like, I can't peek, I can't. Okay, now I can peek. It was all planned. It was all a ruse, and G2 just slaughtered the last few members there of LEV as they come through main. Some weapons all around, but still a lower buy for LEV here as we move into the next round.
Yeah. Again, you're playing 4-1 weak side on the side of Leviathan, but that said, that double kill from Leaf, because it was so labored for King to fight versus his opponent there towards the A hallway, Leaf senses that he could actually bait his teammate.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to check that corner, and gets 2 free kills with the Vandal that he brings into this round. And that snuffs out the eco that was brought by Leviathan in the previous round, and that resets everything all across the board. Everything's back to normal now. G2's back in a rifle round.
Yeah.
Leviathan's on the lower buy, trying to be a little bit more proactive around these stingers and rifles. But for G2, they don't want to let go here of the gas.
I think it's one of the things we recognize about them so much, and when you're never feeling that they are going to completely lose, is that they can adapt. Whatever protocol is hitting them, it may be a few rounds, and then they're back in it, right? They're kind of mixing in the economy, and they're not letting their opponent get too far ahead of them. However, Tex, though, starts to put his name on this round with a few heads of G2.
Great punishment being done, but the ult, everybody got away from it, so still rifles available.
Stimmy
on this side of G2.
Off of Demon 1, Stimmy, but still it's going to be Jonah P with that Vandal coming through. King was just about to take his position there in the tower to give some assistance to the team. The Stingers and that Vandal to come through, but Leaf using his gate just for the right positioning, does realize there's a flank, but doesn't look in time. It's going to be calm on the Stinger, and there's a few gun upgrades as well as ult points to get that Armageddon now online for Lev.
Yeah, that was a nice little setup, though, for Leviathan, with that wall coming up right at the default spot. That's an idea for them to see if they can flush and plant and force the player to plant in that spot. You run salvos, guarantees the kill. No matter what, though, it was a wall that was trying to get baited out by Valid, and he still gets punished for it. And then Tex also punishes Jongno, trying to go for the trade right after. And that really allowed here Leviathan to fight back in that round and break the econ for G2 in the next. But with that wall coming up that early, and then spotted by G2, that's definitely going to be something they're going to think about in their future rounds. They're going to try to plant towards this B site if they notice once again that Tex is set up towards B.
Holy push. Satellite's getting hit hard. They have 4 ults now. They do have the retake. Armageddon and Rolling Thunder initiate 2 from the side of LEV, so this could get very spicy. Jog into the smoke right away coming in from Valent, so they have a bit of priority up top, and it's his plan.
Oh no. Oh no.
King with the full spray, and he gets penalized for it. Demon 1 now answers, and they're going to have a bit of sight control. Wait a minute. Wait, this is more than awkward, but the util's there. We see the aftershock placement now. We see what this strategy is all about.
Molly misses, but he can't cross out of that.
All right, 1 Rolling Thunder goes out. Remember, you still got the orbital strike. You got basically everything from G2 to just toss and juggle Leviathan in the air here. Tex is still trying to make a case for winning this round, though. Oh, the defuse is going to come through. A whole lot of mess on the screen, but we do get the kills for Lev to come through. Everybody was just trying to fight and jump to drop there to get whatever piece of the fight that they could.
Ruin their day.
I do not envy Sapphire, Prius, or Yeti's job in that moment. There are so many ults on both ends. There's chaos through smoke, and people are actually fighting through the smoke as well, where you're trying to stop players trying to go for the defuse towards that A site. But you saw the idea, that's what we mentioned before. You don't have a razor your composition for G2, but you can still whale a dash on the top to go for a plant. With that, you have so many ults to work with for the pulse plant, and Leviathan understood that. And they're on a different tempo versus G2. They're like, okay, well, there's so much util in the pulse plant, we have to fight right away. So great understanding and great fighting through the chaos for Leviathan that allows for them to get the round. Yeah, but all of the ults got expended on the defensive side with the exception of the Brimmy ult for Demon 1.
Yeah, and G2 are still sitting on quite a few. They might be able to string some rounds together now. Oh my gosh. Overwhelmed with options. And that's a quick death for Demon 1. There goes the orbital strike, a little bit of a stall out on the round. Rossi and Tex with big kills, a third one, possibly a fourth now for Tex, as he has been racking them up this game, but it's him and Rossi able to come through on the rounds. They build their ults back up and bring it to even now, 9-9.
2 times now that G2 is trying to work towards the B site, and they've been stuffed out by the wall from Tex. He's doing such a great job here on anchoring towards that side. Yeah, he ran into a bit of trouble towards the A side first, but his B side holds have been very good on top of the bodies around him to assist. Lev doing a good job on these fast rotates around.
Ian! Ian, you're a fucking tank.
Yeah, we muted the wrong word, but I think we wanted to say tank.
Tank is a terrible word. What are you talking about? That was all right. We got the vibes out of it. But yeah, you can see now, it's so different. How much are they now hyping up the team? You know, they're in these positions where they just want to keep building each other up. Their smiles there. It seems like Rossi is bringing a great vibe to that squad, because we're always going to him there. Yeah. It's always a comment there from the leader trying to build the other brains on the squad.
At least so far for G2 on the attack side, they've been pretty 1 year ago kind of thing when you go for these executions, right? So Leviathan have actually been rotating fairly quickly once they figure out like that util coming out from G2. They know that it's a full site hit. They'll play on pulse plant util right after, so they're just fast rotating across and getting the right bodies in the right moments to trade each other out and win these rounds. And that might be for G2 to maybe try to work the map a little bit more slowly this time around. Right. Maybe not this round because they're on a stinger buy for 3 players.
Yeah, the stinger buys scare me, Vans. They come out kind of strong in these rounds on G2's side.
I'm even looking at how they're looking at the minimap. I think this is a fault line salvo right up to where Calm is going to be playing and trying to get Whaley in that position with the convergence path. There's the salvos across.
They hit.
Still space gain though for the side of G2.
Yeah. There's going to be no smoke up there too, so they're actually seeing if anybody will return to that position right away with the slow comms going through. Now the smokes come through. Tex, however, insight anchoring like an absolute boss here. Not a single person is going to get through so far. Demon 1 just on the right side, and this is going to be another kill here from the smoker. It just seems like Tex and Demon 1 are playing so well off each other throughout Fracture here.
Yeah, give me another hot mic after this one. Let's see what Rossi tells you this time around.
Seriously.
Around, we're just gonna min-max the orbs. Thought Trent would run over towards tree and just trying to get the Armageddon as soon as possible, especially now that he's been pushed out of his position.
Oh, just eats the relay bolt. It is the 4K for Tex. If I had to guess from Rossi on the Flawless, he's giving out more kisses this time, because that was a beautiful round from Tex.
Yeah, and this time you notice that when he's not playing on the top of that site where he could have been sprayed by anything there and just die. Playing outside in the open. Very cerebral in where he's positioning around to get these picks. And now Leviathan take the lead on their map pick of Fracture. Again, haven't seen this since their kickoff game against G2 the last time, and they've already passed that line where they lost 9-13 the last time around. Now they're getting really close to push us onto Haven.
Oh, that's a step. Oh my God, King activated on that step so fast.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And
he's hungry.
He's got 2 other players to support him on top of that, so it's beautiful what they did at the beginning to stop Leaf. Back at 80, yes!
Ooh.
Spots Trent.
Very heady plays from King here, looking for so much more. And it's like you don't get this on his Yoru, but you get it on his Omen and his Neon. Interesting stuff. It's just that comfortability you're seeing from these players when they get back on one of their wheelhouse agents.
The thing is, we went for a drone towards the A-halls, and Leviathan reads that, okay, well, they're not really tempoing outside of that spot. They should be coming towards Arcade. But look at G2. They repositioned from Arcade at the underpass, and they have an opportunity now to even get the backstab back onto Leviathan.
Oh. Says, okay. This is weird. Oh, wait a minute.
No. It's pinged, it's pinged. He saw it. He saw it at least, but like, oh, that could have been an Ascent moment.
Is that a mirage? What's happening right now? Was that real? All right. This is even getting more awkward for Jog, because now they know he's here and he doesn't know he was seen, so nobody's picking him.
That's why Demon 1's just positioned and looking his crosshair at that spot, but so much time's been wasted. They had to fight somewhere else.
Spike planted.
Oh my gosh. They're able to sort themselves around the fight so well. G2 gets out of position. The fact that they see Jogamo at the last second and they are just playing with their food right now. Calm with 2. The insta straight up flick to be able to get another kill onto Trent, and Lev is vibing.
That was a huge moment there where G2 could actually punish Leviathan because of where Jogamo's position was at. You saw how slow they were. You had Demon 1 just watch it from the canteen back towards the spawn. The players on the A side never rotated across, just held back towards the control at the spawn as well. And it just had to come down to those 2 players fighting back towards the arcade. And somehow just those 2 players were good enough to get those 3 kills and hold a perfect post plan in the end.
And I think this reflects really well in the round. We saw Jogamo kind of dimensional drift into spawn on Lotus, and Lev weren't able to adapt. They know he's there because he dimensional drift past people. And here he gets by them just regularly, and Lev, they protocol very well and adapt to the situation. So from map to map, already seeing great things here. It looks like it's going to be a pretty tough hit just to get some A main control for the side of G2.
Yeah, it's fairly quick too. Trying to get the molly in front of the spawn so that the rest of them could just activate much more quickly through the sands. Delays attempt by Tex, denied by Jonah P. And now G2 will have a site to potentially take as we get a kill through this smoke by Demon 1.
And a big kill. Tex is also gone there. They have the util to get back into sight, but they uplink, and now they're going to get some great info that 2 are flanking on that right side. Huge relay bolt to the air as we see King try to get the ground underneath the site. They're pushing in. The relay bolt does quite a bit of damage, or quite a bit of stun there. Not able to get both players, though, before the trade comes through. The 2v3 now as Lev tries to make the way back into the site. The first one's going to whiff there. Rossi just missing over the head of Alan. And now Demon 1 in a tough spot to collect this round. Looks like a 10th for G2.
Yeah. Definitely a good round towards the end, snuffed out by G2. That was all thanks to utility coming out from Trent as well. Armageddon to keep them at bay while they're trying to push across. And even the shots had to land on the side of G2. You saw that line up from the relay bolt. I think that was even Bob over in SAT Esports and Challengers. she even tweeted that at some point where you could actually relay bolt at the top and get it at the default spot. 2 of them were stunned. Yet, I think Lee still got that kill with the Guardian.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly
so cool.
that. Beautifully done towards the end. And G2 is able to narrow that gap, narrow that lead that Leviathan has built in the second half when they had stringed 5 rounds in a row.
Not that strat.
Yeah, that strat is going in the trash.
All right, another timeout coming in for Leviathan. Let's see what else they got in the book, because we flipped the page on that one. They have been good out of timeouts, though, being able to kind of flip their script and do something G2 isn't expecting. And they've even taken a few of G2's timeouts and broken that stride. So we'll see. It is a vibe in here today. It is a vibe.
We get it from the players and the fans for sure, and I'm vibing watching this game. It's been very exciting so far between these 2 teams. And you know what? I'll be honest, going into this game with seeing how Leviathan has started their split 1, it was potentially going to be a fast day for us. But they're definitely bringing a fight from that first map in the second one as well.
We all thought.
Very impressive what they've been cooking up here from one week to the next. And again, this is something that Rossi has mentioned in his interview with Baby Bay. A lot of confidence moving into this one, into the rest of the series. Confident with his calls. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's all his fault. But he's fully confident in what this team could bring. And they're definitely actually forcing here G2 to maximize the timeouts, maximize the cerebral brains of both Joel Sharty and Anders in this moment. And also, of course, the IGL being Valen, trying to tie up this game in this round as we're back from the timeout. 4 of them grouped together on the arcade.
Going out.
And here's that setup that we talked about, the weak side, leaving only Tex alone. And when he hears that info, here's the fast rotate across.
Wow. Instant space take. Everybody plays their life here. Really, like you said, only Tex in that situation. But they know there's no rolling thunder. Armageddon to be used for the side of Leviathan on the way back in. And they have to wait for this tree group to get in.
Flashlight.
1 go, 2, jog, but they trade back and forth now to 3v3 here. They still have the utility to retake the site.
Demon 1 heard the rotate from underpass, so they know there's at least one on the arcade.
Oh my gosh, doesn't even worry about the step, still has the head placement, still has the head placement on another shot towards Jenny. Valen is going on fire right now before he gets taken down. Not even half can be grabbed. It's looking like an 11th round here for G2 out of the timeout.
Double stun.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Jonah P gets that last frag. You can always find him in tower. He's sitting in his castle, and he's going to go ahead and get that round for G2.
And that was nice by Leviathan at least to start to fight back towards that train for Leaf to at least get one with 3 players pushing through. That was a crucial kill. Leviathan knew they could only focus towards that tree because that wall was never activated on the top B site. But the fight going into the rest, all thanks to VALORANT with a beautiful 2K off that post plant from the default spot.
So that was a Waylay activation round for sure. One of the, we've seen a few. We saw the other one at A when he dashed into the smoke and they full post planted, but it's been a little tempered here. And now we're starting to get Jogamo going crazy.
Yeah, King's also going to bring out an AWP this time around. Something new that they're pulling in the second half now for Leviathan, and he's just watching towards the arcade. There's a lot of bodies here, a lot of players helping him out towards that spot. Such a huge weak side towards that front A site for Leviathan. As it slows down, they have to start moving pieces around while they haven't been contested at all towards the arcade. People have to start moving around on the side of Leviathan to figure out where their weak side could be, trying to recover the weak side spot. You definitely see here the rotate from Rossi to jiggle in that spot.
Pinging the smokes. They actually got a smoke from Demon 1 onto A main as well. So they're considering G2 is going to be there just from the Cypher peak. They've done a great job at Pulsar Util, Pulsar members. King now on the jumping relay bolt, and inside the site, a Refact is going to have to save Jogamo all the way back to yesterday, and the collateral from King coming through. Oh, there's a fake. Rossi's still here. He's going to be able to get himself hidden, get the flash, get the plays, get the aftershock, and he's going to get himself in position that's not going to work for the situation. Jogamo finds the upper hand there.
The spike's still down. And here is time for G2 to potentially replay while VALORANT is still alive. Could recall the hit towards that B side. 18 seconds left. Only Tex alone on B.
Getting the super jiggle in. Tex always good for 1. Is he good for 2, or is he good to just wait for the teammates and play this one safe? Arc Rose goes off. That's going to be a blind G2. That's going to be 12 for Leviathan on Fracture.
You have to check that replay for Tex against Jogamo. I felt like I was watching Disney on Ice. As Jogamo was actually dashing through, you pop the flash on the side of Tex, and they're both just dancing around trying to avoid each other where they're both blinded. But then when that got activated, it was G2 trying to go for the split back towards that B site, and King pulls up a beautiful collateral kill, which give a chance there for Leviathan to just close out that map. Or close out the round, rather, and give themselves that map point. Man.
That scoreboard. Everybody's fragging out here. Everybody's playing. Lev said it coming into the day. It's going to take a lot of people. We're going to have to frag. We're going to have to play strong. We're going to have to play together. Here, the assistance coming in for Leviathan is good. It's going to cause the refract back from Jogamo. He takes a bit of damage, but they're going to cheat. Oh my God, they keep going in. They keep going in. The jump peaks, the fights, the util. Everything is here in the kitchen sink as G2 and Lev are not giving up this little bit of space to start the round.
And another moment of an orbital strike, splitting out the push. Rossi gets the pick off to Trent as well. Leviathan wants to close out this map. Rolling Thunder for the push.
This could be it. 4v3 here. Lev looking to bring us to Haven, looking to take down G2 on Fracture. Both teams' first appearance here in Stage 1 on the map. And Lev making it look a little different. G2 push back in here, and things quiet down.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Rossi might regret using that Rolling Thunder right away because they have nothing left to defend towards the A side. They have to peek for info, and already losing a body.
Great stall smoke. 30 seconds left on the round. They're going to have to split this one between Sands now to make sure they're not getting them flanked themselves.
30 seconds left.
Lev is here to get a bit of a crossfire.
Launching smoke.
Or up and down.
Demon 1 has Molly but doesn't want to use it. Crossfire is being set up with Calm.
There it is. There it is. The world champions crossfire the round. They take it for Leviathan, and we are, ladies and gentlemen, going to a map 3 for G2 versus Leviathan.
Leviathan gets their revenge against G2 on this map. Both team once again coming out with a brand new composition and trying to get the best value out of the wrenches that they're throwing at each other, and it's going to be Leviathan with a very strong closing on the defensive side to push us onto Haven. And man, was it great anchoring coming out from Tex on the defensive side.
23 and 15 for Tex with 15 assists, the triple-double coming in for him. Demon 1, 23 and 18. Rossi was right there with 19, so almost a third 20 bomb from the team. Like I said, everybody was fragging here, and Lev did bring it to the table with every single player in this series so far, and that has not been something we've seen from them.
Yeah, both teams looking very, very good.
They are.
We're looking at these replays on how G2 played on the defensive side, but everything definitely will be decided here on Haven. Another map where G2 looks strong on usually.
They look very, very strong, so LEV's gonna have to buff up a little bit more as we get to our third map. Don't go anywhere. This one's going all the way to Haven.
This yet. Leaf tucked to the side once more. It's the bait and switch setup.
Singular de forma solitaria. Apertura 1. Se lo lleva sin problemas. Viene Kickoff. 29 de vida.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas here. Leviathan managing to take game 2, forcing that third map on Haven, and now they're enjoying themselves some bananas.
Why are you throwing it away? We can wipe it on your face. It's so good for you.
Wait, wipe like the banana
Yeah,
peel?
banana peel.
Yeah, you're supposed to, and then the Saratoga water.
Yeah, you haven't seen that?
With the,
what?
This guy really has been in a coma
you
for
just
like 3
ascended
weeks.
the unk tier list.
Have you seen
What do you mean? Come on, man.
The most common, I mean, anyway.
I can't keep up with everything.
Yeah, read the prompter, old man.
Yeah, okay.
Read the prompter.
Hey, guys.
Crazy work from this guy. He's been in a coma. Dead ass. That's wild.
I've arisen. You know who else has arisen? Leviathan. Look at that. That's a
good recovery. Almost made me forget what just happened.
Oh, snap.
No, I mean, listen, you gotta say, looking at the scores of both of these maps right now, you get your 13-10 G2 win into your 13-11 LEV win. If you hadn't known what was going on with this LEV team in the past few weeks, you'd be like, yeah, of course this is a close banger. Look at the players that they have. But it's surprising just because of where they've been at. But again, it's like you feel like you know they could get here. They've got the player quality. They have the caliber to do it. And now finally, things are starting to click. I love the way that they were playing the defense on this map, playing off that Vice so well. I love the combo of the Neon with the Vice where you can control one part of the map, death balling with the Neon, the Tejo, the Breach, and then it just funnels people into your Vice on the other site where Tex was playing very well, but, you know.
This is a very sassy little head-to-head here, because obviously Demon 1 and King switched roles coming into this game. King was on the Neon here, so just we thought we knew what to expect finally from Leviathan and give us whiplash yet again.
But it worked to their benefit.
Yes, I mean, like, obviously Demon 1 looked really good. You know, Golden Boy, I made fun of him, but, Demon 1 on the Brimstone, obviously obviously able to have a big impact in the game. Neither duelist has a runaway match. This game is not predicated on the duelists. And I'll be honest with you, this is a bad map for G2. It was their ban in Bangkok. They're banning Icebox right now, but they're trying to, I don't think they're trying to play Fracture, and some of their attack side plays are pretty gimmicky. It's like Jorgamo's gonna, double dash on towards that B side and try and stick a plan while everyone plays off of it with cringe post-plant util, and it's, I don't know if this is...
Funny enough, it's something that LEV did first this year. They're the first team I saw do that exact play.
Which is
G2
ironic.
tried it against them, and it failed.
Ironic considering G2 were bitching about LEV copying them and in a previous map, and now here we are. But I don't know if it's super fleshed out yet, that Fracture from them, and they've been avoiding it. So I think it's a great pick for LEV if you put the work in on this map and you can take them by surprise. But God, I feel like this map was kind of predicated on a lot of individuals just doing disgusting things.
Definitely. And I do, despite his stats not being the greatest, some respect to King for some of the multi-kills he got at the end of the game. The Kalat, there was another instance where the G2 team were pushing up Arcade and he got a multi-kill as well. But Tex is the player to highlight, really, from that. His Vice, especially once we got to that side swap on defense, was really some phenomenal play. He had that initial clutch, went off in that moment, and then from there, the anchoring was really excellent as well.
Yeah, no, you need Tex and players like him to come alive in order to push you forward in this series here, Uber. Now, the thing is that they gave us a different look in game 2 and then they won. I'm so confused as to because I want to see Demon 1 on the duelist, I want to see King on the controller, but they won with the opposite.
and they also could be halfway between those two ideas and transitioning. So perhaps this is only theory crafting, but if they do want Demon 1 on some more maps, they might just be easing him onto those roles, because he's probably put a lot of controller work on these maps so far. So maybe they're just, a map here, a map there, and eventually they move him over. Or they keep this rotation going, which I don't necessarily feel is amazing. I don't think it's sort of great that you've got players that have to change paradigm from map to map, but it probably wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. Are we going to revive the Tex versus G2 narrative? Because it feels like he felt it was once again personal out there.
Maybe.
Why? No, I'm keeping it dead.
Okay, that's fine.
Honestly, that's a last year narrative.
Yeah, that's so 2024.
We're a year removed from the whole thing. Yeah, I'll allow that narrative to be fair, remain in the ground.
Chet was baiting Valen on Twitter about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Chet announces new team, obviously M80. Valen's something sussy, and then Chet's I can't believe you screwed Tex out of his Ascension slot. Like this old beef that comes up. So I don't think it's a thing, but I mean the guys pop it off, man.
He played great, and I'm sure for him having that, regardless of whether it's an old narrative or not, having that little chip on your shoulder, I'm sure is always going to be a nice thing to have. And my guy was shooting. He was owning out there on the server and played incredibly well. That, of course, is going to lead us to map 3. We're going to Haven, and look, at this point, I really am interested to see where this goes. This is. Really, Leviathan have the opportunity to do something really, really funny here and shut down G2.
We were told that we were going to see the funniest thing by Kochi Tabata in the interview with Dan.
Call him duelist. I'm calling it now, baby.
Oh, God. I mean, what is going to be the silly thing that we're not going to expect that he was previewing?
I don't know. I mean,
double duelist. If they do ISO Yoru, is that crazy?
No, considering that.
I mean, that's a standard meta comp.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Have we seen ISO Yoru in Americas?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay. So could see that maybe, but listen.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
With this
Should be a
Leviathan
banger
team.
finish.
This Leviathan team, man, you never know. Calm could be playing duelists when we come on the other side, just like Mitch said. Anything is possible. But what we do know is that we're going to be getting map 3 in just a little bit, so you don't want to go anywhere. G2, Leviathan, map 3, up next.
Go and watch the meme now. Look it up. Ashton Hall. Look up the meme now.
We are back, and it is map 3. No, you're not dreaming. Yes, it's G2 versus Leviathan, and Lev takes map 2 to push us all the way to 3. We've said it a bunch of times. The desk just said it. What an unexpected day.
Yeah.
But what an awesome to see change here for the Lev squad in just a few weeks for the stage 1 so far.
Exactly. When we had an opportunity to see the whole characters of Leviathan after the win against Furia, you're like, okay, well, you're only one against Furia.
Right.
Now you're playing against G2,
Temper
and we're not
expectations.
exactly. Let's temper the expectations, but to now, I'm starting to believe. They had 2 very good maps so far,
yeah.
And now they're bringing us to a 3rd map where we just saw G2 not going with any changes at all, and Leviathan, though, going with Demon 1 still as a duelist. And you know what? You're looking at what they played in the past. We haven't seen them play Haven since Kickoff. And they played the most standard thing as possible with, I think it was a Sova still. But this time, they're actually going to the standard with the variation of a Teo instead onto Com. That may be difficult on how you want to try to find those scan opportunities to go for these picks from these retakes on the Heaven side, especially on A. But thankfully, this time around, they don't have to start off on the defensive side first. They're actually able to start the attack and go for what is this comp good for, the Floods with this util around the initiators. And Demon 1 at the tip of the spear, at the forefront to try to create that space. You want to maximize as many rounds on attack as possible with this comp.
All right, we're phasing into game here. And Demon 1's going to be back on that Sheriff by 2. Was wondering if we could see that on the pistol rounds. Goes previously for his Neon, where Sheriff usually stands for him.
Let's push.
And they do push from the side of G2. Valen getting himself encroached very far here with just a bit of help down in sewers from Jonah P. But all this action is slowly crawling into Garage right now.
Here.
Yeah, they got to work quick over the sheer. Uh-oh.
Kind of left Rossi behind, but that's okay. They're just containing towards the Garage first.
Wait, they thought everybody made it over the sheer. They all jump into the fight. It's just a frying pan in Garage right now, and it's going to be a rotation from 3 to try and retake on 3. Health is quite low for both.
Flipping the map too, pushing towards that spawn. Element of the surprise is still on the side of G2. Now finally spotted, readjusting, but look at this late position coming out as well from Com. Salvo's still available, so once again, Leviathan wants to run that clock down and play the post plant with the salvos.
He was just hiding from that drone, so they don't expect him at all. He's got the timing. Demon 1's gonna call the eyes, call the attention. Here comes Com. It's just picture perfect right now for Lev on the retake from G2.
It's 2 HP for Valen.
Oh, the big toe, he stubbed it right on the salvo. Valen goes down. Another pistol round in this series for Leviathan.
I just love as well that Leviathan, once they ping out towards that wall, there had to be some call of Rossi to say, look, don't dash into the site, just stay where you are. We need to protect ourselves and make sure we play for the trade on window, especially when it didn't smoke towards that Garage window. That allows here, yes, the stun to get good value on the side of G2, but all 3 of them were just ready to fight and trade back towards the window. You have a clear advantage on your side here for Leviathan at the pulse plant. And now you get the pistol on your side towards the end with how they adapted on the fly here on that 3 versus 3. Now this round though for Leviathan, very quick on the control on towards the A side where for G2, they've stayed very passive here. Wall's going to give a lot of info.
Yeah, they're like, wait a minute. We really have to consider this one. Seeing if anybody's playing slow off the wall, they will now get orb. But do they take it? They do all together. This is big for Tex. He's had the anchor spots, but now he's going to really have to play this one particularly well so far.
If he dies, he loses a Sheriff.
And they already have ground on that A site. You're right, it's not too bad. They get themselves into position, and holy moly, util to bottom. They don't want to give up any of this space. Wow. Instantly identifying kills that can be grabbed with simple util, and they just go for it.
It was so dangerous, though. They knew that there was a triple flank coming out towards spawn, yet they still want to fight back towards the sewers against Jogimo, who only had a pistol. No upgrades coming through across of that, and you're pushing down with the spike. Thankfully, though, it's a 3 versus 3. They still have better weaponry, and only Sheriff's in the hands of Valen and Jonah P.
Oof. Not where he wanted to catch that bullet right off the bat. Com still has good distance between the site, and he is going to have the shot for Valen as well. 2 rounds. Leviathan stave off the Thrifty, the Stinger by, if it were to be that this time from G2. They just try to get themselves some kills on that last one, though.
I just love how we have basically coined definitions of Com's role in different teams. For EG, he was the flanking guy, but this time it's just the VIP stay alive because we need your salvos. So he's played so far out compared to everybody else in these post-plant scenarios. Just to try to guarantee it off the plant, off the time for the spike. Again, it looked rough in the very beginning, especially when Dogmo got just a full classic kill, but the rest of Leviathan working together, doing a great job here to trade things out and staying as a death ball in their bonus round. All 5 of them towards the window and looking for the potential easy plan towards the B site.
Tex threw a gun down the town, spent like 3,600, so they're kind of sorting out the economy to make something work, and they're also sorting themselves towards B very, very quick. Do we get the dash in plant? Bring us the old Shazam send hit?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Leaf always finding a cheeky one like that with Jonah P over his shoulder. Now, they're wondering where it's going to be safe to plant in B, or do they wait out this minute? They got a lot of time to see if G2 will make a mistake.
They're committed inside the site, so you're probably just going to have to swing and fight.
1 swing, 2 swing. Oh, the 3rd one's going to work, but Jog is still there to anchor. And yeah, G2 playing a nice bonus there to make sure they can get the win on that.
Yeah, I definitely thought that you potentially wanted to have King move in and go for a plant and TP out, especially with the Vice Wall in that area. But when he already TP'd across, he never activated it. But there was a lot of util coming through from G2 to stall. It almost felt for Demon 1 like he wanted to assist King so that he doesn't get flooded in while he's planting.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that activates the wall, and they weren't really to get it a fight. They had to go for hero plays with the Omen and the Jet. And G2 closed that out quite easily. Now Leviathan, 4 players working together towards the C site. It's off a contact place. Jonah P is looking for the fault line.
What a call on this setup from G2. Oh my gosh. Oh, they get the spam back, but Trent says I can do the same. They get a taste of their own medicine on that spam through the smoke.
Yeah, both breaches down, and Com's actually lower on HP. Definitely is just going to slow down the tempo for Leviathan, who are still holding towards the C site. So just waiting potentially for the salvos to come back up.
And sewers control, garage control.
Yeah, that's all on the side of G2.
Right, they're just hanging out for G2. You don't really need to make any too bold of a move right now. Just let Lev make the noise.
Down already plays down all of his stars just preemptively, so there's really nothing to help Trent towards the front of the C site. So when you're trying to re-hit, well, definitely you have to fall back and give it that space until Valen decides to push in.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy play, but he almost got a few out of it. Nicely turned back, Calm low, starts to push up just a little bit, get some aggression with the drone. As Trent dodges the drone, Trent! What the hell was that?
Trent gets the timing to go through the smoke when the drone comes out. Everybody has their back turned to look back towards the garage, thinking that they could have flipped the map one more time. That was, what, the 3rd time they would attempt to plant and just play back towards the defender spawn, thinking that G2 is consistently going for these backstab, these lurks. And just that timing off the drone, Trent is able to get a quick kill towards the back of the C site. That has got to be frustrating, especially when you're a seasoned droner like Calm. That breaks the econ too for Leviathan. They only have 2 stingers to work with now.
Yeah, anything they were trying to prep before is squandered now. Go for the garage control, knowing the shear is going to be there. Chance to mess with this. But yeah, they're throwing themselves at the pressure here, at the pain. And it's going to be a tough one. Oh my gosh. Leaf? Leaf is sitting in the chaos right now. And it's a pick of deja vu just in garage now from Leaf. It is a low buy, but they're making it look so clean to pick up these rounds on the side of G2.
Now you can't even get the Phantom up here for Demon 1, nor for Tex with the Stinger, both with pistols, just trying to get the plant down. Okay, pistol's good enough when it's Tex.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Demon 1 found himself a weapon, but how much is it going to do? Everybody down, looking down their iron sights at you at this point. He's full with half armor. Oh, just on the rear. Nope. Knows it's fake.
30 seconds
Oh.
left.
Boy, he's trying to fake going back. Yeah, that's tough.
All
He's
right.
lost full control of the C side now. He's just hoping that it's going to be individual peaks.
They don't want to give it to him. And the full rotation's now coming around from Jogamo just to be sure that they're not all coming from somewhat the same direction with the flick that Demon 1 has. It's all a possibility. And they wait this one out. Oh my gosh, this has to be the plant. He only has enough time to plant. And G2 Leaf grabbing the 4K to make sure that round is solidified.
Yeah, that's just G2 playing it smart. The longer you're waiting right now to go for that plant, the easier it is to get the salvos up here for Trent. And just made sure that they played to their advantage with what they had in the cards here for G2. And yeah, that's twice now that you have somebody that's able to sneak through smokes 2 rounds in a row.
All good, Jonah.
Just another day at the office.
LEV has to be ready for these. I mean, at this point, I'm sure you don't need a timeout to be called this time by Idopata. It's definitely to be called out by Rossi for them to be just mindful of players around the smokes here on the side of G2.
And some good ults to use this round. And even if they don't, they can go with a low buy Blade Storm next round if they really want to keep the pressure on G2. But this should be a good hit. They've been liking Garage quite a bit. The fight that they get and the way that they can get themselves through with Demon 1 seems to be a focus now for LEV.
Yeah, now you see a smoke coming in from the C Garage, so they definitely want to bait out this wall and make sure that they fight towards that window. Priority is not towards moving towards that C site. It's just breaking that util at the minute mark, which is perfect, allowing Tex to get the lurk over towards the A site and win against Jogimo. Now they can rework the map. You're forced now G2's hand. They cannot drone either. They've used it already at the minute mark, so they might have to start peeking for info or just gamble on stacks.
Tex is on one this game. Gets the long shot on one. This is going to position them to get themselves over towards that A site. And as that steel garden goes down, they steal away the arsenal.
Oh my gosh.
It's not going to matter for Trent or Jonah P. The shorties are there. Just the 2v retake.
Oh, this is huge. Might give a chance now for Leaf to lurk around from sewers because of that pick.
Little Vise diff coming up. Crosshairs there. Tex has been on point. And that's going to get modeled. Oh my gosh. Just to the left side. Valen now figures it out, tries to get the shot, and Valen does it again against his old teammate.
Oh yeah, he's gonna wave, he's gonna wave. Just 2 maps ago when Valen was trying to chase after the ace, he was against Tex.
Exactly.
And Tex took him down and they laughed at each other this time. You see Valen game face on and wants to close out this series on the side of G2. It almost looked though in that duel that that Tex I think ran out of bullets after a couple of shots here. And somehow Trent getting these picks. Very nice by Valen towards the end. And you saw there that Rossi was just trying to reposition himself, but I think as soon as he made it around the corner all over towards the defender spawn, he was already spotted by Valen, so it was a free kill. When you could have repositioned and try to guarantee with the Rolling Thunder around for your side. Just thought here that you could just outsmart your opponents. And G2 was just 1 step ahead.
Seeing that Red Bull clutch causes Idopata to hit the timeout button for Leviathan. Only 2 rounds down here, but this is what happened in the previous maps. They'd fall 2, and both teams would be trying to call the timeout, get the team back in the game, and we get these coach timeout battles now.
Yeah, and I think if you're on the side of Idopata, calling out this timeout is just trying to work out the protocols around there, right? You looked at that round number 4 and 5, it was all a person pushing through, smoking, getting kills. And that last round, it was a 2v2, just not good position on the pulse plat and not playing for each other, right? You have one playing a default spot, looking towards the sewers, the other one's trying to go for their hero play, looking back towards the spawn. So you now have to make sure that you iron that out a little bit more, because if you're going to give one-on-ones, G2 most likely will take those.
For sure. Yeah. And even in that one, you could easily be saying, we got that kill at A, we don't have to go there. That rotation was from garage and mid, so it took a long time. Lev still has the chance to work the map.
Yeah, I mean, the macro's still been very, very good for Leviat, talking about
really
despite this scoreline. So again, just trying to make sure they iron out those small things. They might be able to have some good, successful attack sides. And that is, again, the name of the game. They need to pick up a lot of these rounds because you're not playing with the Silva this time around.
Yeah, retaking is only going to be that much harder once you get to the defensive side. So Lev needs all of these attack ones. Talked about the Blade Storm. It does come out on a lower buy for them, as Brossi plants right in the Cosmic Divide. A little otherworldly here as the Armageddon comes through, only displacing the team. Oh, Leaf displaces a few more members, takes them right out of the game. Flashes, Blade Storm, only tagging one as Jonah answers back, and this just looks like G2 swarming the site and the members of Leviathan to make it just too tough to hold.
The Armageddon really split those players across for Leviathan on the post plan, and by the time they were trying to escape back towards that front, trying to leverage potentially that rolling thunder from Rossi in the post plan, I think the smoke from King dissipated back towards the spawns and became 2 easy kills. You can see right there, smoke is gone, Leaf easy 2K onto King and Tex. Where you wish here that the Razor Vines went a little bit more deeper towards that spawn to not allow these swings to happen. But yeah, it's just small things. It renders so costly for Leviathan in these scenarios for the post plan or even for these hits. And at this rate, that might be pretty much G2 smooth sailing all the way towards the end, where now the AWP comes down on the defensive side of Jogimo, already positioned down towards the sewers. Thankfully, though, all of Leviathan are reading correctly here. 4 players moving up towards this C site, and it's opened up. G2 wants to play the passive. C site hold in a full retake on their side.
Inserting one over towards B. That's an ultimate for King, though, so he can still play a little bit of a random game with someone at C for G2 if they decide to play it like that.
Yeah, and again, I want to preface how good the macro's been so far for Leviathan. You look for pressure towards that C side, you've inserted King on one spot.
Yeah.
Now you drone at the minute mark. You saw that the AWP's moving in towards sewers now, so you can rework, potentially go for just a split back towards the C side and a King TP towards the back.
Oh, this is very aggressive here from G2. Maybe thinking the play was going towards A a bit, but Jog's on that line. So Leaf steps out, gets himself taken down here. There was util to make it happen, but it was all very chaotic.
And with Leaf falling down, it's easy for them to take garage control. Here's a smoke play.
What is this smoke play again? No way, it works again! No shot, it works again. Has to be patched up by Leviathan over and over there within an arm's reach in garage, and G2 just slap Lev around.
You TP to pick up Spike, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Rolling Thunder to delay even more.
10 seconds left.
They can't even think, they can't blink, they don't know where to look. Swarm down, but King actually has it covered for a moment. It's he was waiting for another flash. He's like, there's gonna be a flash there. I have to push it. And he just turns around for too long as Trent and the rest of the team swarm into the site, into garage.
Yeah.
Make it look impossible.
Well, shot the decoy too. That's how he got flashed towards the end, but dude, third time rather, but this time 2 players jumping through the smoke and catching Leviathan off guard. It was so good. They had a nice punish towards the beginning. We mentioned how they were trying to manipulate the rotates, and G2, instead of rotating across after the drone comes out towards A, they want to fight for control towards B. Fully punished, but just, again, couldn't take control of garage.
Dismiss smoke. And they know he's going to be on that line. Lev's playing very heady right now. They may be behind, but they have an idea of what G2 wants to do. I think it's where it's separating is the firepower now that we've been seeing, and how they're orchestrating these small protocols on the side of G2. Oh, that's not a small protocol. This means Demon 1 is in. Exactly what we're used to seeing from this guy. Can't finish the last one, but the team's gonna be able to help Trench right there actually to deliver 2 kills, and the Shorty's ready for more with the team behind him.
How does he survive for so long for Jogimo? He has a chance now for G2 to just reflood, and he doesn't even need to TP away, just plays selflessly to allow for G2 to come through and Trent to get these picks in. That's now spiked down. Thought these 2 players are going to save their weapons, but they're just repositioning back towards long.
It's like the Steel Garden is just causing people to bring out shorties and push up to the closest angle here. Be so careful when this stuff happens, because it does not seem to be throwing G2 off too much. And now they look to throw Tex one last kill right to the ground, and now 7-2 for G2. What a hold on A with all that thrown at them.
Yeah. At this rate, I'm just thinking of Leviathan's cap is they're falling behind so much here on their attack side, but it was very similar to what happened to them the previous map. on Lotus. Their attack didn't look the best, but once they took defense, it looked quite awesome. they had some great showings from Tex on how he was able to get so many good multi-kills and anchoring for that site. Lee's doing an excellent job in that role on defense right now, so this could definitely be mimicked. But so far, it's definitely G2 in the driver's seat. They're playing offense.
Little mid look. Back to Garage. I think this is one of those, they always fight us Garage, so let's try to take the lower gunfight and see if we can win it this time.
Yeah, third time's a charm.
Third time is the charm. We'll see if it rings true here for the side of LEV.
And they're watching the smoke.
Yeah,
they're probably doing it, but lower weapons, stingers, and this time G2 doesn't want to fight into that. They're just repositioning into the C site.
Jog with the AWP pushed up on A, so nobody has to look anywhere else but a little bit towards mid and Garage and C right now. So much info for G2 just on that line from him and the operator. Oh, Demon 1 doing Demon 1 things, sprinting into the site. King's just on the wrong side of that weaponry as Jonah P and the rest of the team start to clean up nicely, calling the shots and hitting them as well. Oh, the shorty comes out again. You know it's going to be bad. Valen just starts pressing W, shorty out, and they have full control of this game now.
Somehow gets a wallbang kill with the shorty. That's of all crazy things, but very, very nice for G2. Having 3 players stacked up towards that C site, and you're just hoping at this point with Leviatan's buy that those sheriff's shots were going to hit. Because you saw that they had a first wave of util. Look at this full stun coming out here on the back of the platform. You had Demon 1 that dashed on top of the boxes and almost caught Valen towards the back, but unfortunately couldn't land the kill, so it makes it a lot easier here for G2 to just anchor up the C site and win that round. There's a bit. So far, it's been very difficult for Leviathan to really set foot into these rounds, into the sites. And this timeout now being utilized once again by Leviathan, the last one potentially of this series if it doesn't go into overtime. And it's really to try to maximize how many rounds they could get here on the attack. Again, defense have been very, very good.
That's true. Ito with a lot to say in this one. You can easily see Rossi talking between the rounds and sometimes in these timeouts, but I think Ito's really unhappy with what's been happening towards that mid round, towards the control of the positions that they're taking. And they're having the positions taken away from them when really there should be no threat of that. When you're holding Garage, when you're preparing to hit a site, that's kind of in your safe spot. But G2 is making nothing safe right now for Leviathan. They got all the prep smokes out on the site. The stars are down. Looks like they're looking for an A strat on the side of G2, and they may just receive it from Lev. But Demon 1's about to go on an adventure.
Yeah, good old classic duelist lurk.
All right, now they're going to come back with him, so it's just a quick fake to the right.
So this has to be a fast tempo, especially when they use all that util towards the A site first. Trying to split towards the Garage. Valen makes it out alive, but yeah. Dogma does a nice punish in the beginning.
Oh, that looked very Kaladi. Didn't happen though. It's going to be a 1-for-1 on it, but we've already lost King to the operator of Jogamo. And C is still the hit. They continue to favor this site through Garage, not even the long C hit. It just seems like Lev feels comfortable. They get the plant, and they get out of the Armageddon damage.
They're separated.
Jaw so strong on those, but he goes down to Rossi as they know he's going to try to play towards back site. Operators up, their smoke's there. They are not going to be just the initiators for G2.
That's going to be good enough. What a shot by Leaf.
Never mind.
Dropping salvos right away, and the good old classic Kong coming back through the Garage with the Armageddon to delay as much as he could.
Oh, shots at the back, one of the hardest ones to take, and Jonah P has a full frontal there for a quick Vandal kill. Goes ahead, grabs the orb, one away after this from his ultimate. Team ace. Sounds nice.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt by Com towards the end, and you wanted at least the off shot from Rossi to land one to give any hope a chance for Com to clutch that one over.
I thought he was going to get the sliver peek.
Nah, he literally just easy walked down and TP's out. That's the classic Jogamo.
Jeez. Save it.
Yeah, don't bring us into a tech pause, Com.
We don't. Save. Good control. All right. Death ball towards A. Lev really haven't tried to produce this too much like they were on Fracture. It worked out for them so well to be all together here. It's a little harder when you got Haven. You do want that lurk, but it doesn't seem like they have power in numbers as much this game.
Definitely see the idea of trying to punish from this wall set down right away in the front of the A-long for Leaf. Again, you're in range to salvo and also go with the fault line across the wall being activated. So good call here from Yeti with the free float to display this for us. G2 is going to be ready for it. They already rolled back towards the front of the B side and saw nothing.
Oh, a little thorned up. A little hit with Util. Back in position. Oh, Leaf has a lot of work to do. They identified him in one, but he still hits the shot on Demon 1. He tried to Vandal out of the smoke. The team wasn't able to actually aggress with him.
Gets a second with 1 bullet left in the chamber, in the clip.
If he fired right now, he'd still be hitting calm. Like, his crosshairs are just perfect in every situation right now. And the team's ready to take out more before they even get to Leaf at this point. Slowly playing in, still looking for the flank right now. Lev stalled on everything in this strategy, and the members are able to get a few kills here. Is this a kill from Tex coming out from sewers? No, it's not. And Jog is able to turn for 3 as he takes down Rossi too.
The end became a team deathmatch as you had no util left and you're just trying to go for picks before the next wave of utility comes back up here on the defensive side of G2. But Leviathan had just too many bodies to face up against when he lost 2 players in the very beginning trying to execute towards the A site, and G2 have a comfortable cushion moving into the second half.
Yeah, able to read a lot of what Lev was doing as they get rinse and repeat towards that garage. So we come out with a 10-2 first half as we take a break to see what Lev can do as we come back.
Look to the sky, cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we about to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
We are back, and G2 has been unleashed so far, Vans, on Haven. The 10-2 you see on your screen here. The first 2 maps, if you're just joining us, were nothing like that. 13-10, 13-11, but here G2 seems to start bringing out that organization, that teamwork, that strategy they have from their support squad, and it is a little too strong for Lev right now.
You're definitely hoping that that small little halftime break gave a chance here for Itopada to talk with the rest of the team to make sure that they have a stronghold on this second half or in this second half. Because if not, you're looking back at this demo and you're going to focus on that round 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those smoke plays that came out here from G2's side. And the attempt to work towards the garage and C side totally failing from just small things. That ended up here this second half, a lead for G2 by 8. Pissed around now with G2 holding back towards that spawn. Thinking potentially that Leviathan, feeling the pressure, might want to go for something aggressive in the very beginning. But you are playing fairly reactively for Leviathan. So far back, opened up B side. The only thing given to tell is a wall on that side being set up by Tex. But if not, you're jump spotting. You're trying to look at these different angles. Demon 1's playing the off angle into the garage, and G2 is going to have to start working that map. Any first indication that there's going to be pressure somewhere, and it seems to be Leaf on the A side to start, that might start pulling some rotates over.
Signatures just came back up. Initiator salvo, as we saw actually there on Trent, just pinged through. So now they're able to get back to a site and hit this. Lev's been good on the pistol rounds. Can they get another one? It's almost imperative that they do here. The site is covered. So they know where any members would be standing at this point. Now they flood back out in.
Beautiful stun.
Tex, yeah, playing off that stun so well. And this push from Demon 1, you gotta always expect it. Gets himself to safety, pulls the fight again, and he still finds Trent. Almost getting Valorant on that one, but it's not gonna be enough. King will find the last frag and another pistol. One very needed pistol comes in for Leviathan.
Some sick mechanical skills coming out from Demon 1 to make sure he's able to escape reloading, even get the third kill inside the window. But that said, what they were trying to do for G2, it wasn't LEV trying to push out towards that A side, but it's the fake from the drone into the garage. But you just have great utility from Leviathan. The Razor finds towards that A site, and a site smoke did allow your G2 to really enter towards that site, and Demon 1 just walked down for free kills. That's a type of pistol run you need here for Leviathan.
Yeah.
A very strong start on the defensive half, and now G2 is just trying to at least move in for a plant. Staying as a group towards the sewers.
Hello.
Stay on the side.
Oh, King goes for the very early paranoia. So I hit the util on the way through. Oh, the stinger from Com was set up to hit that cross.
Gun here.
And he has stalled out now. 5v3, this should be a very patient round, and a nice job from LEV to organize themselves here just to start off strong on the second half.
Yeah. Good protocols in the end here for Leviathan. With the smoke being pushed a little bit more deeper towards the sewers, just so that Com, on the first contact, the fault line will be coming out here from Rossi, and you could go for that swing and guarantee these trades out from both. I think that was King with Com inside the site. Now G2 couldn't even go for a plan, and because of that first round where how things went through, you didn't see a G2 stinger buy because they didn't go for, they weren't able to get a plant down on that first round. So no shenanigans, no surprise coming out from G2, and Leviathan's able to string 2 good rounds in a fairly strong bonus round. I mean, look at this, an Outlaw in the hands of Tex. A couple of hash shields being purchased by Trent and Leaf.
Yeah. Already inside sight. Quickly takes that gate crash in, and they do not expect it. With the flashes coming through, King had to give a little bit of space, and when he regains it, Chog is right there on the front doorstep. Oh, this spawn fight could be weird. Nice timing there by Leaf just to get behind Tex.
Yeah, 2 bloop bloop shots.
Yep, easy. Another one goes down. Demon 1 able to fire back, but Lev is losing players across the map where they really need the flank to be coming in. The pressure that they require to get back to the site is waning here, but Demon 1 is doing work. Shot from Rossi. They don't find him. Demon 1 with a third? Wait a minute here. Looks like they could shut down and gain themselves a bonus round. It is going to be a 4K for Demon 1, and they even lost a flank super early.
Wait a minute. Demon 1 is farming right now.
What the heck?
Just duels long range. I was going to say so tough for Leviathan to go back for the defuse because they already lost King right there in the very beginning of the round. So there's no smoke on top C for them to go for the tap. I mean, look at it once again, man. He's just zoned in.
No charges left.
Isolates these fights.
He's just he's like that. Normal day at work for Demon 1.
Or
4K. That's
super
great.
angry when the rounds don't work out, or just a small fist bump when they win rounds, you know?
I'll be hyped after that. But he knows there's a long way to go. We see it on the scoreboard. You still got to do that 5 more times just to even up the game.
And so far, so good. You've seen Demon 1 really activated in the first few rounds of the defensive half. Position continuing rather to be very good for Leviathan because G2 is fairly slow. Just trying to work the map around the Tejo utility. And finally, probably Jogimo is going to be the next one moving up to the team. Oh, dude.
I think they hit the mid shear as well, finding out it was there through the smoke. We keep seeing that early smoke thrown by King, so they can't see that there's a shear just on the other side of B. So now that's info gained by G2 to use throughout the round and mess with that. Still a member down here after losing Trent. And a lot of delay utility going out here at the 45-second mark means that's only going to be alive if the spike gets planted again.
Even then, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Demon 1 so far. He's back potentially in Demon Prime as his duelist role.
Oh, the
30
timing.
seconds left.
You know the spike is planted. 5-person retake here. And all that initiator util that they would like to have, Vance.
Thankfully, Valen's close with the stinger, and that could start things off.
Oh, the timing. Very nicely stepped into.
Not for Jonah, though. He just got picked off through that smoke by Rossi.
Jog looking for that flash up through the smoke. They're able to find 1, 2, and just one with Jog. Demon 1 and Rossi clean that up. They're going to be focusing comms Armageddon, which is going to be 2 pips away now. And a 10-6 as this is LEV's second half so far.
And you're seeing a very clean Leviathan with that display that they just did on that retake. Because that smoke just went up by VALORANT towards that spawn. You just wait the 15 seconds. When it's about to dissipate, then you throw the paranoia in, you start flooding from different spots. And again, starting off with Demon 1, the first blood, then the first kill on the entry into the A site with the advantage that they've gotten there. Despite being a lower buy here for G2, at least to get the plant down. Now you're getting very close to cycles on ults. Joggermo's 1 away from his dimensional drift. And that might be the first thing that allows here G2 to string the first round. And thankfully, you had a 10-2 half to start things off here for G2.
Yeah.
Because that one round could really, start hurting the economy of Leviathan side. They're still not out of this yet, despite winning 4 rounds in a row on the defense. G2 has had such a good lead going into the second half that they just need that one single round.
Exactly. The quick spark to get him back into it. You know,
exactly.
Jog, Leaf, Trent, any of those players can actually just get an ace. But it is being staved off by LEV. They're hitting the site so fast, they're trying to prevent those multi-kills from coming in, that possibility that anybody can react in time. 4 straight rounds now for LEV here on the defensive side, and 2 successful defuses in the last 2 rounds. So the post-plant retakes are going very, very well. Demon 1's about to break it out. We got the up on Jet again, 17 and 13 for him as he takes aim now. He's gonna get online on A. You can see the pings already there. You'll have a bit of help here from Tex.
Yeah, if anything though, G2 looks like they want to move this very quickly towards Garage.
Smartly.
And it's a perfect read by Leviathan at the beginning. With 10 seconds before the barriers come up, Demon 1's gonna just fully anchor up towards the A side. And they already have 3 players strongholding towards the Garage C. The only thing that's going to make it difficult here for the defense of LEV is when the smoke comes up. It's a recall on that side, but Demon 1 disrespects it, and he has a full angle on that spot. So the rest of Leviathan can just continue to hold towards his Garage and C site, and even pushing King all the way down towards the cubby of Ceylon.
Checking A main for the re-clear, making sure they're not losing any space or information here to Leviathan.
Zone is down.
And LEV is happily giving that A site to Tex. Like you said, they move back. Now Demon 1 starts to rotate here towards mid. He's just trying to get that op mobile and keep it moving.
Already used his dash to try to get the peek into middle. So now we talked about Tex being very good in terms of anchoring on that previous map of Fracture, and now on a defensive Haven. So far, solo towards the A side, Demon 1 meeting up with them.
Thorns.
And G2 is definitely looking for the full exec.
See the Thorns hitting right there at the entrance, the spawn. That is actually going to stop Rossi from getting back in, and Jogamo and the rest of the team try to wreak havoc in sight, but Tex skirting around, playing a little cheeky here, does get the refire there. Great decision making on who he's got to take out as he gets another one with Rossi in the sight.
Yeah, getting one more is huge right there, especially with the double swing out from G2. Leviathan looks like they want to temple fairly quickly with the aftershock early, and you have a lurk coming in from King.
He's slow. Are they going to hit from spawn first or the lurk first is the question. King's going to tap just quick. He does get Jonah P, and that's obviously going to be the spring out now for Com and Rossi. They may lose one, but this is all but done. The paranoia goes through. Balance dancing, trying to separate himself. The 1v1s are there, but the jump peek comes through. 2's better than 1 in that situation, and King comes up with the kill.
I was just going to mention it was an important fight from Sewers on that lurk from King. Because if he actually swung out and got picked off, that's no paranoia that was going to hit VALORANT towards that back of the site and given a chance here for G2 to really close out the map. But it continues to be fairly clean on the defense for Leviathan.
Man, Tex is having a day. Got to call him out in a lot of these plays, a lot of the 1Vs. He's had 4s, and he's been ebbing and flowing the past few weeks, but is absolutely showing up.
He found a gap through 2 of VALORANT's smokes on the top of Heaven in the back of Default. And to get that kill onto Joggermo by the ammo box because of that is just so good from Tex's movement within the A site. The pockets that he finds on all these defensive holds from Fracture until now has been very good.
The Odin. Haven't seen the Odin Haven buy in quite some time. Very spammable walls actually towards A. We'll talk about it if we get there. Demon 1, you are insane, bro. What is this? Fallon's going to come up and push through. He saw through that dismiss. Nobody peeked last time, so he thought it'd be the same case, but he finds a party of G2.
That was unfortunate, not good, because if you even dash away, who's there to help you?
No.
All of Leviathan were actually looking to push and fight down towards B. But they've been good on retakes. Now we'll see if they can convert a 4 versus 5.
Ooh, that is some quick fire coming in on G2. Wait, Rossi actually gets out. Finds the landing, and now they're in sight. This is going to be tough, though. A bit of util to come through. The Tejo salvos are there, and Aftershock is there to make things even more annoying. And G2's just not peeking? Oh, they are. And they've lost a head. That's Jogamo's head. Half?
No half.
Just off a half. But it is going to take the Rolling Thunder, and it does bring G2 to 11.
And off at Thrifty on top of that.
Yep.
That is not something you wanted there for Leviatan's camp. Again, I feel like it could have potentially been a different story if Demon One didn't try to do this. Even if he gets one.
Oh no, oh no. We know, Dad, we know, it's okay. Disappointed.
And that's what I'm saying, even if he got one and he dashed away, that's still G2 getting an open A site. It was a very difficult call to have done here for Leviatan's side, and a Thrifty now with now an Armageddon available for G2. Leviathan has their own at least.
Yep. Rossi just off of it as well. Could be a lot of plays to come to fruition in this if they get the right timing. And focusing on G2 now, very spread on the map. Oh.
Oh, that's two.
Yeah. You see the initiators, so they actually know a lot of info of how Lev is playing this game. Demon One, however, is going to take a step forward. One of the things he's best known for is kind of just bucking that time you think you have into a site.
He snuck through somehow towards the A lane.
Yeah, it's like, how is this happening right now? Calm almost gets the kill onto that one. And they keep pushing into the site now, or not Calm, but somebody else in sight rather. 11-7, this could be 12 for G2. Game point pressure to come through. Armageddon and Rolling Thunder is going to displace. They have an idea of where G2 could be hiding in the site.
And the smoke is saving Jogman right there at 10 HP. He's going to get the backstab.
Calm. Two there.
Stuck available. Very difficult now for Calm. Has to bait out all that util first.
Oh, he wants the first peek. And that's going to be the kill for Trent. They're able to get it. Didn't even need the help from Valen, who was coming from sewers. It was all shored up. And now game point for G2 on map 3 of Haven.
And it was nice by Leviathan to double push down towards that sewers in the very beginning. That was probably the weakest spot that you had because you already had the wall towards long A.
Yeah.
But after they got that pick, G2 just fully engaged towards that A site. And because the drone saw both initiators on that C link.
King is so tilted, bro.
You knew there was no utility available to stall and delay with the big ults that Rossi and Calm had.
Yeah.
So it makes it even more difficult for them to use the double ults on a retake when it's the only 2 players remaining. And now G2 is at series point. Leviathan thankfully have a little bit of money. Keeping Demon One inserted inside the window has been a prominent position on the pistol round.
That was a keep him in the game kill right there.
Yeah.
The Demon One misses it just on the edge. You got to give credit to LEV for the snap on that. They're going to be able to take down Tex in sight too. G2 making a good case for this, but Rossi actually comes flying in the sight. They're just pressing W to delay here. The Bulldog doesn't connect with the second one, but it is going to do some collateral damage there. 64 and 70 for both of the members of G2 right now. A very healthy Rossi tries to get in with the classic, and so does Calm. What are you doing, guys? Toe together. Trent's gonna pick up the 2 kills. G2's gonna pick up the win, and they take Haven to take the series.
What a flick towards the end by Trent. That was an oh my Trent moment once again with its free transfer to close the series out for G2 in the lead, and also continuing to top the group, undefeated, 4-0-0, almost guaranteed pretty much at this point that they will get that #1 seed going into the playoffs. A bye going into the playoffs as well.
Crazy stuff from G2 here to pull it out on Haven. That last time out coming in from Josh, setting things up, allowing the team to really reset in the way they wanted to get in. But what a hell of a game from Leviathan. we don't see many teams be able to make a change and then show us something so great, come out and this strong in a series. It'll take a few weeks to adapt, but this looks very promising if it's something that LEV decides to keep.
It almost might be that solution indeed, where you're going to look at different maps where King's going to duel on some maps, you're going to see people duel on some maps, but yeah, going week after week, you're seeing that it's a work in progress, but definitely starting to see some good results out of Leviathan overall. But unfortunately, with this loss, it also makes it difficult for them to try to qualify. They have a huge match next week coming up against Energy, and that's probably going to be the decider between those two teams to see who's going to get that final spot in the 4th overall. But again, with Leviathan coming out with different compositions into every single one of these maps in this series today and getting pretty decent results, I'm going to put aside what happened with these smoke pushes. If they iron that out, I think they have a decent haven.
If we, honestly, it could be even a better series for LEV if you just take out the thrifties that G2 got. These Stinger thrifties that never should have happened. Congrats to G2 because they're so sick at pulling them off. But LEV has 3-4 rounds that they can bring back to themselves over the course of these maps that would have changed the game.
Yeah.
So those thrifties are going to be tough to figure out how to really, what was plaguing them there in that sense.
That definitely really defined the turning point for sure for G2 to overtake that series against Leviathan because of those small mistakes. Huge and very costly on that side, but Leviathan definitely should be continuing with the vibes, knowing that they've been they're finding different things and finding good results. Exactly, dude. I'm loving that we're seeing Demon 1 again.
All right, well, we're done here, but we are going to send it down to Dryad at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with G2's Jonah P.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Jonah P. After G2, once again, they get another win on stage. Can we hear it for Jonah P? Jonah P, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
This one was a close one for sure, but you won at the end. So tell me, what was the biggest challenge of playing against LEV today?
Honestly, this was probably the worst we've ever played as a team, and we still won. But props to LEV. I think the competition's catching up to us, and that was a really hard game. So it was not easy. We had to work for it, and yeah, we were struggling for a bit at the end.
You just mentioned it, and it's something that has always been the conversation of you guys always trying to be one step ahead, but it's not the easiest thing to do. When you're prepping for matches like this one, how do you make sure that you're always one step ahead, at least to be able to close it out?
I think it's just idea generation. My whole team is very smart. We're all very vocal, so it's we can't be comfortable. We always have to innovate. We know teams are picking up on our play style and our comps and stuff, so it's all about being, proactive in game and out of game with new ideas.
One thing that we always mention too is Giacomo being the best duelist probably as we have right now, but something that we mention once in a while is that you're the one that's flashing for him, setting him up for success. So what is that communication between you and Giacomo?
Well, it's funny you asked that because the last round, Valen is calling to cancel, and then next thing I know, Giacomo's telling me to stun him for C. So I'm like, I always listen to him, whatever. And so Valen's telling to fall back, and then next thing I know, Giacomo is TPing into C site, and we're like, all right, let's go C. So it's me and him were always on the same page. I try my best to target stunt people for him, and when my util's on point, he's on point, and today I wouldn't say we were too on point. So.
But you get the win, it all works out, it's all good. Now my next question, of course, as we've talked about, you're already in playoffs, but you have one more match for the group stage, and it's going to be against Cloud9. Any thoughts on them and how they're looking?
They're looking pretty good. I think they have unique comps and just ideas. I know Net is their defense IGL, and he was my defense IGL for a few years, so that's a very scary thing going into that game. So I'm always excited to play against him and that Cloud9 squad. We have a pretty good record, but I think they're definitely improving more than the other teams, so it's going to be fun.
Going against those old teammates once again.
Yeah.
This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Jonah P, can we hear it once again for him? And now we're going to send it to match point with Giacomo and June.
So much for that, Dryad. Yes, I am here as well. Okay, I'm Golden Boy. This is Match Point, the thing that we do at the end of the show where we talk to pros and devs and all the fun stuff that we do. And joining us now, we have two special guests here. We have VALORANT Senior Agent Desire June Cuervo, as well as, you know him, you love him, the dog, G2's Giacomo here in the house. First things first, let's talk about the game real fast. How you feeling? You're all right?
I'm a little stressed. Those guys were definitely like hitting shots on me, and I was a little bit stressed out. Like my normal open plays that I have, all the plays didn't work out, but you know, my team always pulls through and close it out like that.
Yeah, I mean, the proof is in the results, and you guys definitely shut the door on that one to close things off. So part of the reason why we have June here joining us is because she is the one who designed Waylay. You know, I'm sure you all have seen her talk about Waylay quite a bit across our show. Out of the gate, we got to see some Waylay today. But June, I want to ask you, how are you liking the way that you're seeing Waylay being played? Is it everything you had anticipated? What do you think?
Yeah, I think players like Jogamo are figuring out a lot of the things I really hope that players would discover about the character. The dash and the refract seem like pieces you always have to use together when you first look at the character, but then as you get better at playing the character, you can do like I saw in Fracture, like really cool contact plays with the refract, and then actually just dashing in onto the site after you have info and like relying on your team to follow that up rather than relying on your refract. So it was really cool to see that today.
Yeah, is that like something you've been thinking about? Like, how can I take these different pieces of utility and use it in different ways?
For sure, on Fracture, it's a little bit harder because like Neon's a little bit faster paced. So playing Waylay, it's like you have to set up yourself and get the team ready for the fights that you want. Like, let's say B main, we want to take B main, contact up, refract. I'm gonna stun this lane, I'm gonna flash this side, I'm gonna smoke for you, and then it isolates you to get into a good spot for Waylay because Waylay needs to be insulated to get these good kills, you know, in the match. So it's definitely hard if it's not on point. Like today, it was a little bit rough, but I mean, you've seen our Ascent, right? Like our Ascent's pretty insane with Waylay because we know what we got to do. Fractures, you know, we're still working on it.
Yeah, no, it's completely fair. Have there been any maps in particular for you that you have found Waylay to make a lot of sense? And the maps where you're like, maybe not, maybe I do Yoru, maybe I do something else.
Yeah, I think today kind of defined it. Maybe not Fracture, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But Ascent is like, you know, one-to-one replacement of a Jet, I would say. I think it's probably better than Jet in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think Pearl, like, you saw Icebox playing it, like, he knows how to take his lines. He has an op on the deep lines, and he can also just, like, stomp people, like, everywhere, wherever he's at. And then also for Ascent, playing backside B, getting the kill, go up lane, go backwards and refract, and, you know, you have that. The kit for you.
Yeah, when I was designing the character, my prediction was Ascent was Waylay's best map, and I was just really excited.
We were talking about
watching you play and like get out there and like, Ascent's a great map for Waylay.
Has there been anything else that has surprised you with Waylay so far, June?
You know, I think players learn really fast. So it's like, you know, my playbook is like, you know, only so many games, like working on the character, right?
Fair, yeah.
Players play more games of Waylay in the first, you know, 2 weeks than I got to play on the character for the whole time I worked on them.
Yeah.
But yeah, mostly I think it's been really fun watching just people's creativity and how they're like figuring out how to like not do the most obvious things with the character, be more creative, more exploratory. Your clip from really early on, refracting back into your own ultimate was one where I was like, I just literally never thought about that at all. So it's super exciting to see.
That's wild stuff. Especially considering like Waylay comes out and then there's also Tejo and then there was also Vice. So for you, have there been any compositions that you have really liked that support Waylay very well that maybe you could tell like players that want to maybe try Waylay in their ranked or normal games?
Yeah, I would definitely say Tejo and probably Breach. You could probably like sneak in a little KO
like the
in
initiator
there,
utility.
You can sneak both of those characters in Tejo and what's it called? And Breach.
Yeah.
And Vise is also good because you give that passive line for the Waylay, so she can come in. The wall comes up, you come refract, you look for a kill on site, wherever the case is, and I think those are probably the best 3 characters I've seen with Waylay.
Yeah. And what about for you, June? Has there been any compositions or even agent combinations where you're like, oh, I'm curious to see how this works out, or anything that caught you off guard?
You know, nothing that like caught me off guard. I guess when I was like designing the character, I kind of like was like, oh, this is kind of like a duo's dream duelist in a way, right? Where it's like you got your duo like setting you up with like an Omen Blind or a Breach Stun, right? And it's just sort of like a reason to play the character other than like a character like Jet, right? Who like it's kind of like has it all and like you can kind of play for yourself the whole time.
Yeah. Jogamo, something I notice about your play, you do it on Yoru, but you also do it on Waylay. You like to go in for the last second. Just the last second, and then you recall back.
Yeah.
Is it like a playing with your food kind of thing, or you just like a playing with fire?
Yeah, I definitely like to just like inch it out to the very last like tick of it because we don't know how long Waylays actually think like the refract is. So them like seeing me scale side or something like that, and I'm like last second tick, and I just and I go backwards. Like they're more scared because my teammates can scale behind me or something like that. You know, people are like more worried about who's actually behind the waylay and what util comes behind that. So that's kind of why I do it.
Yeah.
And then I give them a thumbs up after my teammates get a kill, and that's it.
For sure. Now, something that you may not know, Giacomo, is that June here is actually quite a big G2 fan. And what is about the team that made you a fan of the squad, June?
So I've been watching G2 since before, they were in the Americas League, and then I was also I'm a huge Potter fan, huge EG fan. So this is actually kind of like a dream team for me, so I love it. But no, I think G2, to me, I feel like they play correct Valorant. That's my take.
Is that how you feel, that you play good, honest, correct Valorant?
Sometimes, and then I get off my leash and I get to do what I want.
Yeah,
take the shorty out.
Yeah. That's when you thrive. You got to tell Josh to let you do that a little more often. It'd be dope. It'd be dope. Hey, well, I want to thank you both so much for taking the time and chatting with this agent. And we want to see you out there playing Waylay as much as possible. Locker on quick play, ranked. Well, if you locked her on ranked, make sure you perform. Otherwise, people are going to be pretty mad at you. But make sure you're going out there playing Waylay. And thank you, Jog, and thank you so much, June, for the time here.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead, though, and review what is coming up and the standings as we wrap up today, because, well, it was already highlighted green at the start of the show, but G2 were the first team to lock in their spot from the Omega group, but Crew and 100 Thieves, with the results of today, are now a lock for playoffs as well. Man, Jog, what do you make of this Crew team, man? Because they're looking good.
Yeah, they've been showing up a little bit. I've definitely always had faith in Kesnet. Every time we play ranked, or he's talking to me, he's like, I want to be like you. I was like, why? He's like, I want that trophy too. I was like, all right, okay.
Yeah,
so every time I see these guys play ranked, they're grinders, like Mazzino, Kesnet.
Yeah.
That's what most people I talk to the most, but they're insane, I think.
Yeah, they look phenomenal, and it doesn't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon with the way things are shaking up. Let's actually see the schedule and what we have coming up for you beautiful people tomorrow, because we got Furia going up against Cloud9, and then we'll close things out with Sentinels versus Loud. I don't know what's going to happen in that game. Anything's been. How have you been enjoying the season so far, June?
It's excellent, and even better now that I can enjoy seeing what crazy things people are cooking up with Waylay. So
yeah, that has to be cool. Not only are you getting to enjoy it as a fan, but you also get to directly, involve yourself in it.
Yeah, and all the designers are fans of pro play and just the game in general. We all play, so it's just awesome to be out there in the crowd watching you guys out there. So
cool. Well, we thank you once again for joining us, June. You're welcome anytime. You can do a death segment with us. You can host one if you would like to. You can kick me out. I'm sure that'd be awesome. But Giacomo, always a pleasure, my man.
Thank you,
and congratulations on the win. Congratulations on clinching playoffs. That is going to do it for us here at Match Point, though. We thank you so much for tuning in today. And don't worry, we're going to be back here tomorrow, same time, same place, with plenty more matches. But for now, here's your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Adios.
Versus 100 Thieves. There's always these weeks that you've got to watch out for.
There's always at least an upset that creeps in here or there, and this absolutely could be it.
Here it is, takes the timing right off of his team's contact. This is a full cleanup, quite a cleaner sweeping of orders. Left it down to the 1v1. BXS pulls it back from the brink. There's 8 seconds left, and kills players dropping in all. They have to hard commit this, they have to hard stick it, and they're going to plant down in the EDU. Might be able to catch this angle here with a barrel pointing out. He's just spotted the one player, but doesn't expect Gobera to be off of that angle. And that's a Hunter's Fury as soon as that attempt to flood straight back in. It's a good call to make. Cryo is delivering death blows. It's 2G attempted to find a way to path and paving the victory. 100 Thieves still thriving in the midst of all that chaos. They make the most of it. 15-13 for our opening map. It's 100 Thieves who seal it up. I'm going to be taken. Gobera, and here's it. Scurrying around. Good with the crosshair placement. We're going to be trying to fight all the way deep into Snowman. Going to try and make it work. Boostio! Boostio! What is this? One bullet left. It's an ace on the cards. Wingman forcing the issue out wide. And there you have it. Stand up. Take a bow. They're getting a run on. Boostio doesn't care, man. Using the thrash to set this one forwards. It's just a one-man army. He's got the support. Laying on from the side. Stunned up. Matters not. Hassan's the one who ends up going down in the midst of it. Boostio. Boostio! It's a 4-piece. 2G lying in wait here. I'll make another go of things. The salvo's just about too late here. With Outlaw in hand, this is Cryo making the most of it. He knows he's up against the weaker buy. And now he's going to try and seal this one all the way up. And 13-6 is the finish that 100 Thieves put on that map and the series to lock their placement in the top 4.
Oh, they get the spam back, but Trent says, I can do the same. Gets some aggression with the drone as Trent dodges the drone. Trent! What the hell was that? How Lev stalled on everything in this strategy, and the members are able to get a few kills here. Is this a kill from Tex coming out from sewers? No, it's not. Jog is able to turn for 3 as he takes down Rossi too. G2 making a good case for this, but Rossi actually comes flying in the sight. They're just pressing W to delay here. The Bulldog doesn't connect with the second one, but it is going to do some collateral damage there. 64 and 70 for both of the members of G2 right now. A very healthy Rossi tries to get in with the classic, and so does Tom. What are you doing, guys? Toe together. Trent's going to pick up the 2 kills. G2's going to pick up the win, and they take Haven to take the series.